Welcome. Hoş geldiniz. Alright? That's welcome in Turkish. Well, so last week I did the frostbite one, which is actually one of my favorite places so far, if you remember. If you don't remember, that's fine, because you can watch all my past playthroughs on YouTube. Ken! Everybody, it's Kennedy's birthday today. Happy birthday! Welcome to being still very young. Enjoy. This cleanup is especially for you, Kennedy. Let's see the spot to clean up on your birthday. Pestilent Penitentiary. A prison. Oh my gosh, and it's size large. I had a feeling that it was gonna be a large one today. This is gonna take me 7 hours to finish. Backwater prison colony. Not the place of my dreams, I gotta say. But you hope you don't end up here, right? Right? Okay, let's go to work. Pestilent Penitentiary. Yeah. Let me just get situated. Time for the bloodbath cleanup. Yeah, we got some bugs in prison. Oh, is that what pestilent means? Oh, because pest. I didn't put that together. It's a large one. It's taking very long to load. Here we go. Okay. Alright, here we go. You are to work diligently and discreetly here today while eliminating evidence of previous inhabitants and the aftermath of the test that was thoroughly conducted. One hopes that you will recognize the consequences in displeasing those that are so rigorous in their undertakings. As a similar matter of urgency, you are to clean and clear the tunnel networks that twist their way around the facility, as important scientific studies are to be conducted ASAP. So work with haste and within appropriate company protocol. I am a real-life janitor, here to clean this place up. I think this place is going to be fun, honestly. It looks very cool, and I already got a story to tell y'all. Have you heard of the Stanford prison experiments? Have you heard of that? I wonder if this place is based on that. This is a massive scale. Stanford prison experiment, I think it was like maybe 12 to 20 people. I don't remember. I don't remember. But they did some stuff. First of all, they made multiple movies. And Kennedy, I know I made you watch The Experiment. It's supposed to be like, you know, it's not about the Stanford prison experiments, but it's like based on that where, you know, like, yes, did you watch the movie too? I literally watched this movie with you. I watched this movie with probably everybody I ever met. I make people watch this movie with me. I used to watch this movie every day. Don't ask me why. But it was like one of those kind of movies that I could just have on in the background. It's called The Experiment. Adrian Brody's in it and Forrest Whitaker. It is something else. Okay? You don't remember? I swear I made you watch this movie. Alright, let me get started, because you know I'm going to be talking this entire time. I was really tired. I literally tagged this sleepy low-key, and now I'm wide awake. Oh my goodness! I got too many thoughts already. Let me start. I'm gonna double back to everything I'm saying, but we got the punch-o-matic. I always like to know where that's at. That's always really good. And then, you know, I like to start with the bodies first. Oh, there's an upstairs. Oh, it's our first stairs experience. Man, okay. And I saw some very suspicious looking objects over here. Okay, so, yes, I need to take inventory. I need to also find the incinerator. I'd like to find that at first. So let me check upstairs. Oh, my. Okay, we got people with no clothes on today. Very interesting. This place is... Oh, God, I'm gonna be a menace here. If you like extremely long playthroughs, welcome. Welcome. Oh my goodness. I just need to find the incinerator or wherever you like to dispose your bodies. If that's okay with you. I don't want to spoil it for myself. But, you know, oh, this is life size. This is based on like a real place. This is really big. Like, this is ridiculous. I mean, honestly, let's talk about the positives. Prisons are overcrowded, okay? We are arresting people all the time. This prison is very spacious, and it doesn't look like it was extremely overcrowded. That's a very good thing. So, you know, they had a system going here. It's ginormous. Thank you, Kennedy. I'm gonna try my best to have a great time. But this does not look good. Okay, so I know where to get light bulbs. I got that. Okay, we got the washing machine. It's not a washing machine. You know what it is. You know what this is. We got that. Where would the incinerator? Incinerator probably wouldn't be in a cell. Oh, well, no. I don't know why I thought that was it. This place is gonna be so much fun to explore. I'm hoping for lots of lore. Listen, let's not talk about what they are. You're the one who was like, oh, prison and bugs. And I didn't realize, I don't, if that's what like pestilence means, but like, that's you. You manifested this. You manifested it. Did I see that? We're not talking about it. It's there. I did see it. I'm not sure if it was a spider. But I can't not find where to dispose of the bodies. How can I be a responsible janitor type person? I mean, did I miss it? Did I walk right past it? Is it not gonna be in? Oh my gosh. No way. They tunneled. This is a absolute nightmare. This is a nightmare. This is a nightmare. And I fear for people who are incarcerated. Okay? Not all of them, because some people, okay. But I'm saying, like, I think that people in prisons are gonna be the first to go when there's some kind of disaster like this. They're gonna be trapped. Did you see The Walking Dead? Did you see season 1? Is that season 1? When they find the prison? I don't remember, but this is, oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to go down there. What if the incinerator, if they put the incinerator down there, I'm gonna sue my job. Who would do that? All right. I'm at a loss for words here. I guess I'm gonna start, I mean, should I keep exploring and looking for it, or should I just clean it up? Because the only reason I don't want to keep exploring is because I'm, you know how I am about things that spoil. Everything's a spoiler to me. So, okay, I came in through, well, at least I can, because, okay, maybe, okay. I'm overwhelmed. You recommend exploring a tad more? Got you. Say less, lonely. Say less. Alright, I'm gonna look around for where I could possibly dispose of these bodies so I can just be a little organized. I try not to get turned around. They didn't give me quite a map for this place. Okay, this looks like something. Is this, what the heck? This looks like, how am I supposed to get back up? Why, I just jumped down here? How am I, okay. Alright, I'm already down. I'm down. I jumped down. I just assumed. Alright. Oh, no way! The door's open now? There's even doors that open? We haven't gotten to do that yet. This place is... Wait. This place... Oh my... There are 2 of them? This is... I can't breathe. This is a 2 incinerator job, isn't it? They got me 2 fire pits. I don't need to. I guess if I had friends, then that was why, maybe, like, I only really need 1, I guess. Let me just close that. Okay. Found, oh, okay. Well, we found the incinerators. I don't like those body bags, you know me. But at least we found what we're looking for. The problem is, when I need to find them again, I don't know how I'm gonna do that. So, God willing, I'll be able to remember my trail. Okay, now, when I saw these last at the frost place, I really wanted to see if you can cut them open. You let me know, Lonely. Is that possible? Can I open these body bags? Or is it just a fever dream? Because I know there's something in this. Maybe we don't get to know, but I want to know. Not that you know of? Okay. I'll chalk it up to just being part of the game experience. Well, let me just get rid of these. You know, these are hefty and they're going to be in my way. First consideration of the day. Never heard of that. Maybe I will be using 2 of these. Where is the second one? You can burn them with a welder. Oh, but that makes them smaller. Oh, that's interesting. I've not tried doing anything like that yet. Excuse me. Also need to keep track of where crates will go and whatnot. So, you know, one of my absolutely favorite things to do is terror. Okay, we have... Okay, so I don't know if... Oh my gosh. I need to turn around. I cannot have my face looking at that. I don't know if... I don't know if the carcasses count as aliens or humans. Because I can't see them. And you know I'd be taking notes. Okay? So... those don't look human sized to me. I'm gonna count those as aliens. But why would we body bag aliens? Maybe they are humans. I don't know. I don't know my company. I don't know how they. I mean, Why would they start body bagging? Maybe it wasn't the company. Maybe it was here before. So let's see. I'm gonna say they're aliens. Gosh, I don't know. I don't know. I know there's one alien right next to my face though, and I'm about to take a look at it, and it's gonna give me the heebie-jeebies. Aliens and body bags. I don't know. Okay, I didn't make those games. All right, this thing. Here we go. All right. Oh, I don't like it. Okay, let's just get used to it. It's just a creature. Just a creature. Okay. It's kind of, let's see how many appendages. 6? So not a spider, not an arachnid, right? Right? Am I counting correctly? So it's like an ant. So it's like a termite, actually. It looks kind of like a termite to me. If I had a mind, like, okay. It looks like an ant termite thing. Very cool design. Gotta say. I had a nightmare about big bugs crawling through my walls the other night. I hope that your nightmare doesn't transfer into my brain, and I have a nightmare about that tonight. Gosh, dreaming about creepy things like this give you flashbacks. I'm not a fan. You know what I've been dreaming about a lot? Oh my gosh. No. Oh my gosh, it's Audrey 2! Have you guys seen Little Shop of Horrors? It literally looks like Audrey 2. And I do not want to touch it. I don't want it to explode or something. Can I even pick these up? No. Can I chop them off? I can't leave these here. I don't have, like, maybe I can mob them to death. Where's my ray gun? Why do I have this? Where's my... Yes, I know. Sorry, I can't either. And the fact that it's creeping you out is only going to make me sick. So I need you to keep it together so that I can keep it together. I'm pretending that it's not bothering me. Do you understand? Just close your eyes. Flamethrower. Oh, there, wait. Maybe, I'm getting, like, actually sick. Focus. Focus. Disgusting. Absolutely. Disgusting. Alright, nobody look. Nobody look. I'm getting rid of them. I don't know if it's working. Setting everything on fire. I mean, okay. So, I blasted them. Can I pick them up now? Are they now able to... This one. Okay, you know, this is like a nightmare. What was Lonely just saying? You had a nightmare about bugs falling through the walls. This is like... I can... You know, when I think of the end of the world, when I think of aliens coming and killing us all, I never imagined them being bugs. In which case, I would have to jump off a bridge. I would just have to just, I would have to find my own way. Because I couldn't die like this. It's not even that they would, like... It's just... Seeing them is enough to, like, make me want to die. Can you imagine? Like, you know how powerful you have to be that just looking at you, like, makes you want to die? You know? I feel like bugs really are, they have that ability. Hot potato. Let's pretend they're potatoes. Does that make anyone feel better? Or does that make you hate potatoes? Alright. Okay, it's over, everybody. It's over. God, I don't know if my mop is gonna be able to clean this up. Alright, so, maybe I'll just continue cleaning. Yeah, okay, I got this right. Okay, let's get some lore. What's this? There it is again. Dang that noise, man. There is something in the ground. It's all around us. It reminds me of the stories I read about Emergence Day back on Viscera and the first days of the war. Man, I sure hope as crap... Wait, I said this wrong. Man, I sure hope... What? Man, I sure as crap hope that's not what's happening here. Who? Okay. God, please let it be giant rats. We could use some dang meat around here. The last good meal I had was Prisoner 404. Effing skinny guy. Wow. So we're doing cannibalism down here? They're not feeding their prisoners? You know, you can eat bugs. In fact, I read or watched a video somewhere that said 70% of the world eats bugs. I've eaten bugs. Alright, let's talk about it. They're a great source of protein. They use, like, way less water than meatier animals. And also, like, they're kind of just in abundance. I'm not going to talk about if it's ethical, personally. If we're talking to me, I believe everything has sentience in its own way. So like, you know, I'll eat anything, but I'll respect it. But I'm not gonna act like a bug is not as smart as a cow. I can't personally do that. I don't care what the science says. I don't know if the science even has a paper about that. But my point is that I have eaten crickets and I've eaten mealworms. And I got them at this novelty candy shop in Old Sacramento. If you're ever down there, there's a huge candy shop there and they sell them. And you can buy them online too, I think. But like they were powdered in like ranch dust. I think the mealworms are powdered in like cheese dust. It sounds gross, right? It sounds crazy. But is this a toilet? Oh, this is like a bidet, no? Or maybe not. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, just a regular toilet. But it has like a numerical system on the side. That's very interesting. Anyways, yeah, they were like deep fried or whatever. Like they were very crunchy. It wasn't like gooey, which I don't think I could do. I don't like that. Anyways, like I don't like, you know, like Gushers. I do like Gushers. You know, like candy. I don't know if people still eat those, but like, I can't do like, what's so good at, I don't really like surprise inside type of stuff. Like what are those donuts called that have filling in them? Jelly donuts. I don't like stuff like that. So I don't think I could have a bug and eat a bug that's like gonna explode as I'm doing it. Okay? I'm trying to make this not sound gross and I'm failing. But crunchy, I could absolutely do crunchy. I don't think I could eat a spider at all. I don't know. Maybe if I close my eyes. Oh, like Timon. That is the best description. Yes, like Timon and Pumbaa bugs. And in fact, as a child, I always liked that scene. Because they made the bugs look good. Not the chewy ones though, but the crunchy ones. And maybe that's why I always wanted to try a bug, and then I did as an adult. So, but yeah, like Timon and Pumbaa bugs. Like worms. I couldn't enjoy eating a worm. Like, or like that. But yeah, but like even if a spider was deep fried, and I've seen them like crunchy, I just think the way spiders look is devastating. Like they look absolutely, I don't know how to explain it, just like nightmarish. So I don't think I could have one in my body. Moving on. Who is this? Our first human? Oh, no name. Prisoner 447. Oh, no. I just remembered that I am so far away from the Punch-O-Matic. Yeah, something about the 2 additional legs really like changes things for me. Because I'm not scared of ants. And I'm not scared of... Did I just drop the thing that was in my hand? Did it? Oh, it's right here stuck on the stairs. Ridiculous. Termites and stuff, like, they don't really scare me. But spiders? You know what doesn't... Can I open this with this in my hand? Come on, dude. They make it act like I can't do anything proper. You know, I eat seafood. Oh my god. So, like I said, this is gonna be an extremely long playthrough. I don't mean like today. I mean total. Just for this area is gonna take me 600 years because I can't barely function. Oh, okay. Alright, I'm looking for the Punch-O-Matic. This is gonna be a journey. Stick with me, and we will accomplish something great. Alright, prisoner 447. I won't forget you. Let me just write your name down before I forget you. I probably don't even need to write prisoner. We'll just write 447. Sorry you don't have a name, sir. I don't remember what he looked like. He was on the stairs. I gotta do this in a way more organized way. Way more organized. Okay. I'm not gonna have a panic attack. I'm not gonna panic. I'm just gonna retrace my steps. Somehow, beheaded? He was decapitated? I trust you. Okay, let's go. It was decapitated. Beheaded. So it's so old school. Beheaded. We were talking about so many things already. I was talking about eating bugs. I think everybody should try it. I think you don't know, it's actually pretty good. It's pretty good. I think it's a good snack, a good source of protein. I was also talking about the Stanford prison. You're okay? It's okay. No problem. I won't pressure you. You know you better than I know you. Um, but yet the Stanford prison experiments was a real thing. I think it was in the 60s where they had people pretend to be guards and had people pretend to be prisoners and like just see what would happen, and like basically it went absolutely terrible and they were being very cruel, and it like literally in a matter of days people just like lost their minds, and like were like the power was going to their heads and stuff like that. There's a couple movies. I've seen 2 movies about this. I liked the experiment more. I don't remember the second movie, but who was in it? There was somebody who was in it. Who was in that movie about the Stanford prison experiments? I don't know, just Google. It wasn't good though. It was just okay. But yeah, the experiment is good if you want to see. Like, it's crazy though. Just, you know, rated R. Okay, so 447, decapitated. Can we say decapitated when his skull is next to him crushed? Is this really decapitation? It looks like he was eviscerated. Not eviscerated, like smashed. Oh, so can we talk about the prison getup? Why don't they have t-shirts on? Also, prisoners do not get belts or sneakers with shoelaces. They do not get that. Head exploded. It does look like that, doesn't it, Kennedy? Let me adjust my notes. Looks like, look how bad I spelled looks. Looks like head exploded. Yes, he is dead. Prisoners cannot have belts or shoelaces like that. So, game design, fail for accuracy. Let's get it. Okay, let's just pick at his skull. Put that away like so. Just get the pieces. This is the mandible. Gotta have one of those for things. I mean, once I take notes, you know, about how they died, that I don't need to, I don't have to worry too much. I need to get this piece of skull off the side. Okay, perfect. Alright. Oh, piece of a brain. So yeah, like, also, let's just talk about the situation. The bugs coming from under the ground. Now, what's cool is that we're on alien planets. We're not on Earth. But this, I mean, can you imagine? We do not stand a chance at all. As a human, like, to think of how unprepared we are for these types of things, like, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm just gonna jump thoughts. Starship Troopers. Have you seen it? It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Top 5, absolutely. And it's about, basically, like, the future where everybody lives in Brazil or in South America, which is really interesting. And, or like, not everybody, maybe like a lot of people, and they're on Earth, but there's another planet that has bugs. That's just like all bugs. And, oh, what is this? Also, this bug was a haft. You could see. Pretty gross. So we'll just, oh gosh. This is going to be so much fun to mop. I really love the blood of the bugs. It's a very beautiful, like, jeweled green color. Kind of like an emerald, you know? Really pretty green color. Anyways, I don't know what to do with these barrels. I just need to get them on my way. What was I talking about? Oh, Starship Troopers. The bugs on that planet, some of them can, like, shoot out their butts like this, like, laser beam that I think can hit Earth. I gotta rewatch that movie. It's pretty intense. It's a fantastic movie. Very quotable, very great. I highly recommend if you like sci-fi to watch it. If you like sci-fi and you like bugs, not if you like bugs. If you like sci-fi, it's a pretty violent movie. It's a B movie, people think. I think it's an A movie, but that's just me. Yeah, I haven't read the book yet because I hear mixed things about Robert Heinlein. I actually have the. I don't even know if I'm saying his name right. I said that with full confidence. I have the book. I have never read it. Okay. Woo. Oh, I forgot to keep track. So that was like half a bug. I don't think that was the full bug. Let me see. Well, I definitely seen 2 aliens plus 2. It was like half of an alien. Let's call it 3 because it belonged to a hole. So that counts as. Oh, handprint. Who let you watch it when you were 12? No, it wasn't me. I would never let you watch that. I was pretty strict with you. My child. No, I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh, wait a second! I just realized! Wait a second. Wait a second, I'm getting turned around. This tunnel? What? That dark corridor. Dude, this tunnel is way... Yo, where's my flashlight? Me panicking. I need a flashlight. I'm not going down there. Oh, is this a flashlight? That's not a flashlight. But it kind of glows. Let me find that thing that dispenses stuff. Oh, this alien. Okay. The corridor is extremely dark. Alright, I hope you don't get motion sickness with how I play. Apologies in advance. Okay, let's get a lantern. I won't get it. Oh, Lord. Slosh-o-matic, portable, automated, ambivalent. It's just the instruction manual. When it comes to affordable bucket supply automation, there can be only one choice. The Slosh-o-matic now comes with a truly whopping 20% less unforeseen consequences and accidental assimilation. Now available at a record blah 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 Vaders. I wonder what the what is a Vader compared to $1? Aerospace Sanitation Incorporated, only no refusal sanitation workforce. With over 50 years of service, Aerospace Sanitation have tackled countless cleanup jobs across the galaxy. No job is too tough. No job is too unusual. No job is too clandestine for Aerospace Sanitation's unique services. We'll clean up your mess. Premium package now. Whoa! So, wait a second. This company charges 1.2, almost 1.3 million Vaders, which I don't know. That could literally be $13. I don't know. It's probably not, though. You know, it's probably like big money. That's how much they charge for us to clean this place. And how much do we get? Like, what's our cut? That's what I want to know. How much are we charged? Watch me break this lantern before I even get downstairs. 1.3 million a job site. This one, I would charge like $3 million to clean this place up. Me in the game. In real life, I probably would do this for free. Just kidding. I don't know if I would do this for free. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would want to be here, but only if it was like guaranteed safe and I wasn't gonna die. Because I think, like, first of all, I like cleaning up. I'll be honest. I like cleaning up within reason. I've mentioned this once. I don't like bending. I don't like picking stuff up. That's not the kind of cleaning I like. I don't like sweeping, but I do love mopping. I love wiping things down. I love scrubbing. That's my kind of cleaning preferred. So I would have a field day in here. I think it'd be great. Plus, I like uncovering secrets. So it's like two birds. But yeah, okay, anyways. Okay. You hate dusting. Yeah, I don't like dusting either. I have bad allergies, so like, whenever, this is the same thing with like cleaning a vacuum. It seems so futile. That is, yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's just like never ending. I always get paranoid with dusting and cleaning the vacuum cleaner because I'm afraid it's going in my brain. Like I'm sniffing it and it's going in my eyeballs and like I'm gonna get some kind of ancient bacteria from doing it. Yes. Okay, I'm going now down this dark corridor. Oh, it's just a I got worked up over nothing. It's literally a dead end. Wow, what a waste of my time. Well, that's cool. Clearly they were planning on making these tunnels bigger. Honestly, what came first though? The tunnels or the prison? Oh my gosh, brain-eating parasites from drinking lake water? I did not know that. And I'm not even a fan of lakes. I am not. I think they're kind of creepy. I've never really been swimming in one. I kind of have a man-made lake, but like I don't like. Oh my god! I gotta get back. I can't be done it. I cannot do this. I thought that was alive. It's not. I don't. Oh god! I can't even talk because if I say certain words, I'm gonna upset myself. Oh, leeches? Oh, in lakes? I've never had a leech on me. Yeah. I'm so overstimulated right now. Okay. I'm so, okay. Calm down. I'm gonna just start shooting. I might even close my eyes because I cannot see. Like I said, certain words will make me want to die. It's like almost being in denial. I can't even aim. I hate this place. Am I not close enough? Oh my gosh. I will set my whole self on fire. Wait, I may actually die. I forgot I can die in this game. Okay. Alright. Alright. It's over. It's over. It's over. Oh my gosh. What the heck is this? Do they have their own light system? What is this? Alright. Yo, they should have said this place is extra large. This is huge. This is so crazy how big this place is to clean. We're talking about upstairs. Upstairs, we got the prisons. Downstairs, we got this. In fact, why do I even need to clean the bug hole? Prisoner 203. Oh, look like I got shot in the head, dude. How did you die? Hold on, let me put your thing down so I can take a look at you before I... Let's see. Oh, he's got a tattoo. Look at his tattoo. It's like a skull and a knife or something. You got a back tattoo also? Oh, it's like another skull type of thing. Very cool. Can't really tell how you died, sir. But you have markings to the abdomen and the head and the wrist. Goodness, I don't know how you died. What's our best guess? What's your name? 203? Cause of death. Death. Cause of death is death. He died. I would have died of shock. Heart attack. On site. Okay. Died of death. Blood on head and abdomen. I don't know. I don't know, like, he could, who knows? He could have been bit and infected. Now, okay, I just remind myself of another traumatizing scene in a movie. I'm gonna do my best to not traumatize anyone else. Has anybody seen The Mist? The Mist movie? It's a Stephen King, I think, short story, I'm not sure. But they made it into a movie. I don't know any of the actors in it. It's actually a very good movie. I know it has 2 endings. I won't spoil too much. But if you have arachnophobia, I would hard pass. Absolutely hard pass on that entire movie. There is one scene that I thought I wasn't gonna make it to the next, like, I thought that was it for me. It was traumatizing to watch. And it sucks when you're watching something for the first time and you don't know, like, when should you close your eyes? You don't know, you know? That's all I have to say. Okay, oh yeah, okay. Prisoner 203, I got your badge right here. Turn it in. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Very perfect. Back on my way. I know eventually I'll probably find some. Well, maybe I can you know, escort these people up here. I'll just do a bit of this, a bit of that. Now, do you all have the same tattoos? That's not gonna be. Let me see. In the light, I want to see. No, this is different. Okay, hold on. What's your tattoo of? What is this? What is that on his back? A snake. Oh, I think it's a snake head. And he's got some stars and a little face on his arm and some. Okay, I love the details. Ooh, a cobra. Very cool. Cards on the other side. Also have no idea how this man died. Can I see your face? Okay. Did not mean to throw your skull into the wall. Just trying to get a good look at your face. No, I don't need to. Let's see who you were. Where did I find your body? Sorry. No disrespect to the dead. Prisoner 853. Gosh, the cause of death of this one's gonna be so impossible. Like, come on, like, same as above. Everybody in this prison is twins. Alright, let's just at least get these guys out the way. That way I don't have to worry. And maybe, I'm not sure if I should drop them down here. Because, would that be easier for me? What are you thinking? Let's just drop them down here. Because the thing is down there. No disrespect, though, sir. Okay, we got these aliens. Oh, these are the ones that, these are, okay, these are like This is the other half of one. Okay, we'll just throw the bodies down here. This is perfect. It's perfect. No elevator required. And we'll just collect them when we get the opportunity. That was another alien. Come on. Perfect. Alright, who's next? Who's next? I'm really can't wait to look in these cells. I like to explore a good cell or two. Anybody in here? No? I need to get, oh yeah, let me get one of these yellow bins too so I can at least also clean up. Oh, this guy has a t-shirt on. And he's got no legs, really. I mean, he's got no calves. Oh, look, he was dragged, I think. Looks like he was dragged. Okay, and he's missing his legs. See how the face looks? Alright. Yeah. Alright. Can't really see the face, can we? You are 281. It would be also cool, just because I'm a sucker for details, to know what they were in here for. That will show me how much respect to treat to the body. 281. You died. You have no legs. Calves missing. Looks like dragged. Dragging. Okay. I'll just take this. Thank you. All right. Lonely, have you played the DLCs for this? I have them. I haven't played them yet though. I plan to once I'm done with the main game. I'm going in order of the worlds, of the levels. I think this is the 5th one for me. Several times for all of them? How? Have you played any other like cleaning simulator games like the Power Simulator one and stuff? I want to play that one next, and Unpacking, which is like so much more wholesome than this. It's not really a cleaning simulator, but it's got a kind of a vibe to it. Alright, let me get this. Oh, House Flipper! I've heard about that one. I want to play that too. They're very fun. It's relaxing and it's interesting. Who are you? Where's your thing? Alright, we got another head smashing situation. That's what it looks like to me. Prisoner 639. Oh, I see. You like the cleaning, but not the interior decorating. I didn't think of that. That it was that it's that detailed. Do you have? Can you like? Is it like kind of open? Like, can you decorate it how you want to, or has to be a certain way to get like the maximum points? Decapitated. And I mean, head smash. Oh. Okay. Take this. But yeah, I think it's, oh, it depends on the job. Some of them let you freestyle. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. That's the thing of Animal Crossing. Because I know, like, in Animal Crossing, the person can come and be like, oh, you know, they can rate your home and, like, give you awards if it's, like, feng shui according to the game. But like you can decorate it how you want, but there's still like a certain like criteria to like get points in that thing. Happy home designers, yes. Okay, let's see. I'm not much of an interior decorator either. I do not have the feng shui. Really. I have the clutter shui. I collect. I like items. I'm not as bad as I used to be, but I want to be as bad as I used to be again someday. I'm forcing myself not to collect things. Just so I can have a little more breathing room. Most of it is like craft supplies. Okay. So as I was thinking, I wonder... Yes, it's maximalism. Yes, yes. I discovered that word last year and I was like, that's exactly what I'm doing. I just have things. You know? I especially love like it's hard for me to have like open spaces. I love open spaces, but like if I have one, I'm like, well, how can I? What else could I add to this to make it look more alive? I like places that look lived in, cozy, with aesthetics. All right, let's get the shiny tray. Just gonna do some like this. Okay, wait a second. We gotta throw away a whole mattress. Do I have to throw away this bed too? Let's see. Testing. Definitely probably not a comfortable bed. Oh, keeping everything clean. Yeah. For me, I have a ton of cubbies because it's really just like it's like organized chaos at my house. That's how I get by. Color coordinated. If everything's the same color, it kind of looks good, even if it's a mess. Trick my own eyes. Okay. Well, how are we gonna get this? I need to hire a moving company. How am I gonna get this mattress in this tiny cell? They couldn't open this door a little bit more. Wait, I think I got it. No, I didn't. I just trapped myself. Okay, let's go. Moving a mattress is really like this too. Let's go. Oh, so close. I still wonder if they built this prison over this bug dungeon. I mean, over this bug hole. Or if, like, the bugs just were, like, you know, trying to, like, extend their home and they just so happened to, like, go on this prison. But also, like, we're on a planet. This planet could be specifically for people who are, like, delinquents. I mean, this could just be a prison planet, you know? So, like, maybe this is just part of the, got it! Okay, wonderful. It could just be part of the punishment, living on a bug-infested planet. But that's kind of tough. Okay, what am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, okay. Alright, let me just calm down. Where did I just throw that mattress to? It just, like, disappeared. Okay, it's over there. Let me continue to get things. Alright, let me make sure I got everything from this screw. I mean, it's cool. This guy, having your own cell and your own toilet, and look, this prison is humongous. This cell alone. It's very special. This must be like the worst of the worst. Oh, wasn't there? Oh, they don't count as trash? Oh, what do you know? Do you know that I am an overachiever, though? I literally thought these were stuffed animals on the bed for a second. I'm trying to just get this garbage right here. Maybe these were writing letters to home. There we go. Not me. Oh, okay. Just a little multi-tech. I forgot there's an entire last will and testament. Exactly. They know. They know. This is the end. Apparently they didn't get it right, so they had to keep trying. I forgot there's an entire upstairs. All right. Oh my gosh. Gosh, these tunnels are look at the toilet. These tunnels are everywhere. Oh man, this person was absolutely dragged. Halved. Where's your little badge? My guy. Who are you? Of course, prisoner 666. Okay, let's see. But you got the... Oh man, you got the... You might probably have been one of the first to go. Definitely dragged. Halved. Okay. Anything else I should know about you? Do you have a head? No, you do not. Decapitated. No good. No good. Alright, well, we're going this way, so I might as well take some of you. Let's see. Oh gosh. That could have easily been still alive. These tunnels. I mean, I'm acting like I know where I am. Dude. Oh, this is another. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's a dead end. These. What is it? These ones are so creepy. Like these really dark ones. Okay, yes. Okay, I burned these. Okay, cool. Okay, okay. It's starting to make sense. It's starting to all come together. I tell myself. I mean, I've been here. Alright, I just follow my own footprints. They're a little chaotic, but I'm sure they'll lead me home. Okay. Now, I still need to keep a lookout for crates and things like that. Like where they go. As I make my way through this place of death and destruction. Dude, I wonder if it's like they have a queen. Like, I wonder if it's like a hive situation. I must have gotten you because you have no thing. So let's go. I remember you. I don't remember the number, but I remember you. I remember when we were in the water world and they had the giant tentacle. Like, giant tentacle creature. I want to find more lore. More writings and such. Okay. A proper destination for it. I need to bring the you know what's really a good sign? I don't see no bullet holes. I don't see no bullets. I love that. Okay, we got friends over here, died together. Where are your tags? Okay, you just look like everybody else. Like this really like very just like question mark death. I'm not sure. 420. Let's see. Not sure how you died. Like, I'm just gonna write like the same as, you know. I don't know what I mean. I don't know what I'm talking about. I wish I could take more than one with me. I guess I could if I had a bucket. Can I remember how to go up? I see my footprints. But do I see my footprints? Oh, it's dark and creepy down there. Have I been here? Maybe those are not mine. Oh wait, they are. Okay, gosh, I'm getting tripped out. One of these. Okay, yes. Perfect. Look at us. Look at us understanding the layout of this. We're mastering the prison system. We're mastering the bug system. We're gonna take over. Personally, I don't ever want to live underground. I don't like that. I know that there's a lot of cultures. I don't know. I want to say a lot, but there are like cultures who can live in underground, in caves. I cannot do that. I'm claustrophobic, and I need windows, or I'll have panic attacks. Like I even feel like I can't live in the middle of the country ever. Like I feel like I have to always live next to the ocean, or like in California, I should say, because I feel like isolated. Not to be dramatic. 472. I want to see prisoner number 1. Has no head. Decapitated. Oh yeah, me too. I do not like hearing about caving accidents, especially when they involve water. I literally just saw a story about that. I'm just like, it's a nightmare. And also, where's this guy's legs? Where's your legs at, man? Are these somebody else? His legs are missing. That, yeah, like people do that. Like it's got to be like the thrill of it all. I just personally think that we're not meant to do every single thing on this planet. So many things we can just simply not do. Did I write about you? Decapitated, missing legs. Like spelunking, hard pass. Missing arms and legs. Well, you know what I don't like what people do? It's cool if you want, like, oh, you're so gung-ho, you want to explore. It's just like, You go to some place where you're not a local, and you end up on the news because you die. And you die because the locals, they said, hey, don't go here, don't do this during this time of day, don't do this at night. And people don't listen because, I don't know, they think they know better, or they want that crazy, oh, look how adventurous I am story. But I mean, like, if you're willing to die, do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. But then it just kind of, I feel like sometimes it makes the country or wherever you go look bad, or like not safe, just because a couple people didn't want to listen. But for me, it's just like, there's certain ways to die that I feel like, okay. And there's like other ways I feel like are going to be so slow and traumatic, like a cave-in. It's like rare you die instantly. Oh, Into the Wild. I heard of that. Did they make a movie about that? I didn't see it, but I heard it was good. I have to put that on my list. We got something to read. It's happening again. It's the corporations, man. They're testing some new weapons on us. I know it. This is just typical experimenting on us prisoners. We don't stand a chance. Only thing we can do now is wait and see what it is. I've seen dust clouds on the surface and felt tremors. Whatever it is, it's close now. Huh. Oh, book was better? I'm gonna see if my library has it. I prefer, I mean, I like both, but I like books for the details, the stuff that they don't put in the movies, or they can't. I like to read about it. This is really interesting. First of all, do they have typewriters in prison? I know that you can write letters, but why would he have his own letter in his own cell? Also, I don't know if you've seen the movie Tremors, but I would rather deal with that than these like bugs. I feel like Tremors is like one giant bug, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 giant bugs, versus like 100 big bugs. I'm not like diehard book over movies, but in that case, I just think it was better. Oh, okay, yeah, same. I don't have like the mentality like the book is automatically better. I just like the details most of the time if they can't put them in the movie. Tremors is an 80s film about these giant like worm-like creatures that, I mean, they're humongous. They are super sensitive to sound. And in this one like local community, I don't know what was going on. There was like certain drilling, like a company was doing some drilling, and it like awoke in them. Anyways, they're attracted to any kind of movement. So if you're like walking across the ground or whatever, they will come to you and try to like eat you like that. And I've only seen the first one, but there's like 5 movies, and each one they kind of have like a hybrid version of the original Tremors, which I think is pretty cool. Like they have like some kind of evolution. I need to see them, honestly, just so I can have more information. But yeah, it's a sci-fi movie, sci-fi horror comedy is how I would describe it. It's an 80s film, so go into it with that if you watch it. I liked it. I think it's a good movie. I recommend it. Okay, Prisoner 381. Let's see. The tunnels look as big as the tunnels in here compared to like with the bug size. Wait, does Tremors have tunnels? I don't know if you actually see the tunnels though. Oh, the different evolutions sound like the different xenomorphs and alien sequels. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like that. Man, you know what? I have not seen the alien movies in so long. I've seen most of the Predator ones, but like, not the alien ones. I gotta watch them. I want to have like a marathon and rewatch them all. Where this person halved? Looks like it. Okay. Well, I'll just take this from you. Definitely, like, Alien is gonna be way, like, more intense than, Tremors. It's like, Tremors is, like, fun. It's, like, fun to watch. Aliens, I think, is, like, scary and, like, oh my gosh, you're just tense watching it the whole time. And it's so creepy. But I like it. Okay, oh, let me get your body. Nope, wrong cell. Well, okay, let me just get anybody. Let me get this. Oh, I hope I'll be able to escort this through the tunnels pretty okay. Just grab the pieces that are around me. I feel like I'm making okay progress. I mean, if anything, I'm collecting the badges, but I still have, I mostly threw all the bodies into a pit. So, yeah, and I hope it's connected to these tunnels. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna have to check because I haven't seen the opening. If I threw all the bodies down here and there's nothing on the other side, I'm gonna have to carry these up somehow. There's gotta be another way to the other, like, let's see where this goes. I could have made, okay, no, perfect. I thought I made a world of trouble for myself. These are connected. Let me get this bug. Hold on. This bug number 5? Yeah, I love a good sci-fi movie. I'm a big sci-fi fan. I enjoy them. I enjoy watching all of them. Bad, good, terrible. I like it. Am I lost? I really should have like left like breadcrumbs for myself or something. Right, okay. Alright, okay. Let's see, is we got crates? Sometimes the crates are where they're supposed to go, but no. No. Yeah, I'll take this with me. See what I can collect down here in this tunnels. Have you ever seen the movie, what's the movie with Ryan Reynolds when he is trapped in a box? What's the movie called? And like this is like filling up with sand. He's like buried in the desert somewhere and he has only a cell phone and he's like trying to warn his family about somebody trying to kill him or something like that. That movie stressed me out. The whole movie takes place in a box. It's good for that. Like, I love movies like that that can make you like so immersed that you don't realize that you just watched like an hour-and-a-half movie in one room, like 12 Angry Men. But gosh, I wish I could remember the name of this movie. With Ryan Reynolds. He's in a box. He's in the military, I'm pretty sure. He's being buried alive. Can't remember. Oh well. It's a good one. You know what movie I just saw that's actually really good? It has nothing to do with anything we've talked about so far. Puss in Boots. The Last Wish. It's a fantastic movie. Highly recommend that everybody go see it. I cried 3 times. It's really good. Really liked it. I want to watch it again. It has a really great concept. No spoilers from me. Okay, let's get this bug. Oh, I don't think I counted this bug. This half a bug. I don't know. I want to put the smaller stuff first. Let me do this. Oops. Okay. Let's get this lava rock. Lava rock. That's what this is. I don't think I can blast these any smaller. Ugh, okay, whatever. Okay, I think I came from this way. Oh, I'm gonna be mopping like crazy. I'm gonna be having mop bucket after mop bucket. Okay, I think most of everything still kind of stayed in. Fortunately. What is this? Oh, hold on, I'm trying to... I want to see. What is all these... Oh, wow! I've never seen the bottles break like this. That's pretty cool. Don't know how that happened. Do you have a favorite movie, Lonely? Mine is The Lost Boys. That's my favorite movie. Alright. I don't know if I want this. I can move this. I don't really need this lantern. It's just gonna cause a hazard. I don't know. There's not really a really great place to put it. At least I know there's nothing in the dark corners. I'm gonna have to clean them though from taking my dirty footprints over there. Alright, I'm trying to find the way out. They asking a lot of me right now to not drop this bucket. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. Let's continue. Let's get this guy out the hallway. These kind of look like the aliens from Independence Day. Kind of. Like the first one, where they're doing the dissection, it's kind of like, has like that interesting shaped triangle head. You know? Kind of looks like that. You squint with one eye and close the other. Use your imagination. I wonder if those aliens... I guess, I mean, technically you could call anything a bug, I feel like. Like anything could kind of look like a bug. But, goodness, what is with me today? Alright, let me move a little less chaotically. Did I get view from the hallway? No. This person could have been thrown with this giant blood splatter. TK9. Sure, guys. Prisoner 883. Okay. Maybe thrown? These cause of deaths in here. If they're not sliced in half, I don't know. I have no idea. Alright, let me get rid of the paperwork first. Always almost miss this room. Awesome. Very nice. at this point, I just like, I show up extremely late to movies to make sure I listen. I'm tired. It's true. I am tired. But the abuse that I am facing, trying to get this, like, how am I supposed to actually escort this to the incinerator? I mean, should I have taken the stairs? I should have taken the stairs. That would probably been better for me. These tunnels are a nightmare. Enough to make me quit my job. It doesn't help the game is moving like, really like, I don't know how to describe it. Not choppy, but it's like making me disoriented. Like, do you see this? It's driving me crazy. Oh, that's right. There is an elevator. But I jumped down. I need to learn how to use it. Okay. Oh, gosh. Okay, let me just calm down. It's fine. Let me move this barrel because I know I'm going to hit it. And stress myself out. No, was it? Okay, the incinerator is over here. I need to actually learn how to use the elevator. Okay, let's just... We've come so far. I must see this through. Be gentle. Gentle, patient. Gosh, what am I getting stuck on? Am I getting stuck on like the slightest thing? Yo, this place is crazy. Okay, they're gonna tell me like absolutely you cannot do it this way. I hear you. I hear you, AI. I'm not gonna try. Alright, this is my first and last time attempting this. I'll play the game proper. No shortcuts. Got you. Okay, I'm having a nervous breakdown. Just doing this one barrel. Okay. Now, let me check out this elevator. Elevator stair situation. Now I jumped down. Where did I jump down from? body's still here. Where did I jump down from? Oh, this. Okay. Let's see. Oh! That's not a good sign. Oh, this. Oh, wait. Whoa. There's a third floor? Are you kidding me? This place is falling apart. What the heck room is this? Oh, this place is not large. It's extra large. What is this? Ventilation? Okay, wait. Oh, wait. It's the second floor. I think, okay, so there's it's a basement, the regular floor, and then this floor. There's so many floors. Alright. Well, I mean, your place looks kind of clean. Oh. Okay. Prisoner 912. Wait. I mean, looks like you were thrown against the wall, but there's no way. I'm not gonna know. I'm not gonna know how you died. Extra large with a side of tunnels. Absolutely. I did not order this. 912. I don't know. Same. Listen, I don't want to disrespect the dead, but let me tell you something about my current situation. Everybody gonna have to go. Everybody gonna have to just meet me downstairs. Apologies in advance. Now, as for these, I mean, I'm gonna have to find another system as well because, well, let's try the elevator. Let's see how fast the elevator is off to go. I mean, they make me. I don't know why they don't let me use my other hand. They're gonna make me put this down. Well, what else can I take down with me? I don't want to take the crates yet until I know exactly where they're supposed to go. I'll take this book. I don't want. Never mind. No. I need to just focus. The electricity works a bit. Where I can go up and down stairs. Alright. Okay, this isn't so bad. Elevator works pretty good. I mean, it still is quite, what's the word I'm looking for? Counterproductive, but I don't complain so much. I need to get one of the water buckets with me, I think. So I can, it's smaller, I prefer the water buckets to, well, never mind then. Let's fade. I prefer the water buckets to these big yellow ones. I think they're easier to maneuver. But, okay, now I have to find the elevator again. I think I came in through here. Walk through a wall, then open a door, apparently. I'm gonna throw this in my pit of bodies. Oh yeah, everything today. Stuck on all the, like, everything. I'm gonna be honest, it's really satisfying throwing it down there. There's a ton of people here. Did I do your name tag? Oh yeah, I threw you from the balcony. From the second floor. No disrespect. You know, just trying to be efficient. It's crazy that, like, in this world you're incinerating, when really you would be, like, just torching them in a pile versus, like, pitting them in an incinerator one at a time. Okay, what's this paper say? Man, I keep telling them, but they don't believe me. It was a dang Black Ops craft that flew over the other day. I've seen them before. They must have dropped something, because weird stuff's been happening ever since. The ground is shaking, man. That ain't good. Oh, that's really interesting then. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're finding things out. Maybe, like, maybe the military, because one of the papers said, like, oh, they're being tested on. I'm not sure how, like, how they're being tested on, but everybody has said that they experienced tremors and shaking. And I wonder if the military, like, bombed their nest to, like, see how they would attack. And that's, like, the experiment. Like, cause I've heard of situations like that. Like, they know the outcome will be bad, but they want to see how bad. And did they see? They literally said, like, in my notes, they're like, oh, come clean this place. We needed to have clean so we can run some tests. Like, they're just gonna do it again or something similar. This guy died behind his bed. Oh, sorry, I'm dragging. You could just rest right here. Why so choppy? This game's so choppy today. Maybe it's because it's a huge map. There you go. One final resting place for you. 404 not found. Ah, that's cute. What a cute joke. I didn't mean to pick this up. Okay. 404 not found. Not found and hiding behind a bed. That's funny. But how did you die though? I mean, you're just one of those anonymous deaths. Those we'll never know. Maybe the autopsy will tell us. Oh, look at his tattoo has like binary code on it or something. 1001 something something, remember. That's cool. TK9, is that the gang you were in? I'm just trying to write about 404 not found. And the game crash is kind of funny. Unknown death, you know? Just whatever. Where's their body? I don't know, but I got their name tag turned in, I'm pretty sure. Did I turn in their name tag? Hope I did. I don't remember actually now. I'm sure I'll not forget them. 404 not found is gonna be like significant. Who are you? I know I wrote about this person because they're half, and we don't have a lot of half deaths. Into the pit. Maybe I'm being haunted by the ghosts of these prisoners. They don't like how I'm treating their bodies, but I need enough disrespect. I'm just trying to be efficient. Oh, I fell down there with them. No! Alright. Quite the collection I have. Let's just take one with me down the road. I'll only take one at a time anyways. Crazy that I'm starting to remember. It is quite a trek though, I have to say. Definitely should have put the bodies probably on the elevator had I been more efficient. It probably would have been a better strategy. But you live and you learn. Hopefully. reason I picked it up, because that's really creepy. But I'm gonna definitely just start incinerating Ew! It does make a noise. That's disgusting. After I on fire. So gross. The last time I played in the snow place, I blew myself up by detonating a bomb in an incinerator. I didn't realize like it's like really like that. I really love that. Those kind of details. It's very well done. I definitely feel like I'm on an alien planet. This just goes to show we don't try to colonize anything. Like, why did we build a prison on this bug planet? What kind of ego? Like, humans have the biggest egos. I feel like you'd be hard pressed to meet another species with an ego as big as a human being's. I'm gonna have to. Gosh, I need to. Where's my gun? They're not quite. I'm not trying to see the 1,000 ways I can die. It is cool. You can shrink these. I don't have my box. I'm used to walking back and forth. It's all worth it in the end when I start to come off. And I can see the effort. I wonder though how I can... I wonder if I have to really... Like, ew, this is moving? This is moving! That is disgusting. Do I have to really like set this on fire more? I don't think that's gonna mop up. I mean, we're gonna have to use ammonia and bleach. Like, we're gonna have to use everything. We really just need to start blowing these places to smithereens. That's what the government usually does, don't they? Don't they just blow stuff up and like that's how you get rid of evidence? Like, I'm really doing some manual labor here. Very detailed cleaning work. Can't take a... Oh, I wonder if I can sweep those things. Let me see. Maybe it's faster if I can sweep them down. Oh gosh, it's doing it again. Why am I having so many technical difficulties? I can't pick up, I can't change my tools again. Okay, that's working. I guess I just don't have a broom on me. Usually broom... Oh, here we go. I thought I had a broom. But I'm going to see if I can just like push stuff down the tunnel so I don't have to carry them one at a time. I've tried this before to no avail, but maybe today is the day. Let's see. I mean, it is working. I can't argue it's faster, but it's something. Strategy. Kind of done. Okay. That's fine. It was worth a try. Green. This room is all green. And I'll just continue getting the bodies out of this tunnel where I have dragged them. Imagine having to go on a rescue mission to get your friends or something from this. What a nightmare. This honestly, this world specifically, I mean a lot of the worlds, but like this one specifically would make a really interesting movie. I've seen movies like this, but I kind of like rescue type of movies where people just slowly die one by one. They get picked off as they look for their friends who like went missing. I think the Descent is like that. Not the first Descent, but the second one. Those are good. Those are good ones. Or a person. Oh no, I had your name tag and you. I didn't get your name. Decapitated. Halved. Okay. Maybe head smashed. Prisoner 792. There's a lot of prisoners. Okay, 792. And no guards. I don't know if you noticed that. A lot of prisoners, no guards. I mean, his head was smashed. But that's not really an option. You can choose when you check out. Alright. I think this leads to up. Yeah. Okay, I wanted to get a water usually. I'll just have to spill it. And then I can start putting some of the smaller items into here. I read that already. Okay, here's another body I didn't check out. This person halved and dragged. I mean, there's no drag marks, but I mean, the body is... I guess there's kind of a slight drag mark. How is there no blood in between, though? That's really interesting. Alright, who are you? 331. Halved. Dragged. I'll just take you. Should I try the elevator? And just rest, chill right here for a second. That'd be cool. Oh, let me pick up some of this trash. These things are so sensitive. Barely touched it. Hopefully next section I play is not so choppy as this one. I mean, is this a toilet seat? We saw the other actual toilet seats. It has to be a toilet seat. It's just so, like, wide. I feel like you'd fall in. Let me put this on the elevator. I wonder how much can fit on here. It looks like a good amount can fit on this elevator. As long as it doesn't move like lightning speed, we should be okay. Who are you in the corner over here? With no legs. Calves missing. Prisoner 827. Why is this calves? 827. Calves missing. Wait, I don't know if I took their badge. I might have forgot their badge. Yes. 827. See what like color the floors actually are. Alright. Oh, there's a ton of brooms over here. Why are there so many? There's literally like 3 brooms. It's very interesting. Take these legs. And then the elevator. Wait. Oh my gosh. It's so easy to get turned around. This is definitely like the first section that I wanted to do with another person. Because it's like you could have somebody upstairs and then downstairs and then in the tunnels. And I think like that would be really efficient. Did we read this lore? Let's see. Yes, we did. Oh yeah, I read those too. Okay, let me get another bucket. Take some of these smaller items. That's so funny. You co-op with your friend once or twice, and for the most part, she was deliberately unhelpful. That's what I think about too, like playing with people and like they're purposely messing stuff up or not being efficient at their job. That's pretty funny. Alright, I'm gonna use Alright, let me just take this stuff down and see how we do. Could be a little more gentle. Hey, yeah, I'm definitely gonna be a fan of that elevator. I feel like as long as I can learn how to walk through doorways, it's a very, very efficient means of getting downstairs. Maybe it's just because it's our first large map. I don't want these kinds of problems. Yeah, it could be the lag. Larger maps tend to make the game lag out more. That's what I'm thinking as well. We didn't do it for the medium and smaller maps. I didn't have any issues. This map is huge though. Like, oh, I understand. I just want the experience to be enjoyable for y'all watching. Alright. That's more like it. I'm getting an A++. Oh my. Wow, these bottles are really breaking. Maybe, I think actually these might be the first glass bottles I've dealt with. Because I usually just get those cans, those bags of chips. We got full-on glass bottles that are gonna cause a hazard. It's talking about severe injury. Oh my gosh, you can hold shift too. Wait, let me see if I can test it. Okay, this is me moving fast, and I hold shift. Oh my gosh! Thank you. Wow, that's so much better. I didn't know I was running this whole time. You see, that's why I'm grateful that you're here. We need an expert. Always have an expert. To help when, things like those. These kinds of things are game changers. I saw a tiny piece of intestines. Oh, there it is. I'm very grateful. Super appreciative. That definitely should help me not be like zooming around like a madman. They're probably like, if I had coworkers, they'd be like, wow, he's always running everywhere. It's like he really, really likes his job. Like, no. Maybe like too much caffeine. Oh my, oh, I forgot. I totally like left this man in this bed. Oh wait, have I been in this room? Free. Free what? I'm trying to get this piece of paper. Okay, did I not say your cause of death? I'm pretty sure I'm the one who put you in this bed. But I guess I forgot everything about you. Ooh, are you? Oh, this is 404. This is when the game started being so weird. Okay. Let's just put the name tag back. Well, that's kind of nice. Walking, kind of soothing. And playing when I'm already sleepy is kind of funny. Because my brain is literally, I don't think I'm alive right now. I'm on autopilot. I must return this corpse. Elevator, please. Oh my gosh, I didn't even bring it up. Well, you know, I know what to do. I think actually, I keep seeing these sparkles. They're so pretty, but where are they coming from? Like, what are those? Did you see that? Okay. I bet the barrel thing is gonna be like upstairs or something. I mean, I don't know how they expect me to fix this concrete. I did not get paid enough. Never seen those sparkles either? Oh, I'm breaking the game. Maybe it's my laptop. I'm playing on a gaming laptop, but maybe it's just not like efficient enough. It should be. If I say so. Fill this up. The intestines, like my least favorite is like the bullets, picking up bullets and stuff. I'm like in these intestines. Oh wow, somebody was washing their body part in the sink. Why do we have medical trays? Maybe they're like for lunch or something. Maybe they're just like food trays. Look like medical trays. Oh really? You like that I play it differently? Well, thank you. You don't look at the lore? Really? All the times you play, you just clean it up? I love lore. I love I don't know what you call it. Like games with encyclopedias. Or have like stories. I like to know. I'm a curious cat. Curious individual. It would take me like 100 years to finish games because of that. I want to see everything. I would say this is slower than even my normal though, just because of how the game is playing today. I really hope it doesn't do this next time. Oh, that's cool though. This is definitely like a good game to listen to podcasts to. That sounds like really relaxing. Cause I mean, like you kind of like if you clean at home, like that's kind of like what I do. Like I put on something, music or podcast. It's nice to not have to like look really. And you can just do your task. Like look at a screen. Even if you're playing a game, look at a screen, but like watch someone talk. I mean, oh my gosh. Okay. I think it's definitely gotten worse as I've played. I don't think it was as bad in the beginning of my playthrough. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yes, I read this one. I like imagining my little janitor character listening to podcasts while cleaning up these horror trucks. I love that. I love that. I love that they gave us a boombox to like listen to music too. But it would be cool if the oh my gosh, I can't paper in here. It would be cool if the boombox had like news reports or like a news station or something like that. Yeah, something like a podcast to listen to. That would be really cool. Did you ever play the game The Quarry, or watch it? I've only seen playthroughs of it, and there's a character on there who's like always listening to podcasts on his headphones or something. But I like that. Like, how much? What did I say? What did I bring that up for? I just I don't know what I brought that up for. I was trying to connect my thoughts, but I can't. It's the quarry. It's like one of those like choose your own. You get to like control the characters and like make them make decisions. It's like a horror game, kinda. Oh, now I have to bring the elevator up here. And each decision like has a different outcome. Quarry, Quarry. If I'm saying it weird. I think I'm only going up one floor. Oh, you've heard of it though. Okay, yeah. It's not a great game story-wise. It's kind of dumb. What the heck? I'm already breaking the elevator. But it is interesting. If you, I like watching. I like watching these games to see the different decisions that people make. So like it's like fun to watch like that, like to see what different people do and what the outcomes are. But this particular story in this game wasn't like amazing. But it's worth watching stuff like that. Oh gosh, come on, we just need to make it downstairs. Oh yeah, Life is Strange and Walking Dead. Yeah, Walking Dead especially. Like I've seen it like 5 times just to see like what else happens. I bought it recently. I want to play it, but I want to wait for a while because it's I want to make when it's not so fresh in my head. I feel like I'm making wrong decisions. You're probably wondering, Marissa, why is your face so big today? Why is it taking up the entire game? Well, this stream in particular, wherever you're viewing this, is sponsored by me, Eurythmic. That's also me with a K. Eurythmic with a K. I'll link everything later. But this top, this crochet top, I made this. It's ready to ship on my site. One of one halter type of this design. Don't quite have a lot of unisex items, but I make everything custom handmade in all sizes. Ready to ship stuff is like, you know, as is, but I also do customs. That's mostly what I'm known for. All sizes, no questions. And as you can see, my dramatic necklace, I'm going to start selling vintage jewelry very soon. I used to do it a bit, books and jewelry, and I got the opportunity to do it again. More information about that later, but if you are interested in this top, I'm going to link it on my YouTube. It'll be linked down there below. I have a ton. As you can see, look, it's already starting to, I don't know. Okay, let me go into it with a positive mindset. I have a ton of stuff to take care of here. As you can see, I have been doing a lot of walking. I'm putting bodies down here to drag to the incinerator later. I thought that was a good strategy, but I don't know. All I know is it's probably it's best to take my time in this place just because it's so ginormous. The elevator, I've been using that. That has been really effective. So I'll continue. I wonder if like I changed some of the settings so that maybe it would have a slightly less resolution or like slightly less dynamics, but I don't know if that's gonna really help with the lag. All right, I'm gonna see if I got all the bodies down here. Are those new lip piercings? If not, then I'm just not observant. And your cam. Oh, I'm covering the whole game still. I'm so sorry. I was doing my advertisement and I forgot to shrink it. What if you weren't here? It would have just been like that. I wouldn't have even noticed. Okay, well, thank you for that. No, these are not new. You probably haven't noticed because I haven't had my entire face covering the screen like that. I've had these for like maybe 3 years or so. I have been streaming with plastic jewelry in, so it's harder to see. They're not plastic anymore, but I had to get some MRIs. So, they were plastic for a while, and now they're not again. But yeah. Yeah. I've had multiple variations of these piercings like throughout my life, but these three, the three I have been up there for some time now. But thank you for letting me know about the screen. I really appreciate that. I think I got all the bodies down here. Everybody, all the aliens, all the humans, and now I just wait. Yeah, I just need to. I gotta go upstairs now and to continue doing the bodies that are. And just I'm gonna just throw them over because we don't have time. We'll see. We'll see. All right, let me get this elevator situation going on. No big deal. It's an alien type of murder prison. Not just any kind of aliens, bug aliens, the best kind of aliens. This is one of them. I'll show you. Kind of a little bit of this, a little bit of that. This one is bifurcated. The other half, the abdomen, is I don't know where it is, but we'll find it. We'll dispose of it. We'll get rid of all the evidence. Since we are on a different planet, I don't know why we have to get rid of evidence at all. Like, who's gonna find out? Okay, who is this? Okay, so a lot of the people here are missing their calves, and I cannot find their feet. I have not found not a 1 foot from people who have been having this kind of situation. Also, nobody here has any names. This is prisoner 575. Game is running a little slow, but not terrible. Okay, how is it like unbearable? Because this section in particular is pretty laggy. I'm not dropping frames or anything on my end, and like everything's pretty chill. The internet is pretty fine. I mean, I'm on Wi-Fi, so you take what you can get. 575 missing, calves missing again. Calves missing. I appreciate it though. Like, trust me, my sister will come here all the time. She'll be here and she will not tell me. She's better now, but like I'll be sitting there like with a black screen, no updates, audio muted. But no, she's better now. But yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, prisoner 575. I'm gonna drop this off at the thing. Alright, try not to drop this. The evidence. Oh, whoa, right here. I didn't realize how close I was to the punch-o-matic. Okay, that's good news. Do you see the sparkles? That's not supposed to be happening either. I wonder if it matters if I'm like I have it open at like 64 bits, but that's what my computer does. That's what it says. Now I'm using these words. That doesn't mean I know what they mean. But I wonder if I should change it to like a even lower one. I don't know. All right, this is 575. No legs. I'm just gonna respectfully toss him over. Time is money. Oh my gosh, why is this prison like really like real life? Like real life size. You know what it doesn't have though? A cafeteria. And I haven't seen it. Yeah, okay. Alright. Oh my. Okay, so we got head blasted. Again. This is 849. There's a lot of people here. 849. Head gone. Blasted. I don't know, like, what I think. Okay, because the bugs have pinchers. And if I'm an alien bug, that's my main choice of weapon. Like, giant pinchers. They probably got their heads zipped off. Do you know what I'm saying? Oh, wait, I dropped a... Not him, but I dropped the thing I need. The punch-o-matic collector thing. My USB that has proof of this person's existence. Okay, now to remember. My memory's been kind of trash lately this last week. We'll try to keep it together. Need to take more lines, man. Alright. Where? Here we go. But yeah, I think because a lot of people have been decapitated, and a lot of them have been, whatchamacallit, like, no calves. So the pincher bug people, they probably came, pinched the legs on some people, and then pinched the heads on others. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. I'm not a scientist, but that's my takeaway. If we're talking bug. Oh wait, Lord. What a crap hole we live in now. I mean, man, as if months spent aboard prison vessel Cortex. Okay, that's not typed right. I mean, man, as if months spent aboard prison vessel Cortex Strikers wasn't bad enough. They drop us off here on Ferry 162, a hell from which there is no escape. Gosh dang it! At least I'm not alone. There were others on the ship, a rotten group of degenerates. They were all right. I don't belong here. Not quite sure, like, not quite sure what to take from this, because sometimes, like, you're not supposed to be a prisoner, you know, falsely imprisoned, you know, incarcerated, like, not supposed to be, but like, oh, wait, there's tunnels that go upstairs too? How would they get their tunnels all the way upstairs? Now, this is really mysterious. Alright, let's see where this tunnel leads. Well, actually, let me finish dropping off the bodies down there, just so I know that they're all going to be in one spot. Gosh, they gave us 2 incinerators downstairs, right next to each other. Ridiculous. Why not one incinerator upstairs and one downstairs? Like, why have them both exactly right next to each other? I guess because, you know, like, people play this game in teams, but for a solo adventurers is not helpful. It's counterproductive. Anyways, so that's this situation. I don't know how they expected to clean this up. Alright. Who's next? Okay. We've got a legs. We've got a legs. We've got a legs. Ooh, you know what? I know who this was. Because I found their body. I found just their half down there. And then this must be the rest of them, but I can't say I remember exactly who it was when it comes to the numerical system I have working with me right now. Let's see if I can see it on here. Dragged, half decapitated, decapitated, missing arms and legs, halved. I don't know which one of these this person would have been. I don't have any idea. So we'll just move along. Okay. All right. This for the this is the elevator room. Good, good. Oh, yeah, okay. Let's see. All right, I got all the bodies in that section. Now there's this section. This person. Oh, look at this door. We can open it. Oh, what's this lead to? Another stairwell? Oh, they're connected. Wonderful. All right. Here we go. Next person. 526. I'd like to get a close-up. I mean, these guys are the hardest. You really can't tell how these guys died. There's no real, like... If anything, it looks like they died of shock. You know? No clue. 526? I don't know. I just put same for the ones that, like, kind of just died. And I don't know how. So I'm just going to leave that for my guessing brain later. Alright, let me take this down to the Punch-O-Matic. I do feel like I'm kind of getting the hang of the layout of this place. Look, even the Punch-O-Matic's not working anymore. Oh, there it goes. I need a reboot. I know that won't actually work in this game, but metaphorically, I need one. Okay. Okay. I'm trying not to get turned around. Alright. Alright, some more aliens. ends up killing the aliens? Because this time there's no bullets. So far I haven't found any evidence that somebody has come and saved the day. And these are like cleanly sliced in half. So like, I mean, either they were torn perfectly, like just torn, like that, or well, let's think about it. They're definitely, I mean, maybe a laser, but I feel like a laser would cauterize. That's usually the case. It cauterizes on impact as it slices you into pieces. So I don't think, not a laser. Right. Oh, look, we got a body under the mattress, and they're dissected. They're in half. Let's just move that out of the way. Okay. Oh, looks like not just half though. It looks like something like fell on the person and split them in two, just because the floor beneath them is broken. But I'm being way too detailed about this. Okay, 90210. Oh wow, I ran out of space on this. Wow, there's so many. This is the most people we've had. I ran out of space on that. You can't do any more. Halved. You know what we have not done? We haven't done a small map. And I look forward to that day if it's possible. It's gotta be. Because why are you gonna have medium maps, large maps, and you're not gonna have a small map? That would be cool. Okay. Alright. Good. Okay, we're gonna be doing a little this and that, because I'm gonna get a little turned around. Wait, oh no, wait, was it you? I forgot to throw you over. Come on. Let's go. Very nice, very nice. Oddly satisfying throwing them overboard, I have to say. Ooh, overboard. Speaking of, wouldn't it be great to go on a cruise ship? I probably couldn't do that in this game, huh? Like, to clean up a cruise ship? I think that would be awesome. But you probably wouldn't be able to do that in there. Because we haven't really... well, maybe. Because okay, wait. There's a situation happening here. I only see one of those things. So, who are you? Oh, okay, there goes yours. Okay. 208. But yeah, we have been to places where there's water. You know? And... that means there could be boats. That's my logic. Not a murder cruise ship, though. Whatever, okay? Well, I'll keep my dreams to myself. You know, haven't you ever seen Ghost Ship? That's an older one. It's an old horror movie. I didn't say it was a good movie, but it is a movie that takes place in, like, it's a haunted ship. It's basically like Titanic, if like what happened after Titanic, you know? I haven't seen it in a while, so I might be a little gray on the plot there, but cruise, ghost ship, you know? Somebody has to clean it up. I'm just saying, if they're gonna put it in the game, I'd be very happy to try that out. You do remember Ghost Ship? Oh, right. Finally, one of my references sticks. That's an old one. I haven't seen it in a while. I remember one scene pretty vividly. Pretty sure it's from this movie. Or I might be getting confused with, not House on Haunted Hill, the remake. There's another, is it House on Haunted Hill? There's another haunted house movie where a piano wire comes out and, like, decapitates somebody. And I think that happens in the Ghost Ship, also say Ghost of Mars. Getting my wires crossed in my brain. There's a scene where, like, a wire comes down as everybody's, like, on the floor and, like, kills everyone. How many movies is this? 13 Ghosts is one of my favorite horror movies ever. Okay? Wait, hold on. Wait. Wait, you was smoothly... It was definitely Ghost Ship. Okay, wait. Ghost of Mars is a terrible classic. I haven't seen it in so long, but that's the one with Ice Cube, right? I feel like, have I ever really seen that movie to completion? I'm not sure. So wait, Ghost Ship is definitely the one where like a wire or something comes down and everybody kind of gets like decapitated or sliced. I'm pretty sure, right? Shout out to 13 Ghosts, one of the greatest movies ever. I love it so much. I've never seen the original though. I was yay years old when I found out that it was a remake. That movie though does not get enough credit for what it was. Right? Very creative. I used to have like where you could see like the DVD where you could see like what all the ghosts were, like their meanings. That was my favorite thing, the lore of the ghosts. I'm a big lore person. So that was everything I always wanted in a horror movie. And they were so creepy. Each ghost could absolutely have their own movie and it'd be like fascinating. Okay, this person is just a torso. Not to say that that is all he was. He's more than a torso, but right now this is he's just a torso, no head. Arms though. So the original could probably never live up to what we got in the 90s. Yeah. What was that movie called? Oh, wait. I like the movie with when the people go on the boat and it's been taken over by an AI that uses human parts. Wait, hold on. It's my stupid computer. Hold on. No, you typing fine. Wait, let's see. The movie where the people go on the boat and it's been taken over by an AI that uses human parts for AI machines. What movie is that? I don't know if I've seen that one. Cause, wait. I don't think I've seen this movie. AI boat movie? I don't think I've seen that one. I gotta add that to my list. Virus? Cause you know what you said made me think of the plot of, well, a part of the plot of this show called The 100, but that's because there's an AI in there. But I don't know if they take human parts, so I'm probably just thinking of whatever. Yeah, no, I can't. I don't think I've seen that one. Virus 1999. I gotta add it to the list. Is it scary? I just dropped this thing. But I agree, Trips. I don't know if the remake could live up to what they did the old one could live up to the remake because it was just so good. The effects are great. I thought the dialogue was pretty funny. The beautiful creepy house. Gosh, I gotta watch that soon. That's the kind of movie I like to rewatch like too many times. Now I gotta add Virus to my list. Alright. Look at the inspiration this area has gotten. We're just talking about horror movies. You know? I was mentioning earlier, like, this is basically The Walking Dead, like the first season, I think, first or second season when they go to the prison. I forget what season it is. Like, wait, who are you? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I need to know who you are before we just toss you overboard. They're the first to go, you know? They're trapped. They have no choice. And that's pretty terrifying. And that's why you shouldn't commit crimes, and hopefully not be falsely accused of crimes. Also, hopefully the prison system and the judicial system, it could be better. Okay, alright. Alright, okay, 622. That's why I'm not a politician. I'm not very, I don't have the wordsmith abilities to connect my thoughts always. 622, no calves. Oh, you say that the Virus 1999 is not scary anymore? No babs. I did it twice. Okay. Yes. You know what? I'm trying to think. I feel like whenever I watch a scary movie, it's always scary to me. And there's parts I'll never watch. Like, I'll always close my eyes. And one movie in particular I'm thinking of is The Conjuring. I've rewatched that movie so many times. That's like a comfort movie for me to just like have on in the background. And there's two scenes I won't ever look at. I've seen them on accident, but I prefer not to have them in my memory. I don't know if you've seen those. I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, all the scenes involve the witch as she's described. That's very, very creepy. Alright. men are so clean shaven. No, do they even have eyebrows? No judgment, just curious. Is it a colony? Why would they all look like, maybe it's a policy. I can't really tell if this person, oh, this person has eyebrows. But you know, I know like when you go to prison, well, maybe, I don't know if they still do this, but definitely back in the day, they like, you know, they spray you with chemicals and stuff. And I think in some places they will shave you back in the day because of lice and stuff. And that's why people wear wigs. I'm not sure if that was a myth. That's something I feel like I learned. Paranormal movies you don't mess with. My mom has a very strict no satanic movies. No exorcism movies. And my sister, she's more so no movies about dolls. And then my mom's husband is more like no movies about kids. Me, I gotta say I'll watch them all. Every single one. There's not a horror movie I won't watch just to watch it. Just to see. You know, like, I definitely, let me see, do I have a preference? What kind of movies? What kind of horror movies do I prefer? I don't know. That's a good question. I should really try to figure that out. I've got all the bodies down, so let's just bon voyage. Can I die from jumping? No, okay. I'm gonna throw these bodies down my little pit right here. But I'm trying to think of horror movies that bother me the most. Oh, you'll watch it, but you'll jump. Yeah, I mean that's part of the fun is being scared. I'm not saying I'm a huge chicken. Just for the record, I'm afraid of a lot of stuff. It's true. But I really like to see because I feel like I want to know what's out there. You know, I don't like to be taken by surprise. I absolutely hate it. I want to know what's coming most of the time. You know? Just not a big fan of like, I don't like jump scares for that reason. But I do like them if it's really terrifying. And I don't like the fake jump scares. You know what I mean? Like a cat, oh, a bird. You know, like I want a real like monster kind of situation. I really like sci-fi. I really like sci-fi horror movies. I love movies. Maybe that's what it is. I like monster horror movies a lot. But that's because I like special effects. But I like practical effects. You know, I'm kind of like one of those people. I don't really like CGI. I'll watch it, but like I think it's art, you know, making creepy things like monsters. Like Guillermo del Toro, like he's really fantastic with stuff like that. You know what I mean? A movie that used to scare me as a kid, oh my gosh, was Darkness Falls. That was one of the most terrifying movies that I watched growing up. That movie changed my life. I'm pretty sure it changed my brain chemistry. Like, I still have issues with that. Like, I'm not afraid of the dark, but the thought, like, it's the thought that something can only move in the darkness, and like I'll trip myself out going to the bathroom at night and like need to turn on all the lights or use my flashlight to get from here to there, because just that 1% chance that it might be real. And if I think about it, like I have a brain where I'm like, if I think about it, it's true. So like sometimes I'm afraid. I'm telling you guys way too much information. Sometimes I'm afraid that I'm gonna like manifest it into existence and like it's gonna come and kill me and all that. Yeah, that movie is so, that's actually a really scary movie, Earl. That's not even, I don't even feel like that's a casual one. The concept is really scary. The fact that like, well, you know, it's a twisted tooth fairy retelling and all, like, yeah. I like stuff like that though, you know. There's another movie about tooth fairies that is also creepy, but done differently. I don't know if you've seen, Don't Be Afraid of the Dark. There's a little girl and her dad's like not an architect, but he's like fixing up this house, and he's like remarried and he's got this young wife or whatever, and like they're all living at this house they're fixing up, but this house used to belong to like this artist, and apparently like in the basement there are these like little demon creature type things, and they like will trick children into thinking they're nice, and then they'll like eat the kids' teeth or something like that. They don't show that part, but it's a really like dark fairy tale. That's how I would describe it. It's creepy, but I feel like in a beautiful way, and it just has a lot of good like lore. I really liked it. It's not as scary as Darkness Falls in any capacity. It's more, yeah, it's more definitely like just a dark fairy tale but still creepy, a little violent also in some scenes. But highly recommend. That's another movie I like to rewatch. Well, I'm trying to remember. Okay, yes. You know what? Oh, okay. Darkness Falls, another movie that's similar that I think is super scary and always scares me every time I watch it is Lights Out. Have you seen that one? Where it's like this woman who's connected to these kids' mom, and like they're like, one of them's a grown kid, but like she can only be around in the darkness, and if you turn off the lights she'll disappear, but every time you turn off the lights she's like right there. I don't know if you've seen that movie. It's so good. I won't say anything else because it's I don't like to spoil stuff, and I talk a lot, but like, yeah, that's a good one. That's a really scary one to me. It has funny light moments, but like I think it's the concept is just anything where it's like, I always hate those scenes in movies where they're taking pictures and or like using something as a flashlight and it keeps like dying and they have to keep shaking the flashlight or keep taking pictures and then all of a sudden the monster thing pops up. I always hate that kind of stuff in movies. But wait, Fire in the Sky scared me. I can handle anything except an alien horror movie. I've never seen Fire in the Sky. Another one, Virus, Fire in the Sky. I gotta add those to my list. See, I love sci-fi horror, but I don't think I don't think I find them scary. But I think it depends. You know what I think is scary? Like, movies that really creep me out. The Thing is really good, but I'm thinking more so like, what is that? A super classic. It's been remade 100 times. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. That always kind of gave me the heebie-jeebies because they look like people, they act like people, whatever, and then you like slowly start to notice they're not who they are. That like freaks me out. And what's even scary is like when more people start to become like, you know, to be whatever, they're like hidden aliens in human bodies and you don't know who's who, and that, or you're the last one who hasn't been infected. I just think that's so scary and creepy. Like that isolation and not having anybody to trust. That's real life. It's too much. Hey, we practically got all the bodies in the incinerator. That is very good news. I gotta know more about Fire in the Sky. Is it like is it an older movie? And what makes it scary for you, if you don't mind? I'm curious. Alright, I think I got all the bodies from my little pit. Or not. No. Oh, wait. Oh, no, this is not where I dropped. Oh, well, let's get these legs. Let's get these legs. No, they should not add a scary factor to this game. In fact, there's been multiple times I thought they were gonna do that and I like freak out because I'm not used to playing first person games in general because of like, I hate the idea that something could come up behind you and shoot you in the back of the head. Something like that, you know? And it's like, you're right there. But it's like, there's been times where things have like glitched weird or popped out or exploded weird, and that's the scariest this game is for me. Okay, so Fire in the Sky's got like an early 90s. The fact that aliens could get you anywhere, they were probing and experimenting on folks. Too much for baby trips. Oh no. Okay, I gotta see it. I gotta see it. So it's like they're like the aliens that can what's that word called? Abduct you. Okay, that makes me think of okay, have you ever seen The Fourth Kind? That is terrifying. That movie is great for how they marketed it. It's kind of like a found footage movie. It kind of does what Blair Witch did, where like they hire actors you never heard of and that you could never really find again, and to make you think that, oh, this is a documentary for real. And For the longest time, I thought the fourth kind was like that. Like, these were real people they found. And they made it. The movie is like half documentarian style and half like reenacted. So I really thought like, oh my gosh, these are the real people. And they're just retelling the story. Because the actors that they got, like the actress in particular they got, like it looked like it legitimately happened to her. And it was so scary. It made me afraid of owls, that movie. I'm still scared of owls. So, fourth kind. Highly recommend. Okay, I think I got every carcass. There might be one or two laying about, but I'm gonna now start pitting just any kind of debris in those big yellow bins, and then just bringing them down on the elevator. That's really good. That's good for us. Who knew? Who knew what we could do together? Okay, now I just have to find the elevator. Here it is. Okay. I wonder if I could get squashed by the elevator. Oh wait, there's a body! Alright. That's like 13 bodies. Plus the aliens. Oh no! I forgot to keep track of the aliens. I want to say there's at least like, I'm gonna say 10. There's at least like 10 more aliens I feel like I saw. Let's get down to business. To do my least favorite part. Collecting. Actually, no, it's still gotta be the crates in the barrels. Terrible. Or picking up bullets. What am I saying? Okay. Oh wait, there's an alien right here. I'll just put it on the elevator. It'll come down with me. Oh no! I forgot there's still some people I dropped down here as well. Okay, I think the elevator is probably the fastest though to the incinerators. They need to fix this. This doesn't look right. That's an accident waiting to happen. Speaking of another horror movie, you know what this reminds me of? Okay, Final Destination, the second one. Does anyone have you seen that movie? Remember the elevator scene? Also terrifying. Very scary. Very terrible way to die. Wouldn't wish that on anybody. This game is like really like locking me in to my horror movie memories. I'd be lying though if I didn't say I watch horror movies like semi-religiously quite often. Definitely at least one a week. Okay. Oh man, look at all the aliens. Okay, locked. Ugh. We really need to get one of those Home Depot-esque, like, little trolleys, little wagons. Oh, the Saw movies. Okay, so you don't like that torture kind of category. I can understand. I have actually, me and my sister, on, not even together, but we just talked about this. We just finished rewatching all the Saw movies. I do like the Saw movies. I thought, like, especially when they came out, very clever. Very, very clever movies. Very creative. Also, the fact that there's, like, so many of them now is kind of hilarious. And not even, like, there's so many Saw movies, but now there's spin-offs, like Jigsaw and Spiral. So many! And real Tobin Bell, he got paid. Hopefully. They kept bringing that man back to life any chance they could. Alright. Alright. I know! That, yes! What if it was me? That's what makes the movie scary. If you can imagine yourself in it. Anything, like any movie, I feel like that's what gives, like, it's so creepy. Because especially with Saw, it's like, it makes you think like, have I done anything wrong that I'm like, am I taking my life for granted? Hope not. Some of them, especially towards the, like, I know you, like, it just, if you watch any of the, like, you go down the series, it starts getting, like, I mean, I think they do it on purpose, or I'm gonna give the movie too much credit right now, but Tobin Bell's character, he's the main Saw guy, right? He dies, and then he has all these people he trusts to, like, take over his empire, or whatever you want to call it, and a lot of them are not him. I mean, you know, so they do whatever, like, humans do and lose the purpose, they lose the message, and they just start taking people for anything, like, oh, you know, you tried, like, the fourth movie in particular, there's a main cop, it's the black guy, and they're like, he pits one of the new Saw guys, pits him through the test, talking about, you're always saving people, like, you can't keep, you know, you don't ever know when to give up, you always go and open doors before checking. It was so stupid, because it's like, how are you going to punish somebody for never wanting to give up on their friends, and like, or like not, and not like not give up, like, oh, you know, don't enable addicts or something like that. It's more like, he's trying to save them, he's trying to find them, he's trying to save them, he's being punished for it. It was so crazy. Oh, okay, wait. Now my fave scary comedy movie is the Jeepers Creepers franchise. Okay. Oh, wait. Chris Rock. No, not the one with Chris Rock. That's funny because he's also a black cop. That's the Spiral one. The Spiral one, that's like one of the... Oh my gosh, there's a person here in the bed. Okay, sorry. This conversation is just really exciting to me. The Spiral one is like one of the spin-offs where he does play a cop also, but I don't think he's trying to, I'm talking about Saw 4, and unfortunately I don't know the actor's name, but yeah, no, it's a different one, but it's still, honestly, I saw the Spiral one only one time, and I don't remember the plot that much, except for I think he's trying to, like, just do his job. I don't remember what the plot was. Okay, I think, okay, yeah, I got all the bodies. Let me get some yellow barrels to start. Okay, it's not in this room. I forgot these rooms are like multiple rooms. Okay. But yeah, anyways, the Saw movies just get ridiculous. Like, oh my gosh, there's even more bodies in here. Yo, this is crazy. How many? Are you kidding me? The amount of people. And I'm trying not to make this game look too crazy glitchy. I'm hoping the amount I'm talking will distract you from any lapses in clear game transparency. I don't know. Okay. Good stuff. Alright, oh yeah, okay, so, man, see, this is what I'm talking about. I gotta go through all these rooms. Man, we're gonna use like 600 mop buckets today. Not today, but I don't know, maybe. If we get that far, we're gonna use a lot of mop buckets, though, trying to clean up these rooms. I should just start placing them, but I mean, knowing me, I probably walk into them anyways, so it doesn't matter. I still like this area more than the sewer area. That was a nightmare, cleaning in the dark like that. Even with the lanterns, it was kind of hard to see. But I feel like we can really we can give this prison some new life. Make it look nice and good again. No problems. Are you my last torso? Thank you. Let's just put you in the bin. Maybe. Only one with a t-shirt on. Very interesting. Okay, let's just start. Now, I wonder if I can shrink those mattresses. Because I know that ray gun kind of does that. I wonder, you know what? I could probably just start mopping. I don't think I can collect anything. I could start mopping this cell. I think, oops. My, mop is already kind of dirty. Where's my mop? It's already kind of dirty, but at least I'd be like, okay, I just won't go into this cell anymore. Do you know? Okay, I just meant dirty. I won't have to go in that cell anymore, is what I'm trying to say. Where is... Oh, never mind. Like, because I'm trying to be intuitive, and I'm trying to be efficient, but the mop thing ain't even in here. So let me just go to that area. Goodness gracious. I'm moving like this because I'm also looking around. Okay, there's the mop bucket. Let me just get one out. Right there. Okay, so yeah, I could definitely start cleaning the cells. That could be fun for me. So let me get the garbage out. I kind of like, you know, I don't really like trays. Just to point that out. Like, it kind of reminds me of middle school, like elementary school, cafeteria food, which I did not enjoy. The only time I ever enjoyed school food was in preschool, because we went to school on a military base, because my dad was in the Navy for a little bit, and we had our own chef there for whatever reason, and I didn't know any of that information until I was older. Did it drop in there? Did it drop in there? It must have dropped in there perfectly. Either way, it was a nice lady. She made us so much good food that I'm like super nostalgic about. Every time I can get a whiff of it, like a scent memory, and that was only school food I really enjoyed. I would miss it. Okay, you know, I wouldn't say it was bougie, but it was definitely home cooked, and it was fantastic. And I wish I had it back. Wait, how do I? Oh, okay. Downstairs. Oh, alright, everybody. Look at this. Look at my collection. Wow. This is real. This feels real to me. And this is crazy that this game is like this. That this game exists. That this is a real image right now. We're witnessing something here. Alright, let's go. I feel like this has happened in history. I know that it has. And that's dark. That's scary. I want to talk about horror movie life. Alright, there we go. Kind of just walked over that banister. All these corners are unnecessary. I wonder... And this is something I'm just trying to be optimistic. I wonder if the more stuff I get rid of, if maybe the game will glitch less, because like there'll be less things to render, you know. So I feel like that would be cool. I mean, oh, you know what it is? Oh my gosh, maybe it's my footprints. I heard that if you have too many footprints, it can actually slow down the game because you're constantly, look at this dirty mop, what am I gonna do with that? You're constantly like adding stuff to the game. Do you know? I gotta clean up. The only solution is cleaning. The only solution to make this game work is to play the game. I think I dropped this for so. Is he in there? Is he? Oh, he's in there. Okay, great. There's another tray here. Let me put some trash in here. Because, I mean, yeah, I've been walking in circles like mad. So there's probably like at least like 60,000 footprints that I have created that weren't here prior. And I mean, we got alien blood, we got human blood, we got all kinds of blood here. We got a conglomeration. So I'm gonna start mopping as soon as I can. Oh, I thought this was a bunch of broken brooms. No, it's just regular brooms. Okay, well, let me just keep... Let me get this Chinese box? Chinese food? Takeout box? What makes you think of Chinese food? I always feel like the food tastes better if you eat it directly from the box, because I watch too many movies. Because you know in Rush Hour, when they go and he like, they're gonna go like, you know, do their detective stuff, and they stop to eat, and they're both eating out of the boxes. And he's like, oh, is this? He's like, what is this? He's like, oh, it's eel, or something like that. And okay, two things. One, I thought that scene, I know they're eating imaginary food, but it made it look so good to me. And then it also made me want to try eel. And you know, I've never had eel at a Chinese restaurant. The only times I've tried eel were at Japanese restaurants. And I feel like, I don't think I've ever seen eel on the menu, but maybe you have to go to like really authentic places. You know, like, you're not Americanized or whatever. But I gotta try that. It sounds so good. And I mean, I like eel. I think it tastes good, so yeah. I'm hungry right now. I wish I wasn't. I feel like I just started. And I hate craving stuff I know I can't buy. I gotta make myself convinced. No, you don't want to eat Chinese food. You want to eat Fruity Pebbles right now. That's what I have. And some chicken. No problem. No problem, me. Alright, let's go. Come on. Alright. Making progress. I tell you, I'm the right person for the job. Most jobs, I am the right person. I'm gonna be completely honest. But I'm not the right person if you want something done like efficiently. I mean, I'm efficient, but like also I like to take my time. And I really, really do. I like sometimes I just like have to not move really fast. So like, I don't know. I like to learn also while I'm doing something. I love multitasking. And I'm just saying, I just dropped all of this. Okay, it's okay. I just feel like it will get done, but also it will get done very slowly. But it'll be the best it was done. I can guarantee it'll be done in a really good way. If I'm given the freedom to really move at my own pace, that's the best that you can do in your life. And I'm gonna put that on my resume if I ever need a real job. If I ever need a regular job again, I'd be like, hire me because it's gonna be my cover letter. Hire me because whatever you want, you're gonna get the best. You're gonna get the best of it. Just let me move as slow as possible. Trust me. I bet you I would be hired. I don't know what job, but I probably could get the job done. I could get a job doing that. Okay. Alright. Gosh, every time I come back, I'm just like, wow, there's like 18 more bodies left. And it's all the same person. You know what? Oh, you know what's kind of creepy? What if they were clones? What if like they're in prison for a secret, and the secret is that they're clones, and because like in some reports they talk about having experiments done on them, and maybe oh my gosh, my brain is so crazy right now. What if they were trying to make a human colony, like with the bugs? Like, okay, like bugs, they have a colony, a lot of them, right? Like these bugs definitely look like they're colony type bugs. There's many of them, and they live in like the tunnels or whatever, working together. What if they tried to clone this man and make of their own human colony? Because you know all ant bugs look the same-ish when they work together, whatever. And to like have like a hive mind type of situation, so that they can create their own super army or whatever they need these people for. And maybe the experiment involved like mixing some of the bug DNA with the humans, and it didn't work out, or I don't know, whatever. But like the bugs, like, or maybe, okay, maybe they're mixing the blood of the bugs with these humans who they cloned that are trapped in this prison for secrecy, right? And maybe the bugs smelled their own kind. They smelled the blood in the humans, and they're like, oh, these are our brethren, let's go get them. Because let me tell you something about bees. And I think ants I'm not sure how ants communicate, but I know that you could have a chip on the ground and there'd be one ant, and then you turn around and there's 600 ants. So they I don't know if they do pheromones like bees, because I haven't researched that, but bees communicate to each other with pheromones. And if there's a bee that's stuck, say like in your house, it'll communicate and send out like some kind of information to other bees to come and help it. And I've seen this happen firsthand, and it's actually very terrifying. Because one time, I'm gonna connect my thoughts. One time, I lived in this place with this girl, and she brought home a dead bee. We shared a room together in this house. And like, she brought home a bee she thought was dead, and she just put it in this little flower pot. You know, she was trying to be cute or whatever. And then literally, like the next day, there was a bee flying around, alive, and it was trapped in our room, and it was like an upstairs down situation. And upstairs where I was like this giant window. And I lived in this dome home. It's a geodesic dome, and I lived at this like loft. And I have pictures on my Instagram, like from 1,000 years ago. But it's like, if you want to see what it looks like. But like, not Saru. It's my personal Instagram. I'm gonna have a heart attack right now trying to explain this. It's farah.maris, whoever's watching this and you're really curious to go see this home. You gotta scroll all the way down. But anyways, like, there's a giant glass window, and the bee was going up there trying to get out. It's a bee. This window has no doors or openings, just FYI. And it couldn't get out, and I'm tripping because I don't want to see one bee near me. But then all of a sudden, like 2 or 3 bees were coming from another window below, and you know, unfortunately the bees couldn't figure out that they should just go back the way they came. But there was like 3 bees up there trying to help their friend who my roommate thought was dead and was not dead. And like, I realized later on, as I learned, bees tend to like hibernate. Like, they'll like go to sleep or whatever when they're really cold or something, and they're still alive. And if you put them in your hand, they'll warm up. Anyways, long story short, too late. I had to go ask for help from some people outside of the house who also lived there to come get them out. And they were not scared of those bees. I was not about to touch one of them. I've never been stung by a bee, and that's my life goal, is to never experience that. Because for all I know, I'm absolutely allergic to bees. Because I'm allergic to kind of everything that's alive. Not that's a bug that's alive. Not like horses. Horses. Not like cats and dogs, but like, you know, I'm allergic to mosquitoes and like spiders and stuff like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if I was also allergic to bees. Anyways, what am I talking about? I gotta get a yellow. Oh, let me start mopping. But yeah, oh, there's a human. Goodness. Okay, well, anyways, yeah. So my point is, like, maybe the bugs, could smell their DNA in these human clothes, and they went to go and save them because, you know, the humans are in prison and they're panicking. But when the bugs, like, they drill in, right? They make these huge holes to come save them, and they look around and they realize there's no other bugs here. These are just humans, and they just kill them. They just kill them because they're confused and they feel threatened, you know? I just think I made like one of the best stories ever. I just want to say that if this game didn't have lore like that, I feel like they should take notes, because that makes so much sense to me in my head. That they would think that their brethren are sick and hurting, you know, and need help, and so they're trying to come and save them, and they come and they to the rescue, only to be like, you're not one of us, you know. It's a sad situation. It's not I didn't say it had a happy ending. I mean, obviously it didn't. Look around, but that's what I came up with. Okay, I'm gonna now clean the gel cells one at a time, and I think that would be really great. I think we'll accomplish a lot. Oh, why is there already, did I do this? I must have, oh yeah, I must have got cut up and tried to multitask. Oh wow, look at this. First of all, I know this is not a mirror. That can't be a mirror. This broken pieces down here, because you can't have, maybe it's just stone. You can't have mirrors in jail. I'm seeing a lot of things that you would not find in your normal everyday prison. Shoelaces and belts and stuff. that away. This is one of the cleanest cells that we have here. I'm just gonna put this right here because I don't have the patience. I want to start mopping just to see if my theory is correct in that the less footprints, the less glitch. Let's get that figured out ASAP. Free. Well, you're free in the spirit world now. Your soul is free, I hope. See, I should have started in and out versus like I should have came all the way in and then started mopping because like I'm gonna leave a trail and I'm also gonna do that. Okay. Okay, alright. That's not me. That's not me. That's the game freaking out. It feels like, oh, she's onto us. She knows if she cleans the footprints, the game will work. I don't know why the AI is against me though. I feel like I actually get along with AI. So I don't know like why you're doing that. Maybe because it's Mercury retrograde. It's Mercury retrograde in Capricorn. I heard that's like a really like hard thing for Capricorn, so I'm a Capricorn. I have like 1,000 placements in Capricorn, like not in like 90% of my birth chart is Capricorn. So I feel like, I don't know, maybe it will affect me more even as I play this game, trying to mind my own business, trying to escape from my life. But in a nice way, not in a like, oh, I hope I really don't want to be alive, like, you know, like in a nice way, like, oh, let me take a break from not cleaning my own home and let me clean this prison. It's one of my favorite things. Okay, so I still want to... Okay, maybe I'll leave the mattresses here for now. And then when I find that braid gun again, I'm going to try to double back. Let me see, I have to clean this toilet. I mean, they got moss growing through the ground. And this looked like it was happening well before... Well, I mean, yeah, it does look like it was happening before there was any creatures. Is this blood? This looks like, I don't know what else. Maybe that's just like the coloring of the system. I can hear something like, sounds like burning. I feel like I can hear the incinerator, but I'm not even downstairs. That's weird. Maybe I'm directly above it. Or it's like raining outside in this game. Well, I highly doubt that. Come on now. Okay, let me just clean up a little bit of the floor. I mean... forgot that I have to also incinerate these buckets. How on earth am I going to do that? How, because am I going to be able to take these on the elevator without them like exploding? I mean, honestly though, if I can just get them to the elevator, then it might not be so bad if they spill at least in one spot, because then at least I'll be right by the incinerator. I just have to figure out how did I get in here and why did I start with that one? Okay, no, this is not good. This bucket is in the way. Oh my goodness. Okay. You just walk very carefully. Forget that I can walk, I just learned how to do that. I go the wrong way, of course. Naturally. Where is the elevator at? Is it not back here? It's not. Man! Fall down. I must have like just missed it. Oh my gosh, did I just drop it? Oh wow, I got so lucky that I didn't drop that. Let me move this. This is super in the way. Just go somewhere. Oh, I I didn't realize there was body parts in there. Alright, I have to test this first. I gotta, see what will happen if we go down the elevator with this. I just need to remember, where on earth is it? Okay. Oh, okay. Alright, let me bring that. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Okay. It's not quite level. Alright, now let's see. Test 1. Why is it stuck like this? Can we go downstairs without having an accident? Alright, very good. Very good. So we will be able to bring these down. We'll just collect them then on the elevators and like, you know, as long as the game allows, the game would be so kind as to work properly. We'll just take them to the incinerator and it will be totally good. Totally good thing. Fantastic. Mission accomplished. Man, oh gosh, I super wish that there was a water spout thing or whatever down here. So I wouldn't have to keep going up downstairs like this. Come on. This is definitely better than the elevator they gave me. That yellow one, that fake one that works half the time. Alright, let's walk through the door and continue cleaning up more cells. I mean, alright, I'm trying to be smart. I know I'm gonna have to walk back and forth, but the more blood I clean up, the less blood I have to clean up. So, should I do it cell by cell? What? Alright, let me work my way in here. Oh, there's a whole... Oh! Oh my gosh! Whose tag is this? 254? Who are you? Did I get you? $254. I don't have you listed here. But I kind of remember you. You were just lying on the bed there. You were just like... I don't remember 254. I'm gonna say, I don't know. You know? At least I found you. Kind of. I know you're incinerated. Alright, where's that thing at? Oh, come on. Come on! Perfect. Perfect. Wonderful. Alright, where was I? Let me just have a buckets galore. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful prison cell over there. Absolutely. Textbook prison cell. Oh yeah, I forgot to get this whatever. Gotta get whatever this is out of the way. Making a mess. Where are these empty? Yeah, here we go. Empty buckets. So I can collect my organs. trash? I mean, like, do I have to move this mattress? Can I just clean it? Cause, or not the mattress, the bedpost. I don't think I can move those. Very nice. Let me move this mattress to see if I got some blood under here. Yeah. Some footprints. I mean, these mattresses are huge. I feel like not your standard prison mattress from what I've seen in films and whatnot. Making sure there's no more. Oh, we got some blood right here. I mean, I don't know what they want to do about these mounds, but I'm sure they'll figure it out. All right, did I get all the footprints in there? I mean, yeah. Oh, cool. I think that's old lore. I'm pretty sure I read that and just threw it down. Okay, cool. Cause like, if once I clean this section, we definitely don't need to come back here in this like corridor area. There's nothing over here for us. Got some trash in here. Oh, there's a ton of trash in here. Can I mop this out? I've tried sweeping things out. I don't think that made it things better for me. Honestly, I don't think it did. All right, I think I might just leave the trash here for a second until I fix my, or until I'm done with my mop water, so it's like all gross and dirty. I think that's full up. It's hard to tell in this lighting. Wonderful. Oh, wonderful. Well, I'll just go ahead and pick up this garbage. Alright, where's that empty mop bucket that I accidentally spilled that I'm using now as a garbage can? Oh, it's right by me. Basketball player. This guy a novelist? Why all these papers all crumpled up like this? Some people are like have typewriters or something in here. I guess you can kind of delete things on a typewriter, but it's not like super efficient. Alright, let me take these to the elevator, which is, if I remember correctly, over there. The papers, I do not need them to be popping up or whatever. Oh, come on. Come on! That's my peripheral problems. I do, in real life, also have trouble gauging exactly if a door is too close or not. You know what I mean? When you walk through a door. I do find parking. Dare I say, I'm pretty good at parking. I had a lot of practice because the school I went to, if you're familiar with UC Santa Barbara, and living in Isla Vista, it's nothing but parallel parking on those streets. And you are really like license plate to license plate, trying not to be late for class. Something I don't miss. I kind of miss it. It was fun. I had a great college experience. Well, okay, wait. Let me see if I can set these on fire without dying. Oh, wow, you can just torch the mattress and it's gone forever. How many things can you do that to? The only thing in the caveat is that, you know, caveat is you gotta mop, but who cares? That's way better. Can I incinerate everything? All garbage? Wait, what did I just break? Is this a piece of the toilet? What is this? Oh my gosh. This is from melting the can? Hey, that's pretty cool. I thought it was... Oh, wait. Prisoner 331? Oh, I'm getting sloppy. Is it me? Or is there 300 people here? Okay. 331? We didn't talk about you. Good thing I found it. I don't know. Who are you? Gotta keep a uniform at least. Okay. I have this organ I don't need. It's in my hand. I think that water's clean. Why I come over here? I just wanted to get this bucket. And now I'm just bringing footprints back again. That's cool. I can incinerate the mattresses. That is fantastic. Fantastic news. And I can incinerate garbage, but it doesn't really make less garbage. It just makes different shaped garbage. So that's not always great. Intestines just sitting like that. That's not good. Eyesore. Wow, man, it's not even getting clean. There's some very pronounced stains. Okay. I feel like for whatever reason, maybe it's just me, maybe I talk less, but I also feel like it gets quieter the cleaner it gets. Okay, now that is now a trash bucket. I thought the mopping would help the like lag or whatever, but it so far has not, unfortunately. Oh, wonderful. What was that? That sounded heavy. Just his intestines. At what point I should be careful. Bring them downstairs? Maybe now? Oh wait, did I block the lever? Oh, that's not good. That initial drop like makes my heart drop. Okay. Alright. Success. Now let's just get them into the incinerator. cannot believe I still have to do the barrels and stuff. And like, the only thing that is making this hard is the lag. I'll make sure I pick up the right one before I like accidentally knock them all over or something. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Well. I tried. I really did. Random toilet back here. This commode. This thing is heavy? It feels heavy. It's cool that you can break the bottles, but what is this? This is like, is this a piece of something? Oh, this is a piece of a broken bottle. Very dangerous. Let me start also like, because you can't. It's not like I can mop up that. Like, these are useless. Can I? Oh, I can't dispose of this? Okay. But the rest of them, I think you can have, like, one equipped and then you can throw away the rest. I don't need all these brooms. Why do they give you so many of these useless brooms? Like, gotta be the most useless tool in this whole game. Wherever you're viewing this, interrupting your program watching, I'm not sure, but sponsored, not really, kind of, by me. As you know, you may not know, I crochet. That's what I do. I make things. I'm an artist. I made my earrings, as you can see. I don't know, my hair's in the way. I made my earrings, and I made my little cowl, you know, this little circle scarf. They are ready to ship. I have a bunch of stuff ready to ship on my site. I also make things custom. I'm very soon, I'll also be offering some vintage jewelry and books. Okay? So I'll have handmade jewelry and accessories and clothing and also vintage jewelry and books. My camera was in focus. Okay. Well, yeah. So if you like that kind of stuff or you know someone that does, definitely check it out. Rhythmic with a K. I will link everything. I turned down a lot of the settings because, you know, if you've been watching me play this game, the large map has been giving me some issues. So hopefully that stops. I think I'm making good progress. 3 hours and 43 minutes. I don't know how much is left of this. Probably quite a bit. Quite a bit. Most of my playthroughs of like just the regular maps, small and medium, or I haven't done small, but I think I've done medium. They have, it's already glitching, so never mind. I spoke too soon. They've taken me like 4 hours on average. Okay, well, no need to complain. Let me just, I thought like, oh yeah, I'll just clean up all the footprints and that'll like, I don't know, make the rendering easier, but I think it's just, this game is just, you know, pros and cons. Nothing can be perfect. Alright, so I was mopping and doing that kind of thing last time. I was trying to clean the cells. It looks like, wait a second. Or maybe, okay, I think I'm in the wrong area. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure I cleaned up this, I'm in the wrong area. Like, I was pretty sure I did cleaning already. Yeah, see, it looks kind of better. See, if you didn't see it before, it looks kind of better. I was cleaning these cells. So I'm just gonna place water buckets everywhere. You know, I know I'm tracking footprints, but what can you do? I don't need to be able to see. That's okay. Alright. Good start. Good start for the day. Good start. I swear, like, this water thing in particular is not as, I don't know if, like, if this is where it's located, but it's not as easy to pull these out as the other ones. Okay, so you see this area? This area is looking pretty good. It's still got some issues, but, like, I mean, this was so bloody before. I don't like the sound of that. Sorry, I'm cleaning. Yeah, speaking of people who belong in prison. What was that movie we called? The Good Neighbor. If you haven't seen it, it's on Hulu. It's interesting. It's a thriller. It's a weird one. Can't say it's good, but I can't say it's bad. Like, I liked how it ended. Let's say the person who went to jail deserved to be in jail for so many reasons, and not just because of the main crime they committed. I still can't believe that. That'll definitely be, like, every time we watch a movie, I forget what movie we watch, but I feel like I'm going to remember that because of the audacity. He was very creepy. Very creepy. Honestly, you could argue he was worse than the actual, like, guy who was, like, a professional killer. Zero self-awareness. Zero accountability. Except for, like, the very end, he's like, oh, guess I'll call her and tell her I killed her sister. Spoilers, I just spoiled the whole movie. It's not a good movie. And you know it from the beginning. Nah. Did I spoil it? Yeah, I spoiled it. My bad. How is that possible? Okay, sorry. I'm gonna talk about this movie because we're in jail, and also I already spoiled the movie. I'm so sorry. I should have said, spoilers. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna talk about this movie called The Good Neighbor. Spoilers, okay? I'm just gonna tell you what happens in this movie because it's really ridiculous. Basically, this guy, he's a journalist, right? Cool job. I used to want to be a journalist. He's moving to Latvia to do his journalism stuff. That's really cool. That's very interesting. I thought that was a very interesting segment of the plot, because like they're like an American company or whatever, Western. I don't know. They're moving to Latvia to start a journalism business and to report on Latvian news. And I was like, that's very niche. That's a very interesting job. Okay. Anyways, his boss hooks him up, gives him a place to live, gets him a car. This guy has it all. Like, okay. Also, he's coming off the back of a breakup. All right, coming off the back of a breakup. You know, you want to start have a new start. Blah blah blah. Whatever. Good for him. His ex-girlfriend. She was upset with him because he wouldn't marry her because he wasn't ready or whatever, and so she like left with his best friend. I don't know how that was. That's not related to the plot, but let me say, like, I don't feel sorry for him. All right. Okay. So, anyways, basically, he has this neighbor who's played by Jonathan Rhys Meyers. I don't know how to say his name, but you know that guy. He was in The Tudors. He played King Henry VIII. I'm pretty sure that's the Henry. And also he was in Mortal Instruments. Those are the only two things I remember him in, but I know he was in other stuff. Anyways, I was shocked to see him because I was like, I haven't seen him in anything in a while. He plays the neighbor, right? They live in this really chill area. It's very woodsy. It's like kind of nice. I kind of wish I lived there. My only issue is like, I don't like living right next door to people, and they kind of live pretty close together. And because I don't like people to see my comings and goings or like how often I don't leave the house. Anyways, so basically, they're neighbors and they get along right away because this guy, right, the main character, man, American, he and John Ryan, well, I don't know what to call him. His name is Robert in the movie, but like he actually, we don't really know where he's from. He could be British, he could be Latvian, but he's not American. That's all you need to know. And so like the American guy, whose name I can't remember, let's call him David. It probably is David, but like, he's like trying to drive the car his boss gave him for whatever reason. I don't know why. It has like no gas. It's not like starting. So he goes to the neighbor's house and he's like, hey, do you have gas? And like, at first I was like, why would somebody just have gas in their house? But then I'm like, come on, Marissa, you stupid Westerner. You don't live in the countryside. You know, like, although I did live in the countryside for just a second in America, and like how there's like just nothing out there. You kind of have to have your own stuff. But I didn't think like you have a can of gasoline, but he did. He had a can of gasoline, just like he just left from one room to go to another room, and he had gasoline just like that. And so he puts it in the car. I'm telling you, the entire movie is crazy. And so like I'm kind of trying to test my memory because it's been pretty bad lately. All right. So but like he fills up the car, but it still doesn't work. And coincidentally, the neighbor right behind him, he's like, oh, it doesn't work. And I'm just like, why did he just show up there? It's the same evening. And he's like, no, do you know anything about cars? And the guy's like, I'm a nurse, but blah blah blah, you know. And he fixes the car. And then the guy's like, oh, hey, I want to go take this for a ride. Can you come with me just in case if the car breaks down? I don't know anything about cars. And so that's their first hangout experience. You know, they go for a drive around the Latvian countryside or whatever at nighttime. Very interesting. Okay, so then stuff happens. The guy does some work at his job and blah blah blah. And then, you know, he wants to thank his neighbor for being a good neighbor, you know. And he's like, hey, how about I take you out for a drink? Minute by minute. I know. It really is, and I'm honestly surprised at myself. I don't think I've ever tried to do this. I'm mostly surprised how much I remember, because this movie, it's not like amazing. And I'm surprised, like, why is it so memorable? Maybe because it's so, I wouldn't even say it's like, oh, it's such a dumb movie. It's just so straightforward, like, it's so simple, I guess. I don't know. But yes, okay. So basically, he's like, oh, do you want to get a drink? And the guy's like, okay. And so they go to this bar. They don't just go to a bar. This is because I watched this movie with you, Ken, I remember so much because of how dumb some of the scenes are. That it's just like, they don't make any sense. Like them going to like, hey, let's go have a drink, you know, let's talk or whatever. And they go to a club where you cannot hear each other talk, you know, and also like, I'm not an ageist. All right, because I'm in my 30s. I'm really in my 30s now too. I can finally say that. Because when you're 31, you're in your 30s, like you're in your 30s, but like now I'm 32, so I'm like in my 30s. Okay, and I will be. To be fair, I've been about 86 years old since I was like 12. So what I'm about to say, take it how you will. I just feel like they were too old to be there, in the sense that like I feel like some clubs, at least when I was growing up, you had clubs that were like for certain ages, like specifically like, oh, 18 plus club and blah. And if you're like, I feel like, okay, this is why I'm saying this, all right, no judgment, but older guys at a club where there's a lot of young women, I just think it's kind of predatory. And it goes with the movie, kinda, basically it does to me. Like the ladies in this movie that are like, I'm not gonna call them love interests because I feel like it's insulting to them, but the guy was interested in these two ladies, and they're like, they seem like 15-20 years younger than this man. All right, both of them, they both look too old to be there, and I don't mean that in a rude and like limiting way. I just mean like in a creepy way. All right, do you know the difference of what I'm trying to say? Is a nuance here. Okay, anyways, they're at this club to get drinks, and you know, but to be fair, they are in the countryside, so maybe it is the only place to go. That's probably the only bar. I don't know, because I'm not familiar with it, and I don't want to say that like that. Okay, anyways, so what happens is they're drinking, they're just standing next to each other, and then all of a sudden they're dancing, and I was like, okay, so they know how to have a good time, right? But then one guy, he just leaves. He doesn't say anything. He has no communication. He just leaves, doesn't say anything, goes to the bar because I forgot I was playing a video game. That's crazy. He leaves to go to the bar, and because he sees this young lady who looks very young to me, okay, and I will spoil it. I'm sorry to tell you the entire movie. She's 28, so she doesn't look 28 to me, okay? She looks very young to me, like fresh young from her, okay? And so anyways, he goes, talks to her. He's like, "Ooh, I like your drink. You know, what are you drinking?" And they hit it off somehow, because he's not charming, okay? And so they hit it off, and they're dancing in the club. And I'm mad watching this because he invited the neighbor out. And this might shock you all, but I'm very introverted, right? I'm actually an introverted person. I talk a ton, and I'm just sitting in the room by myself. So like, I talk a lot, but like, I don't just talk to people. I don't appreciate that kind of art form, the art of socializing. It's not for me. I do enjoy talking. It's very complicated for me too to exist this way, to be somebody who it really enjoys speaking all the time, a lot of the time, but also no, not at all, you know, and not to people like that. So anyways, what I'm trying to say is he invited his friend out, mind you, who lives alone in the woods. He invited him out and then just abandoned him. And he didn't even say anything. And like, maybe guys, men, people like that, they have a certain like code. When you go to a bar and you see a lady you want to talk to, maybe like they just leave each other. They don't even say anything. But I value communication. So if I'm at a club, right, and I was invited out, and somebody just walks away to go talk to someone else, I'm not gonna appreciate that. I personally don't like when somebody takes me out of the comfort of my walls, and to just be like, okay, I want you specifically to come with me because I feel like it'll be a fun time. They invited me for a reason, just to leave me there in a place where I'm not familiar and I don't know anyone. I don't like that. Anyways, so I was projecting while watching this movie. He leaves the guy. He goes and talks and dances with this lady. Doesn't even make eye contact with his friend the whole time. No communication is what I'm talking about. And then she writes this extremely long number on his arm because, you know, they're in Latvia. And I really underestimated how long the phone numbers are in Europe. They are so, I don't know how anybody would remember those numbers. Like, you know, like I can think of 3 numbers, maybe 4 numbers that I remember that I know I can call in an emergency without any, you know, without my phone or whatever. But I don't know how you guys do it in Europe. You have to let me know if there's a some system that helps you remember, because it was like 14, 15 like different numbers in that one number. Anyways, she's leaving him her number. She likes this guy, okay? Once again, don't know why, but I'm not in the movie. I don't know her. He is very happy, and he goes to sit down again. He does not. I don't remember exactly if he meets up with his friend. Maybe he does, but they do end up at the bar again. And he's like, "Oh hey, something blah." I don't remember what happens after that. Okay, I think they have another drink, and the guy like takes a sip of his drink and like just leaves it on the table, and then they leave, and the neighbor guy, Robert, he's Jonathan Rhys Meyers. I'm gonna kill this man's name just FYI every time I say it. He's Robert, okay? He's the neighbor who lives in the woods, and he's not American. Just to refresh your memory, if you've been listening this whole time, you haven't like had a brain aneurysm listening to me, okay? But like he's like, hey, you want to go to another place? And then the reporter guy, David, who I don't like, he's like, no, I gotta work tomorrow. Sorry. And then I'm just like, okay, you know, going out drinking. All right, you have a job. You just moved to. Okay, no. So they can't go. Okay, he can't go. So then they're messing with the radio for no reason at all. Let's say they're drunk. Let's say they drink too much and they're just doing things that don't matter while they're driving. All of a sudden, okay, David, the guy who is driving, whose idea was to go out, he is like looking down at the radio, not making any eye contact with the road for like 30 seconds. You just don't do stuff like that. And he looks up and he sees this lady on her bike, and I don't think she has lights on her bike, but she probably doesn't need them, okay? Because I don't know. His headlights saw her, and then he hit her, and she hit the windshield. Okay? David stops the car, and he's like, "Wow, oh no, I think we hit something." You know, a person, not something. Okay, he says something though, because this is the kind of person he is. Okay, so then they get out the car, and David starts freaking out, and he's like, "Oh, why was she on her bike?" Now, this movie, he's like, Janine. This movie has some strange directing. Okay, man. Okay, whatever. This movie has some strange directing, questionable decisions. Like, we don't even know. Like, we see this girl. She looks super young. I'm telling you, she has like jeans and Converses on. All right, and like she looks like 15 to me. He knows her, and I'm like, how does he know her? You know, and then I'm like, is that his ex? Like, how does he know her? But and I was like, she kind of looks like the girl in the club, and it is the girl in the club. We never even learn her name. We never knew, like, the dialogue in this movie is kind of strange like that. And so it took a minute for me to register that that's like, oh, he hit the girl who was like, he was like connecting with at the club. And he was like, oh, why was she riding out here at night and blah. They immediately blamed the victim, just FYI. So then Robert, who's the nurse, non-American, right? He goes over and he's like, oh, she's dead. And then David really starts to freak out. He's like, blah, 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 blah. And so he just kind of accepts that she's dead. And then so like Robert's like, we got to get out of here. And then David's like, shouldn't we call somebody? And that's just crazy. That's crazy to me that he would even say that. Shouldn't we? Like, why aren't you already doing it? You just killed a person. You know what I mean? Like, of course you should look, I'm like, I'm freaking out. Of course you should call someone, but he's not going to because he secretly wants to get away with murder and doesn't want to take any responsibility for his actions. Anyways, Robert convinces him, without much effort, by the way, to get in the car and drive away. Okay. All right, I'm gonna jump ahead because I'm getting exhausted of this movie. I've talked about the first like 5 minutes of the movie, 10 minutes of the movie, and it's like I've been talking for like 20 minutes. Okay, so basically, you know, the cops, they find her body the next day. David passes by. I think Robert also passes by, and Robert is a nurse, right? So like, oh yeah, so I forgot to mention this. There was one house right by where the crime scene happens, and it's an old lady that lives there. Just so happens that Robert is her nurse, so he goes there, and the cops show up and they want to talk to her, but Robert is trying to help David get away with murder. So he's like, oh, she's asleep, she doesn't remember anything. But that's just not true. She was kind of, you know, like laying down, but she was up when the cops came to the door. What am I doing with all these water buckets? I should put them, I'm trying to put them in a way where they're kind of like where I need them to be, so when I walk around I can just continue cleaning up stuff. Yeah, anyways, so basically Robert convinces the cops that she's like too ill to talk or whatever, and then later on though she does end up calling the cops, the old lady, and to like be a witness to the crime, and because she saw like the car, like that it was a BMW or whatever, and it's like, you know, European BMW. Isn't BMW? Why I say that? It looks more like, do I say it's European because of the license plates are European, or does it actually look like a European car? I don't know, because I don't know my cars like that. And I think, isn't BMW like a European car anyways? Okay, I don't know. Okay, but so basically, what else happened? Oh yeah, so Robert actually ends up killing this old lady. I just want you to know that Robert somehow is a professional criminal, just for the record. And we don't see him actually ever kill anybody necessarily. We only see him like destroy evidence. So like the lady ends up having a heart attack, but we don't see him do anything. We see him show up to her house and be like, hey, I got your lab results, your magnesium is low. And she's like, I thought I already got those tests back and everything was fine. He was like, oh no, there was a mistake. And so we can assume, what am I doing? I'm losing my mind. But we can assume that she actually, we can assume that the shot he gave her was something that caused her to have a heart attack. But we can't say for certain, okay? Also, the car. You enjoy the retelling. Does it sound the same? Is it painting a picture in your mind, Kennedy? Yes, very, very vivid retelling. Good. I hope that you can imagine it, because this movie was so dumb to me. I haven't even gotten to why I don't like the main character and why I think he deserves to be in jail, other than the fact that he actually ran over somebody and killed her and then tried to get away with it. There's worse things that he did. I honestly think, maybe. Who can I say? What can I say? Oh, I can read. Trust me, Ray. We have established that I can read. I can read probably better gibberish than I can read English. Yes, he is scum. I don't know how much you've heard of this movie that I'm spoiling for everybody here, but it's called The Good Neighbor. It's on Hulu, if you have it, and it's about this guy who moves to Latvia, hits a lady with his car, and then him and his neighbor try to get away with the murder of her. Okay, and the neighbor. Oh, you thought of watching that? Oh, well, Ray, if you're thinking of watching it, I am in the middle of spoiling the entire movie. I don't want to do that to you. Okay? I do not want to do that to you. Oh, you're back? Okay. Yes, I was just saying that I'm in the middle of spoiling the entire movie, so I don't know if you will appreciate that if you are going to watch this movie. I don't want to ruin it for you in any capacity. Go on and spoil? Okay. I have hopefully whatever I say will not stop you from watching it. Maybe you want to see like, wow, is this movie as ridiculous as Marissa is like saying it is. I feel like it depends for me. Like some movies I really don't want to be spoiled to me no matter what. But a lot of the times, if I don't care, then it's kind of fun to watch it and try to remember. Make you more interested? Okay, maybe I'm selling this movie. You know? I'm giving this movie more credit than it deserves. It is interesting because I love a good thriller. I do. But the reason I'm talking about this movie in particular is not because of the story as much as the audacity of one of the main characters. And his, like, I can't diagnose this man, but it's got to be something wrong with him to think what he did was okay. So, like I was saying, and I'm not talking about the neighbor. The neighbor is confirmed some kind of mercenary, CIA. He is used to covering up crimes. He's a professional. We don't know a lot about him. And I said this. I feel like he deserves his own prequel because who is he? We don't see him kill anyone. We don't know where he keeps all his bodies. We just know that he's really good at and really smooth. Just like I'm just gonna clean up. He's like David. I think that's his name, the American guy. He's like, David, I'm gonna take care of this. It's gonna be totally fine. And you just believe him because you see him. Now, to the car, right? This lady gets hit by this car that just so happens to be his boss's car. So, like, that's a big issue. The windshield's broken. The headlights or taillights or something are broken. And what's he gonna do with all this evidence? And not only that, but his boss is asking to use the car now because they're going on a trip and he needs that specific car. So he's stupid. He tries to report it as stolen. The cops are like, sorry, only the owners can report this car as stolen. So he doesn't tell his boss it's stolen. He doesn't say anything. He just sits there because he's an idiot. Because, like, at this point, if you're going to try to get away with murder, please try. Like, please try to get away with murder then. Okay? Like, don't sit here being dumb. So, like, I don't know how to feel about this guy. You know, he doesn't do anything. And, okay. Sorry, I'm not going on a tangent. Let me start over. He is an idiot. And he's not just an idiot. He's kind of arrogant. And you don't find that out till later. But, like, he acts... okay. Alright. So, where am I in the story? He tried... okay, so he tells his friend, basically, his neighbor. He's like, hey, you know, I think he tries to tell them... something comes up where he tells the neighbor, like, oh, they know what kind of car it was. And he says, like, they won't let me say that it's been stolen. So the neighbor takes it upon himself. Oh my gosh! While David's at work, the neighbor just walks into his garage, takes the car, and drives it into a lake. He doesn't tell David this at all until he gets home. And David's like, oh my gosh, what? The car's gone? What happened? And he's like, yeah, it's gone. Don't worry about it. He's like, do you really want to know the details? Blah, blah, blah. And then it's like some very strange bonding experience for Robert. Like, this is like, I feel like he's been waiting his whole life to, like, be in this kind of codependent relationship. That's just the vibe. And he kind of says so later on. But anyways, like, so car situation, I wouldn't say that it's been solved because he still has his boss wanting to use the car. So, okay. So anyways, okay, what happens after that? Okay, so basically, anyways, after this, so, you know, we forget that David's a journalist. This is one of the worst parts of the movie to me, okay? David's a journalist in Latvia. Moved to Latvia to report on Latvian news for whatever reason in this American company or whatever it is, okay? And so, like, he is assigned his own murder. He's assigned, hey, there was a hit and run by a lady. David, this is your story. And it's like, David's the murderer, you know? He's got to write about it now. Worst case, he's going to, like, you know how cops do those press conferences or whatever where they talk to the media and, like, let them know what they're able to let them know so that they can, you know, write their articles. The sister is there. This lady, Janine, who was murdered, has a sister. Wait, please, the bad thing he did has to report on it? Yes. It's amazing, and it gets worse. It gets so much worse, okay? Not his sister. Janine's sister, who I'm assuming is a younger sister, they both look extremely young. Too young for David. Sorry, okay? I just don't like it. I don't like seeing it in media. Now that I'm older and I can recognize it, whenever there's a man, the love interest, or whoever the woman is like 60 years younger than him, and it's in this movie, I don't know, maybe because he had facial hair, it's just so... very noticeable to me, okay? So the sister's at the press conference. She's crying. She finds out who David is immediately. I don't know why she pinpoints him, I'm gonna be honest, because there's other journalists in there. You never just have one journalist covering an entire story, because you have competing media outlets. You know, you got your Fox News, you got your CNN, whatever they have in Latvia. I'm sure they have more than one. Anyways, so like, I don't know why. I mean, it's the movie. That's the plot of the movie. Why am I even questioning this? Like, it's a documentary I watched. But so she goes to him. She's like, "You're reporting on my sister's blah blah blah," and he's like very acting standoffish, as he should, because he murdered her sister, and it's so strange. And she's like trying to work with him, and you think a reporter would want like this kind of like, "Oh yeah, of course I'd love to have like an expose. I got the sister's, you know, blessing, blah blah blah. She can give me all the details." But he's like really trying to avoid her. All right. Wait, did I just spill this water? I think I just spilled that water bucket. Man, well, at least it's not where I was cleaning up, I don't think. So okay. So she's she's really upset. I mean, as she should be. And he's avoiding her, and he's trying to do his life. And meanwhile, he and, what's his face? The neighbor, Robert, they're bonding, kind of, you know. Robert, by the way, is a fisherman. He loves a good fishing trip. And he takes David out on some boat rides to go fishing, clean some fish, and all those things. And he wants to make him dinner. They're making each other dinner. It's so crazy to me. And this is why I have no sympathy for David, because he's like, this is like the day after, a week after the murder that he committed, and they're just grilling up some fish in the oven, you know, some potatoes and blah blah blah. They made a whole spread of dinner for each other to enjoy, like they didn't just get away with murder. And so basically that's all happening. And then the sister keeps contacting David and like showing up at his job and stuff, and like, you know, just being like, "Hey, you know, I really want to talk to you." And he's like, "No." And then she's like, "Oh, what about after work?" And he's like, "No." And then she's like, "I think I know how to catch who killed my sister." And then he of course meets up, because he's got to see what she knows, because he's a criminal, right? So like they go eat or whatever, and she's showing him this map, and she's like, "Look, okay, this is the club, and this is where my sister died." She's like, "Why would anyone take this back roads unless they were drinking and they were trying to, you know, avoid the highway?" And, you know, which is true. I don't know why. They probably took the back roads because they live in the middle of nowhere. That's my assumption. But it also could be because they were drinking. And then I don't remember exactly what happens after that. But they're getting like, David is getting way too involved in this. Like, he's gonna really help. Oh, I think that's when he also finds out that there was a witness who was the old lady who like, okay, this is another thing that David does. Okay, and I don't trust people like this. You call a person who you know is already, okay, how would I say this in a sentence? David's at lunch with the sister of who he killed, okay? He already knows that Robert totally comfortable with getting rid of evidence, getting rid of the car. I just knocked over water. I just made a big mess. That's not good for me. He already knows that Robert's really comfortable with getting rid of evidence. So the sister's like, "Oh, we the detective called me. There's a witness." So he calls Robert to be like, "Oh my gosh, man, there's a witness." Because he knows, he's not telling Robert to do anything, but he knows Robert's gonna do something. And that's why David's not innocent, okay? He was never innocent. He's the one who hit her with the car. But anyways, like, he calls Robert, and Robert's like, "Don't worry about it." Because, like I said, the Robert's a nurse, and he just so happens to be the nurse of the woman who is like houses right by where they hit the body. She's the witness, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so Robert goes over there, gives her a fake magnesium shot that we do not see. We cannot confirm, but we can highly suggested that he has murdered her because she has a heart attack. And by the way, I'm not sure what the circumstance was, but David ends up at the sister's house. I think she calls him there because she's gonna meet with a detective who's going to like call her about the witness. But while she's there, she finds out that the witness dies, and David is there too. You know, so she's distraught. She's crying. This man is consoling her. He is hugging her while she's crying, and I'm just like, you kill her sister, dude. You know? Okay. So, anyways, let's see what happens after that. A lot of stuff happens. So David buys Robert a grill because Robert mentioned like, oh, because Robert likes, he likes to fish, he likes to grill fish or whatever. Robert mentions that he, like, his grill's broken or something. This is having a hard time right here. Okay, I'm testing my multitasking abilities today. Robert mentioned his grill's broken. David buys him a new grill right after the old lady dies. Okay, and we know how she died potentially. So I'm thinking it's like, hey, thanks for killing the witness to my crime kind of gift. That's what it is. Okay, and so David's like, wow, thanks so much. And not David, Robert. And then David's like, hey, why don't you make us something on that? Look at them making dinner date plans for the success of getting away with murder and murdering an old lady and getting away with that and getting rid of evidence by driving a car into a lake. We're just rewarding all kinds of very terrible behavior, okay? And so David's like, oh God, their names are so basic that I keep getting them confused. Robert, the fisherman, not American, potentially British, potentially Latvian, we don't know. He says, oh, how about 8 o'clock? You come over, and David's like, yeah, that sounds great. So then, okay, I'm pretty sure I'm getting my timeline slightly mixed up. That's because a lot happens, and this movie is only an hour and like 40 minutes, by the way. But those movies can feel kind of long, especially when you have me recounting them. But basically, like, oh yeah, so David goes to work. And then I think this is also when he finds out that the victim is dead. I can't remember what happens, but for whatever reason, he calls. Okay, wait. I think that's when he finds out that the lady has died, the witness, and he's consoling the sister. And he calls Robert and he says, hey, I can't make it to dinner. I've got to work late. And I was already suspicious by that. I was like, listen, if you're gonna have a murder partner, you need to commit to him over the sister of the lady who you killed. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, choose your allies, because you're playing with fire right now, David. Okay, so he's like, I can't make it, blah. So then Robert is pissed. All right, I can see it in his eyes, I can feel it. Okay, and he's just like, I'm just losing my mind right now, I don't even know what I'm doing. He's just like, oh, okay, yeah, that's totally fine. If you gotta work, you gotta work. So fake, because I've been in this situation. I understand. Okay, when people flake on you and they blah blah. Okay, so Robert goes down to this guy's job, right, with a basket of like wine and whatever he was gonna grill, and he wrote him a note. He was gonna drop off his lunch, like how would I friends don't do this kind of thing to each other, but like, do they? It seemed kind of romantic, but like in a way that's like, how do I say this? It seemed romantic, but not like, I feel like I've seen this in a movie before and I can't quite figure out what movie that is. Okay, it doesn't matter. None of this matters. Okay, so basically, like, because I don't think, based on this other stuff Robert said, I don't think he was like into David like that. That's not what I'm trying to say. It's something else. Some kind of inappropriate attachment bond. I can only describe it as codependent based on other stuff that happened in the movie. Okay? Long story short, way too late. Robert goes to his job. He meets the boss whose cabin that he gave to Robert. No, oh my gosh. The boss, I'm so sorry. Okay, I need to take a moment. Robert goes to the job. He wants to meet up with David because David has canceled dinner. Okay? He meets David's boss. David's boss is the one who gave David that cabin he lives in and also the car that is in the lake. Okay? All right. So, he's like, hey, I'm Robert. Where's David? Now, mind you, the boss actually knows Robert, knows of him, but never really met him. All he knows is that he lived there since he was little. By the way, the boss is like 30 years older than both of them. Okay? And he's known of Robert and says that he used to be left there all the time by himself, which Robert kind of mentions a little bit. All right? So Robert's like a recluse. He's just like, no, nobody really knows him. Okay? And he's like, hey, I came to meet David. He said he's working late. And the boss is like, oh yeah, he was here. He said he was going to leave for 30 minutes and get sushi and then come back. And then Robert's like, cool. Why don't you eat this food while it's fresh? And the boss is like, wow, that's amazing. You know, personally, I probably wouldn't eat that food that random person left. Maybe I would. Maybe I would, actually. Maybe. Okay, so Robert... Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention some things about Robert that are kind of high-key important. He is potentially a stalker. Okay? He does some things before the car accident situation even happens to let us know that he's getting a bit attached too fast. Like, there's a situation where him and David just so happen to be watching the same fish show. Or, I know it's ants. The same ant show. It's like an ant documentary. You could argue that David is also a stalker because we only know that Robert just so happens to be watching the exact same show because David is looking out his window into Robert's window. And actually, every time we see Robert being creepy, looking out his window, not minding his own business, it's from David's perspective. So who's really the creep? I don't know. Okay? So anyways, Robert, though, like I said, is probably a stalker. And he goes and finds probably the one sushi place down that street. And guess who's there? It's what's his face? It's David and the sister, her name is Vanessa, by the way, having sushi and drinking wine. And I was just appalled. I was appalled by this because, like, he killed her sister. I don't need to say anything else. I cannot imagine. I have a sister, okay? She's here somewhere. All right. I cannot imagine having sushi with my sisters. Killer, okay? I cannot imagine that. And the thing is, she has no idea. So it's not even fair to her, all right? And this is like, and I was talking about this with my sister while we were watching the movie. Everything that he is doing is against her will. She doesn't know. People think like, oh, this is the kind of man this guy is. I could tell, all right? He's like, oh, well, you know, she seemed so fine and she was going along with it. And that's because she didn't know who you were. That has to be a form of assault. To pretend you're basically hiding who you are. You know what I mean? He's not even a liar. This is worse than lying, all right? He killed her sister and tried to get away with murder. I'm sorry, I was reading your comment. I'm not saying that sentence. Your retelling is bringing me so much life. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I really am, because this movie is going to follow me for the rest of my life, because I don't think I have ever seen like this kind of character really portrayed in a movie to this way, where it's like, it's so just like it's like there's no like you know, dramatic music to like point out when something's wrong, or like there's nobody telling him really that what he's doing is wrong, because the two main characters are both have some issues. So like, I mean, Robert does say some stuff, we'll get to that, but it's just like, I'm glad. I really want you to watch this movie, because I don't know, I'm highlighting the stuff that bothered me the most, but it's just because, like I said, it's like they just act like, oh, this is just a normal thing people do, you know, you just kill somebody with your car, and like, it's because David has such a flat affect. Like, I don't know, like, if that's just him, like, some people do have flat affects, you know, so it's fine, but it's just like, it's not just that, it's like, there are people walking around like David right now, just be like, well, you know, I guess I got away with murder, her sister's kind of cute, you know, like, and it's just like, just from one thing to the next, that they don't even, there's no consequences. I'm not going to call him a sociopath because I'm not a psychiatrist, but it was giving. Absolutely. It was something was not right with David. A little too casual for me. Okay? But, so, as I was saying, Robert found them at the sushi place. You know Robert is pissed. High key. And I don't even think Robert knows who that girl is yet at this time. Yes, it's so alarming and so jarring and frightening. Because they walk amongst us, and David looks like the most regular guy. You know, you never know who it could be. Who's gonna be that person that doesn't value doesn't value some kind of key components to being a human being, I have to say. Like empathy, compassion, life itself. He really lacks that. He was upset when he killed her, but like, he was upset the way that like, it should have lasted longer. How can I say? Like, how are you really upset if you can go and like have a fish dinner the next day? You know, I feel like, honestly, how do I say? I could not get away with murder. I don't think I could live like that. Like, it's totally fine. Like, you know, like, when you having to hide a body and like, especially if it's an accidental one, like, it's one thing to kill somebody on purpose. You plan that. That's a whole different mindset. His was an accident, so I don't even understand how he could live with himself. You know, all right. Whew. Okay, I got a whole bunch of buckets of water out. I just want to have. I think actually my strategy. Also, I think lowering the settings has made this game a lot more playable. In the larger maps, I'm gonna start lowering all the settings so it's not so like glitchy and stuff like that. Anyways, I'm acting like I'm playing this game. I am playing this game. Okay, so. Oh yeah, so he finds her at the sushi place, and so then I think his stalking just goes up a notch. But at dinner, I forget what happens at dinner. I just know that they're bonding, for whatever reason. I'm gonna miss a few scenes because I can't remember exactly what happens next. I think they just get closer somehow. How do they get closer? When do they decide that they're gonna be a couple? It was really weird. Was it the night that they ate dinner? I think it was. Okay, I think it's the night that they eat dinner. He ends up at her apartment, okay? And they partake in adult activities. And I was flabbergasted. I was so distraught. And this is where I talk about consent. All right? She would not. I can guarantee you. I can't guarantee you because everybody's everybody. Like, who knows? I know that. I'm assuming that she wouldn't have done that if she knew that he killed her sister. And I cannot. I'm saying for me, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. And I also wouldn't be able to live with him. Like, we would both have to die in that situation. If I, like, my sister's killer. Oh my gosh. Okay? So I'm pissed watching this movie. Okay? Because it's like, he really, really is okay with what he's doing. It's totally fine that he's doing that with the sister of the girl that he murdered. Okay? Somehow, okay, so also here's another thing that I thought was also messed up. The sister had planned with her dead sister to go on a kayaking trip. It's just something that they did. David goes with her on that trip, and they're holding hands like they're in love. You know, they're a couple or whatever. Because she was like, you know, my sister's we met because of her and stuff, and it's just like, you have no idea how you have no idea how, like, I can't even finish my thought. Okay, I don't have the brain capacity. I don't have the emotional depth to display what. Okay, all right. So basically, Robert follows them on this kayaking trip, and it's kind of weird because, you know, Robert's telling David, like, why are you hooking up with the sister of the sister you killed? You know what I'm saying? And he's like, oh, dude, I got it under control. That's what David says. I know what I'm doing. I'm handling it. And I was like, the nerve of this man has literally done zero in getting away with this murder. Let me tell you what David has done to hide that he killed somebody. He called the cops to report a car that was stolen. He couldn't even get that done right because he can't. It's not his car to report that he's stealing it. Right, he's handling it. Here's what Robert has done to help David get away with this murder. 1, kills the only witness. 2, throws the car into a lake. Also, I didn't mention this because it kind of happens somewhere else. At some point, David's boss finds out that David was trying to report his car stolen, and he's like, what the heck? He goes to the cabin to look for David, to talk to him. David's not there because David's out on some date probably, and we assume, okay, that Robert kills the boss. Now Robert's getting a little reckless. You can't just kill everybody connected to the case. That's how you create a trail. All right, I'm not trying to help people get away with murder, but that's not how I've seen it done in any true crime show where it's been successful. You don't just keep killing people that you know, unless you have you have a secret plan and you're trying to frame somebody, which we'll talk about later. But yes, so he kills David's boss. All right, I'm just saying everything that Robert has done to get away with this murder. It's a lot. David has done zilch. If anything, David is creating more evidence because he's an idiot. All right. Okay. So basically, Robert goes onto this kayaking trip, and the daughter, the girl, the sister Vanessa, she is immediately like, ooh, she got the heebie-jeebies from Robert, as she should, because he's actually a murderer. Supposedly, we actually never seen him kill anybody on screen. Okay, but she just like, hey, we're kind of trying to do our own thing, you know, because it's like some special date. I cannot believe. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. There was another scene where David also goes to the vigil for the sister, you know, and the younger sister is there, so they also kind of meet there. And I just think, you know, that's probably the one thing that David does that is something killers do. It's common, not all of them. They will want to like insert themselves into the investigation. They'll go to the vigil and all that, you know, they'll be there. So that's not out of the norm, because maybe he is a budding killer and he just hasn't got the right taste for it yet. I don't know. Anyways, they're on a kayaking trip. They're literally in the kayaks right now, and Robert is being so obnoxious. He's just like, oh, what are you guys here for? Because it's already established, Vanessa now knows that Robert and David know each other. They're friends. That's how they were introduced to her. And so, like, she's like, oh, I kind of want to be, you know, just like us two or whatever. And then, and Robert's like, oh, well, what's the special occasion? You know, and she's like, my sister passed away. You know, this trip was important to us, or something like that. This is an important trip that we always used to take. And then David's like, oh, what happened? Not David, Robert. And Robert obviously knows, right? He's just being, you know, he's being one of those kind of guys. And David's just sitting there like, all like, oh my gosh, man, I can't believe this, you know, even though he really brought himself into the situation. And so she's like, oh, she was hit by a car. And then he says like, oh, I wasn't paying attention because I was too just like flabbergasted. I don't know another word that can help me express how I was feeling watching this movie. But my sister was paying attention, and she said that Robert made a comment something like, oh, she got hit like a dead animal or something like that. You know how you know, roadkill, like some kind of comment that like, oh man, it pissed the little sister off, and she like just took off with her kayak. I never knew you could kayak so fast. I never kayaked. So, but like, then David's like, oh no, you know, he's like, hey, bro. And then, but you know what happens? What's his face? Robert takes after her super fast, because I think Robert knocks the kayak oars out of David's hands, and then Robert just like right after her, and I'm like, wow, I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what's gonna happen at this point, but she somehow flips over in her kayak. And let me tell you something. I used to watch watch or read these like books about how to survive every single situation, and there is a way to survive getting flipped over in a kayak, and I couldn't remember it. So I just wanted to point that out, that I would have died because I didn't even remember what I learned on how to not like drown in the kayak when you flipped over. I do know that she wasn't buckled, so I don't know, but she did get stuck conveniently under a tree. So like she was upside down in the kayak drowning, and her boat was also stuck under a branch, so I think that's why she couldn't flip over. Yeah, brain fart. I'm dead in a kayak. I kind of do want to go kayaking one day. I think it would be fun, but I'm also kind of afraid of everything. So, you know, the whole fish being in there with you and monsters, sea creatures and stuff. They were in the lake, but you know, there's things in there. But yeah, so she's just sitting there dying, right? Drowning. And so Robert's he's just chilling. And, you know, Robert is questionable murderer. Robert at one point gets into the water with her, like jumps out of his kayak, goes underwater, but I think he just stares at her. I don't think he does anything. David finally makes it over there. Oops, okay. He jumps into the water and saves her. And she is like trying to say like, oh, I think I saw Robert, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what her point is because she didn't even make a full sentence. But, okay, so it's all fine and done, right? She's alive. Whatever. Alright, now I don't remember exactly what happens after those scenes. She almost dies. Okay, so I don't know what happens. I'm jumping around. But I do know that eventually she goes to David's house. Just like to be there or something. And then, oh yeah, so I think after the kayaking trip, they're pulling into David's driveway and there's these detectives there. And the lady was like, she's the sister. She's like, oh, she thinks they're looking for her. And she's like, actually, we want to talk to Mr. blah, 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 Mr. David, you know? And I'm just like, oh my gosh, finally, is she going to finally find out that this man that she's been hanging out with and dating is the one who killed her sister, you know? And so, like, he's an idiot, alright? This man thinks, no self-awareness. I don't know what he was thinking, like, oh yeah, sure, let me talk to the detectives, and sure, girlfriend, whose sister I killed, you can sit in on the conversation. What? Like, of course, maybe it would have been suspicious if he was like, hey, let me talk to them, you know, because he's a journalist, and she's the sister of the lady he killed. Oh my god, he is the one writing the article and researching the murder that he caused. It's just blowing my mind. So she has to be in the room with him. So anyways, the detectives are like, hey, we wanted to follow up with you because you reported a car stolen and it's not your car. And he's like, oh yeah. And she's like, it happened right after the hit and run, right? So heavily obvious what the cops are trying to apply. And he was like, oh yeah, Friday or Saturday, you know. She's like, oh, small details, blah, you know. And he's like, yeah, I reported that car stolen, you know, coincidentally right after the hit and run took place. And then what happened after that? How I lose my thought at the middle of this climax. Oh yeah, so they're like, okay, so what were you doing that night or Thursday night, something like that? And he was like, oh, and he's taking so long to answer. And here's another thing. I learned this from watching Criminal Minds or something. I don't know. Okay? But, like, when somebody answers a question with a question, guilty. Always. 100%. I can't think of a time somebody wasn't thinking of a lie. When you ask them a question and they answer a question with a question. You know? They're like, what were you doing Thursday night? Thursday night? Yes. Thursday night. One of the days of the week. You didn't have to repeat me. You didn't, like, your brain. Okay, anyways. So, like, he was like, oh yeah, we went to a bar, blah, you know? And then, so basically, this is what I forgot, and this is like one of my favorite parts of the movie, but I really feel like the sister, I feel for her, but I just feel like she could be a little smarter. But grief will do stuff to your brain, so I'm not gonna judge her, okay? Anyways, it's so obvious to me. Obviously, I'm not in the movie, I'm not the character. I know, and obviously I saw David do it, so I can't say like, oh, I figured it out, you know? But like, okay, they were like, oh, were you at this club because so-and-so was here or whatever? I think they said something like that. But more importantly, it was like, he calls her number, by the way. I forgot to point this out. This is a huge detail. Her number, they have records of calling each other because she wrote her long 46-digit number down on his arm. He called her right at the club. Please know how people do that to see if your number is fake. And, you know, like, oh, now you have my number. Like, they do that kind of thing. And, like, it's just like, so he called her the day she dies, right? The sister's over there like, what? And I would be like, yeah, like, what sister? He called your sister at a club. Your sister gave him her number, and now he's dating you. You know, it's just, and she's dead. And he killed her. And it's so much to process. But like, basically, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so he was like, I didn't know it was your sister back then, you know, blah. Yeah, he is mad sus, 100%. He looks so guilty. And the only thing working for him is that he says, I didn't know it was her. You know, I didn't know it was your sister. Which, yeah, sure, he didn't, but he knew the entire time since the beginning she introduced herself, because he is the one covering the article of the murder that he committed. Okay, I don't know how else to stress that. Okay. Oh yeah, so the sister is like pretty upset, as she should be. Okay, and the guy is still trying to just explain it away, like, oh, you know, I didn't know what, I didn't know it was her, you know, and she just gave me her number, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, and then they're like, well, how did you get home that night? They ask him. He says, oh, I took the tram home. That's the train, okay? And, you know, because they were drinking. That's what they should have did, right? But that's not what they did. They actually ran over a human being and killed her, all right? That's what actually what happened. So the sister's still upset because the coincidences, I'm sorry, they're just too close, all right? I don't believe in coincidences, and these ones are absolutely, like, just fatalistic, all right? So, okay, wait, I need to go upstairs and get some more mop buckets. I'm gonna start mopping down here because I've knocked down a fair few, I've knocked down a few buckets of stuff down here. So I need to go handle that situation. I still need to mop the entire Whew. Okay. And me and my dirty footprints. Oh, I got some bucket of water here. That's good. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should mop upstairs first. I can't believe the way they're making me do this. I'm gonna have to bring up all these buckets of water upstairs. And then somehow do this. Okay. Alright, that's why you just gotta be patient. Okay, so they're still talking to the detective. He's like, I took the tram home. And she's like, the detective's like, can anyone vouch for you? And he was like, yeah, my neighbor. And I was like, the neighbor that you just got through cussing out? Because he was mad. He was mad about Robert being at the kayak thing. And he was trying to say, like, you know, I don't know, like, oh, I got this under control and blah. But no, you don't. That's why you still need your boy Robert, right? You still need Robert to cover up every single mess that you made? Exactly. So he calls Robert. He doesn't call Robert. He can't because it's too suspicious. But he has to cross his fingers and hope that Robert is going to come through for him once again. And Robert does. Because Robert, I'm going to say, has attachment issues and wants this friendship to work between them so badly. Let's see if I can... I'll have to make a mess. Oh, wait. No. I got it. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna bring this with me. Alright, so the cops go to Robert's house. We don't see this scene, but we do see David run over to Robert's house right after the cops leave. And he was like, hey, man, you know, what did they say? And he's like, and he told him, he's like, yeah, we took the tram home. He told him this. Now, I have a suspicion. I didn't actually think of this while I was watching the movie. But I'll bring it up, hopefully, if I can remember again. Because it kind of makes sense if you think about the entire movie. It's a theory. This thing keeps popping out. So basically, once again, what's his face? David is thinking he's getting away with it all, you know? And, so we cut to the sister, I think, somehow. And she is basically saying... she's still like, you're thinking about everything. She's confused. And, oh, also, oh my gosh. Okay. What's his face? Robert is saying, hey, David, you really need to break things off with the sister. Oh, he says that when he goes to his house to find out if he lied to the cops for him. And he's like, okay, blah. You know, he's finally gonna, you know, not gonna go see the sister. So he goes to the sister's apartment. She's pissed, you know, because she didn't know about him, trying to get with her sister, and also basically he's the last person to see her alive and all that, about like kind of situation. And so okay, so she doesn't want anything to do with him, but instead of being like, hey, I don't think we should talk anymore anyways, he doesn't say anything. He kind of just like cowers out and lets her do all the, you know, like, she doesn't say anything either. All she does is like get upset and slam the door in his face. And some guys are like that. They'll be like, oh, well, you know, you didn't say anything, so I guess that means we're not together anymore. Like, have you ever had a fight, sir? Sometimes you don't want to talk. That doesn't mean that you broke up. So, like, he should have said something like, oh, I don't think we can see each other anyways. It's getting too much. You know, that's all he had to say, or something like that. She would have still been mad anyways. But instead, he's going to wait for her to cool off, and then she's not going to even know they're broken up. That was the situation that was building. That didn't happen in the movie. But trust me, I bet that would have happened. Okay? So... he goes back to Robert. He's like, we're not gonna see each other anymore. Are you happy? You know, like a brat. And so, okay, so then the sister, she's kind of like starting to do her own investigation, which she kind of just has been, just kind of trying to connect the dots. And she is sitting at a bus stop. I don't really know what she's doing there. Oh no, now I know. She was retracing her sister's last nights. She goes to the club. She shows the bartender a picture of her sister, and the bartender's like, yeah, I saw her here. She was really happy. Bartender does not mention the guy. Okay, maybe he didn't see him. But, so the sister's just like, okay, well, you know, she's sitting at the bus stop, tram stop, whatever, light rail, whatever you want to call it. And she just, you know, having a moment. And then the construction workers come up to her. There's a bunch of construction workers over there. They're like, hey, you know, last tram leaves at 10 p.m. And she's like, what? I thought it comes till midnight or blah. He's like, yeah, but not while there's construction. And she's like, oh, how long has it been this way? He's like, a few months, you know. So here we have a light bulb moment. Let's all put it together, people. David and Robert just said that they took the tram home the night her sister was murdered. Midnight, they said. Like, ooh, I pressed the wrong button. Okay, I don't know why I had that reaction. I need to calm down. And so, oh, I pressed the wrong one again. Oh my gosh. Did my water spill? Okay, no, we're all good. Now, how do I get to the second floor? Oh, I need to get to the second floor, and these things are covering my switches. Are you kidding me right now? Why? This elevator is so janky. Oh, come on. This is my special water collection, please. Please. I collected all these. They're mine. Alright, I just need to activate the lever. Alright, let's try this. 1 second. Gently. Wonderful, wonderful. I should have actually probably mopped the upstairs first, honestly. Alright, let's see if I can safely... I don't know why I brought this bloody one with me, though. I don't really need this. But I can pick up garbage with it, so, you know, that's always good to have. Anyways, okay, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, she's doing the investigation. She's talking to the construction workers. They just confirmed tram don't even run. David and Robert lied. Now, if I'm her, they're the murderers. There's nothing else for me to figure out in this situation. They have killed my sister, alright? So, tell me why this lady decided to go and try to confront them. Why are you gonna do this? You think they made a mistake? Maybe she wanted to have some hope. Like, no, David, the guy I've known for 1 week and I bonded with over my sister's death, there's no way he could be the murderer. They always want to confront. Why? I don't know what's wrong with people. Grief makes you do strange things. If you do not go straight to the police, have some backup coming if you really want to be so bold. At least have a wire on you. I don't know, like, what she did. Alright, I don't want to blame a victim, but it was absolutely a very questionable decision. She goes to their houses, you know, because they're neighbors, and they're like, hey, where's David? She's looking for David, because Robert's there. He's like, she goes there, and she don't got no weapon, by the way. She's just there, and she's like, hey, where's David? Robert's like, he's got a deadline, you know, because he's a journalist. And she's like, oh, he's always got a deadline. Not what you should be worried about if he got a deadline or not. You should be worried about if you're talking to people who murdered your sister and then try to get away with it. That's a very specific type of person, all right? And she's like, she confronts Robert, of all the people, by the way. Robert is the muscle, let's say, of the operation. No, I'm sorry. Robert is the brains, the arms, the legs, the heart, the soul of the operation. Because David he's the provider of the murder, but has done nothing to really make anything happen. You know, he doesn't do anything. So she's talking to absolutely the wrong person, is what I'm trying to say. She's like, the tram doesn't even run, blah blah blah. You know. And so, naturally, Robert's like, what are you talking about? And then starts to choke her out, okay? Because what else is he going to do? He's going to sit there and have a conversation and try to convince her? He's not that kind of guy. He's straight to the point, all right? So he starts to choke her, and then it cuts. We don't ever see anything he does. I'm letting you know. We do not see. Oh, my gosh, so dumb. And this was dirty water. I didn't even know. Why did I bring dirty water up here with me? Anyways. Excuse me. So basically, yeah, so now, so what's his face has her, We don't see what happens. We just know that he choked her, and now we're back with David, and David's kind of just like feeling sorry for himself because he's a loser, and so then he's like gonna call Vanessa. He calls her. Naturally, she doesn't have her phone. David has her phone because David is the last person to see Vanessa as we know her on her 2 feet, and he is leaving her a voicemail. He's like, hey, oh no, he doesn't leave her a voicemail. I think David picks up the phone to see what he's gonna say. No, Robert picks up the phone. He like answers Vanessa's phone to see like what David is gonna say. I don't think it went to voicemail. I mean, maybe I should just push these off the cliff, because did I already, how much mopping do I need to do? Okay, no, I'm just leave this. Okay, and he's like, hey Vanessa, you know, pick up the phone please. I want to tell you about your sister, something like that. Like, oh, he's finally gonna confess. And let me tell you, there's nothing I hate more in a movie than when a deplorable character gets a hero arc or a redemption arc, right? Don't even do that to me. I do not care. I don't want to see how you change. Unless it's like, it's gotta be a TV show. Cause you know how hard that is to do in movies, to have a character who commits a irreprehensible offense, alright? Something really terrible. And they're gonna be like, hey, we're gonna let this guy do one good thing and it's gonna be so okay. I do not like that. It's not realistic. You need to have at least 62 episodes, maybe a season or 3, showing me exactly how this character has changed and has become a good person. Because you know what that teaches? It teaches like, hey, there's no consequences for your actions. You can murder someone, and as long as you tell the truth, it's totally fine. It's not fine! It's not fine. Just because you decided to be honest after making every single attempt to get away with it, you're gonna call the sister. Let's talk about your sister. No, you're gonna call your sister. What am I talking about? You're gonna call the sister of the person you killed and be like, here, I'll tell you the truth now. It's not gonna be okay. And I don't like when movies do that. Okay, so anyways, like I said, he's not talking to her anyways because Robert has the phone. Alright? So, I'm not sure exactly what happens 100% because I don't really remember, but somehow, he's looking for her. She hasn't returned his calls. She's missing. We can assume she's dead. We don't know, but we do know that Robert knows. Okay, and so David's just kind of like going around town and like showing up at her apartment. He's trying to reach her. He finally. Oh yeah, he also doesn't know. By the way, nobody knows that the boss is missing. Because coincidentally, right before Robert did something to the boss, we don't know, he disappears. He's gone, you know? So he, wait, what was I saying? No, right before Robert does something to the boss was already planning to go on a trip, is what I'm trying to say. So everybody kind of expected him to be gone. But then it got to a point where he should have been back now or something like that. And so David goes into his office. I don't know why nobody ever thought to do that. And literally the food that Robert brought for David that night he found him with the sister is just there. It's just like, it's just sitting on his desk. Like nobody could smell. Like first of all, Robert is a fish connoisseur. So like it's fish he made. Nobody could smell that fish sitting in an office for weeks. I don't know how long he was gone. At least even a day or two, you would definitely smell that fish. And the fact that nobody did is kind of interesting. But David sees the fish. He's like, wow, this is so strange. And it says, by the way, there's a note that says, you know, from Robert to David, you know, and then he's like, oh my gosh, what did Robert do? So he goes try to call Robert, I think, try to confront him. I don't know what happens. But, oh, thanks for following, Xander Smith. Welcome. I'm very grateful. You know what? I blacked out a little bit. Forgot I was streaming and not just talking like incoherently to myself. I'm just wrapping up this wonderful movie I watched recently. I've been giving the entire plot of it, kind of minute by minute. But what was I gonna say? Something about the boss missing. Oh yeah, Robert. Okay, so meanwhile, while David is trying to connect the dots that, hey, Robert is, you know, oh, you watched 1 minute of the stream and you like it already. Well, I'm very grateful. Hopefully we can keep that going. I really hope so. I don't want to make you regret your decision. Wait, is this blood on the door? It's not even coming out. It's kind of interesting. I wonder if I have to close the door to clean it. Because that definitely doesn't look like... Maybe it was there before. So basically, David is trying to connect the dots about Robert. And trying to find Vanessa. And trying to find his boss. And really feel like he's very late to the party. Like, in the situation where he's, like, really in over his head. Okay? And, basically, Robert, in the meantime, is using, like, strangers' phones to call the cops and being like, hey, I want to investigate something. And this is at the point where I feel like you realize, like, oh, snap. Robert has every possibility to kind of, frame David, as he should, honestly. Because technically, David's the one who is getting away with the murder. Now, Robert's not innocent in any capacity. But I feel like, is this blood or paint? Because this, oh, it's coming up. I didn't know if it was like previous blood from this prison or something. But it was like, that's the first time I wasn't able to get blood off of something. You hear me? Okay, sorry. This is the first time I had to get an ice pack in a while. Because I've been talking so much at such a, like, capacity that I'm, like, generating so much heat that I'm dying. So if you just excuse me for a second as I drop my body temperature a few degrees. Alright, as I was saying, okay, so Robert is, in the meantime, trying to frame David for everything, you know? And I honestly, I'm rooting for Robert right now in this movie because, sure, he's a murderer and he's a criminal and he tried to help David. But the fact that David, killed somebody and then tried to get with her sister like it was totally fine, I'm... Yes, I am still talking about the movie and I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I've literally talked about the movie for probably as long. Wait, it's just, I just finished a 40-minute drive. I told you, Kennedy, I told you about this. You need to go get your grocery store. You need to go check the special aisle for your salmon. Because I know you probably drove to that Target. And that is just a waste of gas. I mean, it's your gas. It's your gas. It's not a waste if it's yours. That's how you want to use your gas. That's your gas. Okay? But I know you didn't try my trick to see if they have the salmon. I'm pretty sure they have it. The special kind of salmon that you like to eat. I know that it's there. Okay? But yes, I've talked about this movie as much as long as the movie is. No, I'm just going to leave that there. I'm not going to try to make this complicated for me. Hey, alright, how's this movie end? Robert's trying to frame David. I am Team Robert if there was a team choice, because I think what David did was worse than the murder. Like, it's so sickening for me. Like, just to think that somebody would try to get away with murder and then act like it's totally okay to date the sister and drag her into that. It's emotionally abusive, okay? Because if she lives, right? If she lives, because I didn't say if she did or not yet. If she lives, she has to live with that. She has to forever know, not only does she have to process the trauma of her sister's death, but now she has to live with the fact that she started to have feelings for her sister's murderer. That's too much. That's 2 lives taken. Okay? That's 2 lives taken by David. Alright? So anyways, Robert calls the police on some random person's cell phone at a park. He's like, ooh, can I use your phone? You know, my battery's dead. And they let him use it. He calls the cops. He's like, I want to report a crime. What he reports is that we know. We don't hear him say it, but we see in the next scene, the cops are basically at the lake where he disposed of the car, the boss's car. You know who else is there? The boss. The boss is there. Robert kills the boss. We can assume now because he's dead in the lake. We don't see it, but we can assume that he kills him, right? And so he's trying to frame David. And he also calls the cops, I guess, to tell him that David has kidnapped the sister. She's alive, by the way. Now you know. She's alive. He has her at this little wood cabin. He apparently calls the cops to tell him, like, hey, come save this girl, you know? And while Robert is waiting for the cops to come, we don't see him call the cops for this particular scene, but he brings it up later, or it's brought up later. He's, like, basically tormenting that girl And like, this is what we found out. This is what we find out. And this is a scene I also don't like, because once again, I feel like they're trying to do like a, well, maybe David's not that bad of a guy. He's absolutely that bad of a guy. He's terrible. He's a terrible person. Especially because he doesn't, to me, you're worse if you have no awareness and you act like you do nothing wrong. It's one thing to be a killer and be like, yeah, I murder people, right? That's not good. But at least you know that's who you are, you know? You're not lying to yourself about it. But it's another thing to murder people and do really emotionally messed up stuff and be like, well, you know, I'm still a good guy because, you know, I can hold a job, and as long as I say sorry, it's totally cool, and I didn't really do anything that bad. Like, I can't. I have no respect for that. Alright, so anyways, oh wow, I didn't bring enough water buckets up here. Okay, let me go downstairs real quick. So, David calls Vanessa, or Vanessa calls David. Robert calls Vanessa. No. Oh, lordy. Robert calls David using Vanessa's phone, okay? And he's like, David, he's like taunting him. He's like, blah. Basically, he gets David, the idiot, to come save Vanessa, right? Because David's such a good guy. He's such a hero. And so, David goes to, where does he go? He goes to wherever Robert is. And he finds Vanessa there, and they kind of like, Robert kind of like, just like, you know, is just being super casual or whatever. And David is pissed. Oh, I forgot to mention, this is so important. This is the scene I was talking about where they're like trying to make David seem like maybe he's not that bad. Robert says that to Vanessa, oh, David thought she was dead. I convinced her that she was dead. Reality is, and I kind of figured this because they weren't driving that fast down the highway when Janine, the sister, was killed. I didn't think she was dead. But Robert, the nurse, he told David she was dead, and David just assumed. David didn't check for real. I mean, I guess he didn't know how, and, you know, your adrenaline's pumping, so, like, it's actually not that easy to be of the right mind in that kind of situation. But, like, that, what does that have to do with anything? Whether he knew if she was dead or not is irrelevant. Because he, like, it's like, you assume, like, okay, someone's died. There's nothing you can do. I don't believe that. You can still honor someone's death. You can give them the proper respect they deserve by, you know, owning up to what you did, especially if you're the one who killed them. You know, trying to get away with it, that's not like a good thing. Like, oh, well, it was, might as well try to get away with murder that I caused just because she's dead. So you're telling me that if she was, like, kind of barely alive, he would have did the right thing? I don't believe it. He could have did the right thing at any opportunity and chose not to the entire time. So, like, for him to, that one detail, that doesn't make David a good guy in my opinion. Okay? Alright, I don't know if I said that in a, I don't know if I said that in a coherent enough way, but I hope you got my point. Either way, that's supposed to be like some kind of big reveal, you know, like that she was still alive and David didn't know. I don't know why. They're gonna have a sequel to this movie. I don't know. But, where am I? Okay. So basically, what happens after that? David's not in the room for this conversation. When he gets there, he finds Vanessa, because, she's knocked out, because, what's-his-face? Robert has, like, kind of hit her a few times with a kayak paddle. So, she is, let's see. Sorry. She's unconscious, right? And I think Robert thinks that she's dead, but I kind of had a feeling that she wasn't dead. Why do I even have this empty thing? Did I drop everything that was in this bucket? It's useless now. Is there any debris here to pick up? That I need to get more water buckets. Gosh, this place is a mess. So she's unconscious. David's pissed, you know? And so he just starts punching Robert, and Robert's just taking these punches to the face. Okay, he's really punching him, and because he starts to bleed and stuff. And right, of course, when he's doing that, well, the cops show up because Robert's a mastermind. This is not his first rodeo, I can tell you. Right? There's no proof, but it seems pretty obvious that Robert has experience in this kind of field. And so he's like, "Oh, help me!" You know how people are when they're really the villain, but they're acting like they're not. And the cops are like, "Oh, freeze, blah," you know, whatever they say out there. I forgot. And so, like, then, Robert's like, "No," not Robert. David's like, "No," blah. And then Robert's like, he did it, and the girl's in the cabin, and blah, 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 blah. So they arrest David, like I said, Vanessa's still unconscious. She can't vouch for him. The cop goes to talk to Robert, and she's like, wow, you called us just in time. And he was like, yeah. And he's like, oh, you saved her, blah. So she was basically giving him all the credit and stuff, and excuse me, all this and that. And I'm watching this movie, like I said, I want David to be framed for all the murders he didn't commit. All right, I don't like this man. Okay, and so he deserves to be in jail. He deserves to be here in prison with us. So basically, he's getting arrested, and they're still talking to David, kind of just being like, oh, good job, kind of, you know, like, oh, you kind of helped and stuff. And then what happens after that? Hold on, I don't know where to put these body parts right now. They're just making it. I'm gonna have to come down here, and it's not as bad as my earlier situation. It's just a little bit dirty, but still, I don't like backtracking. But okay, wait, let's talk about. Yeah, they're arresting Robert. They're arresting David. They got all the evidence, and the whole time I'm thinking like, oh no, eventually, you know, they're gonna find out something about Robert, because I want him to get away with this, if only so that David can go to jail. I want him to be arrested twice. Okay, so like, they find out the girl is still conscious, she's still alive, and maybe she's gonna lose her memory. We don't ever really find out. She's just unconscious, but she's alive. She has a pulse, you know. And Robert doesn't look nervous. If anything, he'll probably go to the hospital to finish the job, because he seems like that kind of guy. But he seems pretty confident. And oh wait, oh, I thought my light just went out. And that's it. And that's like basically how the movie ends. And that's why I feel like it needs a prequel, because I need to know more about Robert. Why is he so professional? And oh yeah, by the way, Robert tells Vanessa that the reason that he even did all this stuff for David was because he always wanted to have a brother. You know, that was it. Like, he just wanted to feel close to someone. And I feel like you know, everybody could use a little therapy. It's okay. I don't judge. It's just like, you can't do stuff like that. You can't just start killing people and hiding bodies for people because you want to have like a kind of familiar type of relationship with them. And that's the end of the movie. So if you listen to that entire thing, thanks. It was a lot. I essentially talked the entire length of the movie, so no need to watch it. But if you do, it's on Hulu. It's called The Good Neighbor, and it's not a bad movie. It's just frustrating. I give it a 6 out of 10, which is not a bad movie to me. I've seen way worse movies, so I'm kind of biased. Like, it might be the worst movie you ever watched. For me, it was like not that bad. And if you like a good thriller, 10 out of 10 review plus retelling. Thank you, Kennedy. Thank you. I want to do it again. I'm not gonna have to watch other really movies nobody cares about just to relive that. That one got to me. That one was personal. Because I just can't fathom. That is like just so. That was like David. What he did was so cruel and unusual to me. I will 100% watch this movie. You really sold it. Your passion was everything. I'm really grateful. You know, if this movie wants to send me a check for the 1 or 2 views I get it, I will appreciate it. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. You know, it was interesting, and it was shot on location. I'm pretty sure, which is actually a big deal for me. I love movies shot on location. I think it was really shot in Latvia. So yeah, it's like, you know, you got some nice geography there, some scenery, things you never thought you'd probably see. I never seen Latvia, you know. I don't think I've seen pictures of it that I know. You want to be mad with me? Oh, please. I hope. I mean, I don't want that for you, but I hope that my reaction was justified. I didn't like what I saw. Didn't like what I heard. Didn't like what I witnessed. But I do like this plethora of water bottles. What are these called? Water cans? I was gonna say water trash cans. Let me get one more. But yeah. I'm trying to think similar movies to that one. I mean, I've seen a lot of thrillers, but let's see, where there's a team up and they get away with murder. I don't know. I don't know. I can't actually think of a movie that that one reminds me of. And if I can, it's not the same kind of plot. The only movies that are popping in my head right now, I can't even remember. I guess. I mean, other thrillers like The Stepdad. There was one on Netflix. What was it called? That was similar to this, similar to the one we watched, like that. Like a movie where I guess like it's a thriller and like. I mean, there was no identity that was hidden, I guess. About two guys, again, that get drunk and kills... Oh, The Loft! Now, this is not the movie. I know this is not what you're talking about, but you just reminded me of The Loft. That, I think, could be in this category. That's a good one, too. I liked The Loft. I won't say anything about that one. I won't spoil movies that I think are actually good. At least when I watched The Loft, I remember it being good. Everybody in that movie sucks. Right? That's what I kind of remember. They're all deplorable men. That's like the main point of The Loft. Lots of movies where men are just garbage human beings. But wait, about two guys again that get drunk and kill someone. What movie is that, Kennedy? Let me know. Let the good people know. The Loft is good, yeah. It is a good one. I kind of want to rewatch that. Oh my god. I can't believe I talked that much. I kind of feel like I gave myself a small heart attack just reliving that movie. That definitely wasn't like, it wasn't good for my blood pressure. Because I feel like I was like there. It was happening to me. That's how I watched TV. I don't know if that's a good thing, but I'm really immersed when I watch anything. And like, I'm a part of it now. I am this. So it really affects me. I think it's so personally. I've started so many fights. I'm not saying this with any pride. Watching stuff and getting like triggered about it. Like, oh come on. Did I deserve that? I deserved it, I guess. I'm sorry for all the fights I caused. Getting mad about imaginary scenarios. God forgive me, please. Please forgive me, Jesus. Remove this. See, I don't actually think there's an area for crates in this world. Does that mean they have to be incinerated? Because it will burn them all. Well, I hope whoever's watching this is having a great day. Really appreciate you being here, lurking or otherwise. Always means a lot to me. It's nice to not feel like I'm talking into the void, but I don't mind the void. I respect the void. I am the void. Okay? Really enjoy talking. So, yes. Let's see. I mean, I think there's another section of the upstairs I need to clean. I need to do some heavy work on. Because I've only kind of been circling this area. But I know there's like this prison is like really life-size. Let me close this door actually. So that it doesn't get in my way when I try to cross over. And I'll see the stairwell eventually. Okay. Yeah, well, I think there's cells up here I need to clean as well. I can't believe like they gave me 2 incinerators back to back, but no why not 2 mobs? Why not 2 water receptacles? You know, one upstairs, one downstairs? Why not? That would have been really great. Thank you. I'm having a really good day existing in my wonderful voidness. I hope that you're having an even better day. A fantastic day, doing whatever you enjoy, you know, relaxing, thriving. I'm glad my rant was enjoyable. Thanks for listening to it. And I'm glad you still want to watch the movie. That's all I can ask for. Is to not ruin the lives of other people is my goal. No joy ruined here. Okay, I mean, the mopping is like, it's, I live for it. I live for the mopping. It's so satisfying. Like I said, I bought lawnmower simulator. Oh, I can't even say that word, but I bought that, and I actually used to mow the lawn. When my mom got her first house, it was a house we rented before she bought like her house, and it was really cool. It was one of my favorite houses we lived in, and it was on like, it had a tiny front yard, but I used to mow it, and I remember because it was on a hill, and I always wondered why that was my chore and not my brother's chore, but it was my chore, and I actually didn't mind it. My only issue was that I have allergies that are pretty bad, pretty severe, especially living, I used to live in Sacramento, pretty bad. And I had this phobia, and still kind of do. And I think I got this phobia from Final Destination, one of them. I'm not sure which one it was. I think it's the third or fourth one. I don't remember because I don't even know if Final Destination, that one, was even out yet. Because I was like 16 when this story takes place. But like, I used to be so afraid of mowing up a rock and it like killing me. Like either blowing up the... I had really weird thoughts. Like it would blow up the machine and like maybe somehow all the blades would like get me, or like explode or something like that, or like shoot out and like hurt me. I don't know. I have the same fear with vacuums. Like if I vacuum like a marble, oh, why did that happen? It's not good for me. But yeah, I have fears like vacuuming up marbles and rocks and stuff like that, and then like the vacuum exploding or something. I don't know what that's about. I think it's just the surprise of it all. I don't like surprises like that. Oh man, I'm gonna have to jump all the way. I'm gonna have to... Man, I just cleaned this with my footprints. Well, that's fine. This sucks. Like, honestly, I'm just gonna start throwing these over because I don't know if that was a good idea. I'm not thinking clearly right now. I'm just gonna bring this back to where I found the other ones. The elevator. But yeah, anyways, I used to mow the lawn, and it was fun. I actually liked it, minus the stuff I was afraid of. I liked it, so I wonder how Lawnmower Simulator will be. I could not find the movie, but I did add some other thrillers to my list. Oh really? Wait, which ones did you add? Tell me, please. Oh wait, you know what's so funny? When you were describing the plot, one of the most famous horror movies of our time is the plot of drinking and driving and killing someone. Can you guess what it is? How many horror movies have that trope actually? Where young people are just... I think it's actually just one movie. Can you think of it? I'll give you 2 minutes. What's the horror movie where kids are drinking and driving and they kill somebody? Yeah, you got it. I know you did last summer. That's the one. It's, you know what's funny? It's a slasher, right? It's a slasher, but it is a thriller, I feel like, because they don't know. You know what? I guess that is how it is kind of just categorized. I guess all slashers are kind of like thrillers because you don't really know who's killing you, and the whole time the kids are like, who's killing us? I don't know. And you gotta like kind of go along with them as they try to figure it out, and now you try to figure it out, and then it always ends with like, Bill O'Grady, he was an old farmer fisherman engineer, and he was wrongfully killed, his wife was killed, his kids were murdered. There's always this plot, and now he wants revenge, like that, you know? I always love those sections of lore. Hold on, let me drink some water before I actually die. It is. See, that's why we're connected here, Kennedy. Lore is the best part of any horror thriller, honestly. I could watch a whole movie. That's why Urban Legend, that's one of the good ones. There's a ton of lore in there. It's like lore sprinkled throughout. It's not a great movie, but it's cool in that sense that like every time somebody dies or right before somebody dies, they're like, oh, Don't you remember the story of this? Urban legends are so creepy, and I really want them to actually remake that movie, or like have a spin-off where it's like a bunch of shows and every episode is a different urban legend. But I want it to be terrifying. You know, I don't want it to be cheesy. It could be a little cheesy, but like I want it to be I want it to ruin my life. That's how scary I want it to be. Like, okay, like the babysitter, or no, it's not the babysitter. One Missed Call. That's the original, right? One Missed Call? No, I'm thinking of so many stupid movies. What's that movie called? One Missed Call. He's inside the house. I can't live with myself because it has one of my favorite dialogues in a movie. When a Stranger Calls, right? Now, that's a remake. When a Stranger Calls, that's the... I didn't even look it up. I just remembered. Okay. When a Stranger Calls, the original is like from the 70s or something like that. And it has one of my favorite dialogues in the movie. And then they remade it. I only seen the first one. I've only seen the original like once. Yeah, you got it. I just saw your chat. You guessed it. You got it. You're so cool, Kennedy. The coolest person in the planet. You got it. Yes. When a Stranger Calls. Is one of my... I don't remember the original, unfortunately. And I know there's a sequel also. I kind of want to rewatch it now. But I remember the original was kind of slow. It's kind of slow from what I remember. But I don't think I was fully paying attention. Where did all the mop buckets I brought over here go? I thought I brought a bunch of mop buckets over here. Did I just leave them? Where is... I thought I carried one with me. Anyways, what's that? Oh yeah, When a Stranger Calls. Oh yes. So that's a whole entire movie dedicated to the babysitter urban legend. Where, you know, like, oh, he's calling... And there's multiple versions, but like... The whole thing is that he's in the house with her and he's calling her from inside the house. It's so absolutely terrifying. It's so scary. Where is the elevator? Okay. And I thought I brought a bucket with me. Did I spill it? Calling from inside the house. And so like I actually liked the remake. You know, it was realistic enough. The house... I can't handle this. It's not me. I promise. I'm not the one who's doing this. I wouldn't do this to myself. Let's see if there's any garbage I can pick up then. If we're gonna have such a terrible experience today. Any debris? Probably down there. Whatever. I don't care right now. So, When a Stranger Calls. Yeah, you know, it's kind of realistic a little bit. It's a little like cheesy, but it's still actually I found that movie very creepy. And one of the creepy things I found, I'm sitting next to like 600 pounds of stuff right now, trying to get cozy. One of the things that I liked about it was how creepy they made the murderer. That's very important to me. I'm sick of all these like I don't say I'm sick of it like this. I don't think this is a super huge problem, but sometimes the killer isn't creepy enough. It'll be like some like I don't know, like, I mean, you know what? There's two arguments you can make here. It's actually good. So when they do have a criminal killer who can pass as normal, quote unquote normal, you know, by society's standards. You know what I'm saying? Because those are the people who are doing these things. You never know. It's not the strange person, right? You know about stranger danger. It's a myth. It's actually usually somebody you know who will hurt you, which is actually so terrible. It's terrible, right? So for when movies do that, that's good. That's realistic. But also, I'm not talking about imagery. I'm not talking about what they look like. I'm talking about how they act. I think you can look any kind of way and still be like a absolute degenerate, you know? And that's how I felt When a Stranger Calls. I think it's Tommy Flanagan? Am I saying his name right? He has a Glasgow smile, like a legit one. When he was younger, I read about this because I used to be really interested in it. But like when he was younger, he was like assaulted by a gang, and like I think he's from Glasgow's in Scotland. Yeah, I think he's from Scotland, right? and they cut him. They did that. Now he's an actor. Tommy O'Flanagan. I'm killing his name, but he was in Sin City. He was in Sons of Anarchy. He played one of the people, one of the bikers, in the main gang. But yeah, so he's I'm pretty sure like at the end they like show him and it's him, right? And what's my point? I feel like he looks like just a regular person. They probably think like, oh, his scars, but I feel like he's totally fine looking. And what am I saying to you right now? My point is that it didn't matter what he looked like to me. It was what they said that he did. If you watch When a Stranger Calls, the remake, I will just tell you this one thing. In the beginning, they have a murder take place. So how sometimes movies set you up like that. Here's a first murder, and then you have the main story, right, to set up the villain. And the cops say over that they show the cops coming out of the house with these trash bags, and he kills the babysitter, he kills the kids, but they say something very specific that stuck with me all the time. He like ripped them apart with his bare hands. Is this gonna get flagged? What I'm talking about? I'm talking like, I'm just telling you something that I found out, or that I watched in a movie. So like, it's not real, but like, the fact that detail, that changed the movie for me. That made the movie good, because I'm like, yeah, I wish more movies went there, and like talked about just how sick some of these people are. Just stories, just story, it's an urban legend. They just made it into a movie. I didn't write this, I just watched it a bunch of times. Yeah, I like when stuff goes like pushes it, like, don't give me just like, okay, this guy's stalking this girl because he likes to give people the heebie-jeebies. No, he's a crazy person, and I don't use that word in a dismissive way. I will say every time. It's like, I mean, like, he will literally tear you asunder with his bare hands. That's something else entirely. That's really bad to do that. Okay? Anyways, yeah, I like when movies do that. And I want other movies that will like be urban legend movies to like go there and like be creepy. Like, let me think of one. Like, I think there's one where this is kind of like, this one's not like, I don't think there's a crime in this one, but there's one about, I think there's a guy who has a pet chihuahua that he buys or something like that, but it turns out to be like a rat. That's creepy, like a hairless rat or something like that. Or like, where's another one? Oh my gosh, one of my favorites, so I think it's probably one of the creepiest, and they do this in one of the urban legend movies, because it's it's like a threequel. There's 3 of them, and one of them is there's a guy under the girl's bed, right? And she thinks it's her dog, right? Guy or girl, doesn't matter, because the story changes. Depends on who's telling it. She pets her dog before bed every night or something like that, and the dog like licks her hand, and then one night she's petting down there and like something licks her hand, and then she wakes up and either like her roommate's dead or the dog's dead, and then on the wall it says, "Aren't you glad you didn't look?" or something. And it was because like the guy was licking her hand under the bed to like pretend to be her dog, and that's insane, but I like stuff like that. It's so crazy, that's my cup of tea. That is that's the weird stuff that I'm being punished. At least the garbage didn't fall out completely. My nose is feeling kind of stuffed. I'm getting congested. I'm not sick though. I don't get sick. I think it's just from just talking so much. I hate the Harold urban legend, and the one where the girl comes home and her roommate is dead, but she doesn't know it's the next morning. Wait, is Harold the one from Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, the Scarecrow one? That's, you know what? Those Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, those were urban legends for our time as children. I love those books, man. Man, oh my gosh, I'm gonna mess my kids up if I have kids in the most nicest way. They gonna read those books, okay? Those books are so good. Those books are so good. And the drawing, the art. Okay, I'll tell you a little story real quick. When I was a child, I'm pretty sure, Kennedy, you were like barely alive, okay? like maybe like 3 years old. But I was still going trick or treating. Of course I was. I trick or treated. I'll trick or treat right now. But like, what was I talking about? Oh, Harold and oh yes, scary stories to tell in the dark. When I was going trick or treating one year, I don't know who I was with. Some other kids, my brother, my cousin, who knows? But like, there was this lady, and she was gonna give away these 2 huge candy bars, right? And she was like, if you guys can tell me a scary story or poem or song, I'll give you these, or something like that. And okay, there is one of my favorite stories in the Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark series is like actually like a poem, and it's called The Hearse. I'm pretty sure it's called The Hearse. And it's like that old classic, like, oh, I'm not gonna sing it for you because I'm not gonna do that to you right now. But like, it's like, don't you ever laugh if a hearse goes by, for you may be the next to die. And I knew the entire thing. For whatever reason, I had that memorized, and I sang the whole thing to her, and she gave me both candy bars, and nobody got anything. I got both, and nobody got anything, and it was one of the highlights of my entire life. I was like, I feel like I had it in my back pocket. I knew for one day that's gonna come in handy for me, and I feel like one day it's gonna come in handy for me again. Who knows when? But like, yeah, just check it out. It's called The Hearse. It's in Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. I don't know which one, but you can probably find it online like that. But yeah, the art in those books is so good. I know we got a movie. We got a movie for I don't even remember what I was for Halloween that year. I probably was some kind of hybrid creature, because I used to do that with my costumes. Like, it could have been one of the years where I was a humpback. You know, I had a robe and a backpack on, so I have a humpback, and I had a Freddy Krueger claws and like a green wolf mask. I was that for like 2 or 3 years. I was always the same thing for Halloween. I wanted to be something so weird. Oh, there's a guy on YouTube that's saying it. You guys send it to me. Can you link it? Does my chat allow links, Kennedy? Or you could just text it to me. Like, you don't have my number. Oh, he's the same guy that made the How to Tie a Noose song? I don't know that song. I don't think I know him. But yeah, I gotta hear it. Oh, okay, let me clean this up. This is long ago. Oh, I remember the guy's body I found in this area. His head was smashed. But oh yeah, the Scary Stories movie, I liked it. And I liked that it was like regular kids. Like, no, I always like when movies do have like regular characters who, you know, they could be anybody. And I think that movie takes place during the 70s. It takes place during the Vietnam War, I think, I'm pretty sure. I know they're supposed to, at least I think they're supposed to have like sequels, because there's multiple books. But I really still wanted more. The movie was good, and I really appreciated it, especially the creature designs. But I always, like, I never want stuff like that to end. You know, the scariest scene in that movie for me was the red room, where they're at the mental asylum, I think. And yeah, the red room with the woman, and she's like slowly walking like to the little kid, and like everywhere he turns, she's like down the hall, like coming, and it's like multiples of her. That's the scariest thing ever in the whole world. I hate being chased. Like, I hate being followed or anything. Like, somebody even walking behind me too close, I cannot handle it. Like, I need to be able to, like, I need my space. I need to feel like I'm the only person on the street. And if it's a crowd, it's one thing. But, like, just you and one other person, or, like, just the thought of someone, like, slowly coming and getting you is really creepy to me. And, yeah, I really like that scene. I wanted more. I wanted to be more afraid. And I also like the one with, is it Rikki Tikki Tavi? The guy who comes down the cellar, or the chimney? I like that too. That's also creepy. I think that's what it was called. It's always Halloween in my mind, I tell you. Alright, just cleaning up some alien blood, no big deal. It's so crazy for me how much I like horror stuff, and I cannot play horror games. I keep thinking like, oh, maybe one day. Maybe. Maybe. But they're really scary. Okay, did I Did I effectively mop up every like little room up here? Cause that would be really cool. Yeah, that part was scary. This looks, see, like I see these things that look like blood. Like this looks like, oh, I got it. Oh, that's gonna be hard if there's blood on the railing. It's kind of hard to see. Okay, I think, other than, well, I know for the mattresses, I'm gonna try to burn them all. Because they're gonna be hard to, carry out all the way down to the incinerator. But I'm gonna have to still mop up here, because when you burn anything, it creates that soot. I'm hungry. I think maybe I can finish this in like one other playthrough. I know I have to clean every room, every single prison cell. Maybe I can clean well, I gotta take these down with me, these garbage. I think I have one extra mop. Maybe I'll clean this elevator. Or no, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. Well, hold on. Let me not actually knock it over. But I think maybe one extra playthrough, and I have this. Look at this. Mop ain't even cleaning, dude. Can this be cleaned? I'm literally hitting the dirt. That's crazy to me. I wonder why. Is that a bug? Why it's not letting me clean this elevator? This is definitely gonna be like a 6-hour upload on YouTube. These are actually one of my most viewed though. It's kind of funny. I am grateful. Whoever's listening to me talk this much. And clean up blood and guts in a prison. Alright, I'm probably gonna have bloody footprints. Just empty. I'll just throw this down. Empty bucket's not gonna serve me up here anymore because there's not really garbage anymore as much as there's let me get this. Just the mattresses. You know what? Oh no, is it stuck? I hate when these things get stuck. Alright. I think I got it. Come on now. I was just stuck like this. And alright, maybe I got it loose. Alright, man. Let's throw it down here. Get this dirty bucket of water. Carefully. You know what made me happy? Earlier today, somebody named Xander came to the stream, and they said that they followed me in like 1 minute of watching me, and they don't normally follow people. That was really nice. I really appreciated that. It made me feel good. I always wonder who will come, who will stay. I'm always surprised also, Kennedy, like, I don't know if this is gonna sound, that you hang out with me. Makes me happy. Like, that you want to. it's surprising to me. I don't know, like, maybe because I don't talk to anyone on the planet, but like, when I find out that people really want to, especially my own family, my sister, that's so crazy. Especially since you're also younger than me. What am I doing? I don't know why I decided. Oh, I tell you why. I was gonna try to burn the mattresses down here, so I feel like it'll be easier to clean up versus me having to come all the way back upstairs. Yes, I love you. I love you, tiny human. Okay. Remember when you used to teach me all the lingo? You used to teach me how to talk to the kids. Now I know. Listen, is that jarring? I'm trying to clean these mattresses. I gotta set these mattresses on fire. And it's gonna create a big, big, big mess. Okay? I don't have to do this. I want to do this. Oh wait, let me not move this one because I got a nice bucket of clean water. Let me clean some of these. The fact that I have to clean the ant tunnels. Oh wait, let me not make the mistake of bringing water in there because there's nowhere flat to lay this. But like, I have to clean ant tunnels. Why? It's just dirt. They're not gonna, I mean, maybe they'll reuse them. Maybe they'll reuse them. I did used to scare you. Okay? But I didn't know I did. You were just scared of me. That's not my fault. But I appreciated that you respected me so much that you wouldn't even ask me. I don't even remember what you used to ask me for. Like, what, to play games or something? Like, I feel like you just asked me cute things. Like, not like anything bad. Oh my gosh. Oh man, don't want to phase. Now you call me about, oh Misha, can you fix my fridge? No, can't fix your fridge from 200 miles away, can be. But I wish I could. I could be there for emotional support. I emotionally support you as you figure it out. Yes. But I get all kinds of phone calls now. I'm very grateful. It is an honor. It is an honor that you trust me with your most smallest, biggest task. Alright, oh, you know what? I still have to clean the stairwell as well. I have to clean the stairwell as well. Alright, any more mattresses left? I mean, who is giving these prisoners king-size mattresses? Like, this is ridiculous. I'm not saying they don't deserve them. I'm just saying it's not what I feel like the norm is. I find it very interesting. Oh my gosh. It'd be so cool if you could actually jump on the bed in this game and it like bounced you. Do you know? I don't know why that would be so cool. I need to choose my words more wisely. Let's go. It kind of sounds like a gunfight, the sound of this mattress. I'm trying to twist it. I got all the other ones in. Me and you together. You turn it into a taco. If you've never moved a mattress when you have to like move somewhere or just in general, it's like this. It's really like this. It's very realistic portrayal of moving a mattress. Okay, very nice. All right, did I get all the mattresses? Not that one because that water bucket's in the way, and I need to do some stuff in that area first. Mattress. Gone? Can't tell. Yes. Alright, let me go to the other side of this prison. We got some garbage. Okay, no problem. No problem. I can't believe I didn't just clean upstairs first, but it's fine. I did clean downstairs kind of first, but it's still like you won't be too much trouble to go through that again. Do some extra cleaning. this, when I'm done with this level, I'm gonna start the cat lady. Y'all voted for me to play yet another game about depression and sad things. That's fine. That's fine. It's fine. I'm excited to play. I haven't played a point-and-click game since Little Misfortune. It's been a while. So this it felt like it's been a while. I know it's not gonna be the same. Oh wait, I have a whole room here that needs to be taken care of. Where are my... Oh, let me put this back. Oh gosh, I got footprints on my feet already. Footprints on my feet. Blood? Bloody footprints. I don't want to track them. You know, my guy, everybody voted for depression, my guy. I put that poll on everywhere I could think of. Twitter, Instagram, even like the YouTube community page. Everybody outvoted. Cat lady won. Cat lady won. That's fine. Apparently it's a trilogy. I bought all the games. I don't even know if I'll like the first one, but I assumed intuitively, I said, yeah, I probably will like all these games. Why won't this elevator clean, dude? Oops. Okay, let me grab with my hands the only clean bucket. So I'm gonna try to clean that last cell. Never mind, just kidding. Alright, let's go downstairs and get some new buckets. Every time I come here, it's like so jarring. I forget how much of a mess I've made in this hallway. My goodness. There's always that one room, you know? And this place, what makes this place hard is like, it's not quite an open floor plan. It's like very narrow in some areas. Lots of hallways and sharp corners. Not to mention there's slight glitching in these areas. This looks like I'm in a basement that has like graffiti all over it. Like where kids come to hang out, you know, and practice their skills. Urban explorers. Is that what they're called? Wow, oh my gosh. Okay. I mean, look how long it's taking me to move these buckets. Oh, maybe I forgot I could walk. That'll probably help me. Oh, it didn't help me. Spill that dirty water over myself. I've taken 16,500 steps. I got an achievement for that. This game is a test of patience. You know, after playing this, any other simulator game is gonna be like, I don't know, like I said, lawnmower simulator. What kind of problems can you have in that game? I wonder. It looks like the aftermath of a paintball session. It does. A very, very tense one. My goodness. paintball session, and then like they never cleaned it up, and they just kept letting people play, and they never cleaned it up. I heard that paintballs actually hurt. Did I tell you one time one of my I was in middle school and this guy tried to prank me. He's like, "Oh, you want a piece of gum?" And I almost fell for it. It was a paintball pellet. I should have known. Thank God somebody was nearby and stopped me. He could have went to jail. Would I have died? I don't know. They're probably non-toxic. Probably would have been very upset though. It's crazy that we have games like that for children. Or like teenagers. Like, hey, wouldn't it be fun to pretend to shoot your friends? And we got this paint. And so it looks like you're really shooting them. Like it's blood splatter. Like, that's what we're doing as I play this game, drenched in blood. But it's not the same. I'm not a child. Okay, I'm a full-grown woman. Alright? That's paintball is for like teenagers, isn't it? You know what I'm talking about? Like, that's the game. You shoot your friends, you sneak up on them, shoot them in the back, and the paint splatters like blood. There, you know? I didn't make that up. I'm a witness to this world. I just live here on this planet. Only Americans. You know, that's funny. I'm gonna see where paintballing was invented now. Was it American? Or any other colonizing type of country? You know the ones? Let's see. Where was paintball invented? New Hampshire, USA. In 1981. Well, that's not even that long ago. Wait, but it says the first paintball Nelson, wait. It said the first paintball gun was invented in the mid-60s as an efficient way of marking trees that needed to be cut down. Oh my gosh. First of all, none of these things sound good. Like, inventing to chop down trees doesn't sound great. Oh wait, what's this? Completely off topic, but when you're hungry and you eat, do you suddenly not feel hungry anymore? If the food you're eating takes too much work to eat, like breaking crab, or if you eat salami and crackers like I did, there are too many crumbs so you stop eating, or is it just me? That's a very interesting and unique scenario you just described. I will say, like, if you wait too long to eat, you can not feel hunger. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't eat. Your frustration over how difficult it can be to eat make you lose your appetite. I've never had that feeling. I never give up when it comes to eating. You're asking the absolute wrong person. Okay? Eating is my mission in life. Something I enjoy to do at all costs. You know? So, like, I got to eat. You know? But I will say, Kennedy, on that note, you actually made me realize I do need to eat. Actually, it's time. So I'm gonna go do that. I'm taking like 8 mop buckets at a time upstairs, because they're just like, man, you barely can get anything clean with one. Even though I like this level design, I think it's really cool. I'm not sure how realistic this is gameplay wise to do as like a solo. Okay, whatever. Because it's like humongous. And also some things are just feel kind of unorthodox. Like I said, the 2 incinerators right next to each other just seems so dumb. Because even if you played on multiplayers, they're right next to each other. I feel like they're cramped next to each other, not even conveniently like next to each other. So it just seems stupid to me. But maybe that's what they want. They just want you to work really, really, really hard and practice patience and diligence, all the good stuff. Or maybe it's meant to torment you. Like, maybe it's part of the whole aspect of all the blood and guts. Like, a lot of people think that's like horror, is seeing somebody like ripped apart. But I think maybe psychological horror is actually true horror. And this is psychologically demanding, tedious. I don't know, it can make you go a little crazy, knocking over a water bucket, something like that. You know what I mean? Having to walk back and forth. It's like the perpetualness of it is like a version of hell, I think. But also at the same time, kind of relaxing. Okay, two things can be true. I just described hell as relaxing. Maybe not that true. Okay. Yeah, wow. My words are matching up right now. Okay. All right. You see what I'm talking about? Do you see what I'm talking about? Maybe it's me. Like maybe I'm speaking these things into existence. I think has to be, or maybe this game knows that I'm not having a good I'm having some anger problems. Free stream already, and the game knows it's being tested. Can I make it through? See, I believe in myself. I don't give up. Not the type, no matter what. What I do hate though is just like, gosh, constant footprints. It's never ending. Like, I can't stand this. This is the worst part of it. Having those stupid things. Like, I haven't done enough cleaning for you. I'm gonna start putting mop buckets everywhere. Because I'm gonna have to. But I mean, I'm dropping the mattress off. I don't know if the mattress is gonna land. I'll just put it like over here. So like maybe no mattress will accidentally hit this. I don't think upstairs is that dirty, but the elevator is. It's super dirty from all my walking back and forth. And the hallways upstairs, the staircases and whatever, those are really dirty too. Ah, I get one more for good measure. Better have more than not enough. Come on, like in this, why is it like this? That's like the most times I've ever tipped it out, just pulling it out of the thing. I'm so angry right now, it's crazy. I'm trying to concentrate. This game's supposed to help me relax. I'm having a hard time. It probably doesn't look like I'm angry. I notice that sometimes on stream I'll be really mad and I'll watch it back. It doesn't look like any emotion. Um, I'm not sure what it should look like. Okay, so let me not just start barging in with my dirty feet. Because you know how my feet are. I like to hop around because I feel like it counts as steps. And like there's a certain amount of steps that you can do before like I feel like you've run out of feet, dirt, blah blah blah. Okay. I just don't want to track it to other parts of the upstairs prison area. Okay. So, looking for mattresses to throw asunder, as I do. Oh yeah, I forgot about these tunnels. Completely forgot about these tunnels. I wish you guys could see them. I need to take a picture of my setup. Let me take a picture right now so I can show later. It's very ridiculous. Uh, I think I win at insane setups. I mean, you gotta start somewhere. I used to stream on a MacBook, a borrowed MacBook, and it was not good for any type of game whatsoever. Very laggy, and just on my mattress or whatever. Now I have a gaming laptop, and I got a little ring light, and I got a slightly upgraded webcam, and oh, I have a mop bucket up here. That's good too. And I also have a nice microphone, and I'm streaming on a work desk, which is actually like a lunch tray that you eat when that you use when you're bedridden. That is my setup. I got a mouse pad with the wrist support thing. I think that's luxurious. I feel like it's a good. One day I do want to have a like an actual PC like at a desk, but a floor desk because I've never mentioned this here on stream, but I'm a floor person. I'm a floor people. Um, and I do not like furniture. I very much like traveling nomad type energy. Lots of big cushions. everything on the ground for when you just, you know, you never know when you have to absolutely get out of somewhere. I can't be taking couches and stuff like that. Literally, my mattress folds. It folds. You know, it's a nice size. It's a queen size, I think. Queen or full, doesn't matter. It's big enough, and it folds for when you absolutely have to leave the country, leave the state, go anywhere. And my couches, I have two couches. I'm sitting on one of them. They're folding couches. Basically, they're like floor futons. They turn into beds. So that's what I like. All right. All right. Got another, okay. Another mattress to incinerate. Okay. So let me check the other prison area. Gosh. Which is, where is it? Oh, it's over there. Okay. Yeah. I don't have a kitchen table or anything like that. I don't like to have an apartment that is just, or home, whatever, just to accommodate guests. I've always been kind of against that. Like, people have couches. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize how dirty it is in here still. Okay, let me start getting some mop buckets. But I feel like people have homes to accommodate, like, guests. Like, people have guest rooms. People have guest houses. And, like, I'm not super welcoming, I guess. But, like, I don't know. I just think it's odd. Unless you really like socializing and having people at your home. I don't personally like to do that. Gosh, there's a lot too. Like I thought it would be maybe like those big liver things, stomach, whatever. But it's like even these intestines, I can't stand cleaning these up. Ugh, okay. I just need to. I feel like sometimes when I get into like a kind of mind state, I end up doubling my work. It's such a frustrating thing I do, and I know I'm doing that right now. But I just feel like what else can I do except for succumb? I don't know why I clean up like this as well. Like I know I make things so much more time consuming than they have to be. I feel like maybe I just don't have good strategy. Like this is so dumb what I'm doing. I should have just like mopped somewhere else, waited for this bucket to get, you see what I'm talking about? Now the bucket's empty. Now it doesn't even matter. That's like I don't know why I do stuff like that. What is that called? Is that self-sabotage? I think that's self-sabotaging. I wish I would stop doing that. I'm not gonna do it again. I'm gonna be better. I'm gonna change right now. I'm gonna be using all of my intelligence and making a great effort to be successful. I'm gonna be what's the word? Gonna be I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. Strategic? Oh, it's kind of like strategic, punctual. Mm, like you do something that's like practical. That's not the word I'm looking for either. Can't think of it. It doesn't help that these walkways are so narrow. Ugh, I wish this game would stop freaking out. It's so frustrating. I really want to finish this level and go back to normal, but I'll have to take a break if this game, like, if it can't, like, if I can't play without the glitching. It's just gonna frustrate me, especially on days where I don't feel good. Well, I feel fine. I'm just angry today, right now. So, like, this is not helping me de-stress at all. I remember the one and only time I played Surgeon Simulator. It was fun, but I don't know how you beat that game. Maybe now that I played this, maybe I would be better. I feel like I gotta go back and try. I still have that game. Like maybe now since I know like first person mechanics a little, I could do a better job and like actually have some success. I could not get past the first surgery. So, all right. Okay, here's another ray gun. That's great. I need this for can I throw this like over? I need this no for blowing up the mattresses. I can't throw it over because that the railing's in the way. But I can get these empty cans. One time, this kind of reminds me of like the first apartment I ever moved out of. I like threw away all my stuff. I don't really regret it, but it just made me realize like, oh, I won't do that again. I won't have stuff that I have to get rid of. Cause like I had to move out like these huge futons, way bigger than I have now, and 5 bookshelves, and it was not super great. I was really proud of myself because I accomplished it by myself, but like moving mattresses is not really like a cool fun thing. Doesn't feel good, and I had to take them to a dump, and that was an interesting experience. But I was just like, that was just so crazy. I did that. I've done so many crazy things like that. I'm kind of tired now about doing stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do nothing like that anymore. Oh no, I forgot one of these. Look at, whose is that? One of their little USBs. That's what it's called? USB. UBS. USB. Yeah. UBS. I said it out loud to test if that's like the right way. Okay, I gotta remember to get that. I should get it now. Let me just clean up this mess here. Can I just throw it downstairs? Did I get prisoner 622? Let's check. Yes, I did. Somebody with no calves. A no calf type person. Uh, if I drop it down there, will I remember? I will. I will believe in myself to remember. Pray it fell down there with no issues. I read this? Oh, I didn't read this one. It's my birthday today. 10 years now I've been here, and in that time I've been beaten within an inch of death several times. I've lost most of my teeth and feeling in my right leg. Right now I'm pretty sure I've got another broken rib. Many of the other prisoners say something bad is coming. It can hardly be worse than this. I think I'll just celebrate my birthday by starting another prison riot. If I die, I die. That is... Man, I'm very sorry. And you did die, dude. I'm so sorry to that person. I feel like I don't know why. It's like relatable somehow. I feel his pain, honestly. I'm sorry he died with no calves after being beaten and not even be able to feel his legs. Like, that's just messed up. Let me stop this. Oh, almost jumped over. Oh, that's kind of scary, actually. I may move this dirty bucket so I don't accidentally spill it everywhere because I don't want the drama. You know what I wish I had? I went for a walk today in the rain. It was really great. And I got myself Chinese food. And you know what? I wore these boots that I got at the thrift store. They're hiking boots. They're great. They're a little too big, but I didn't have socks on. So, like, probably with socks is better. Anyways, I wish I had some real legit rain boots. Like when you're a kid, I never had any, like as a child or any age. And I always think I wanted some. And am I still connected to this? I'm really trying here. Anyways, I would love to have some legit rain boots. I love walking in puddles and stuff like that. I am a true rain lover. It's not about staying cozy indoors for me. I really like to go outside in the rain and be in there. No umbrellas. Team no umbrellas. Oh, what this stupid dude? Piece of skull or something. Really dirty over here. Obviously, I've made some mistakes over here. Or, I don't know, maybe I just haven't cleaned over here? I don't think this is me. Some of this looks like spilled mop bucket, for sure. But not all of it. Come on. Let me move this again. Accident waiting to happen. Very gross. Very disgusting, I have to say. Okay, so I just had a thought pop into my head about ink. This area kind of looks a little inky. And it made me remember that people eat like octopus or squid ink. And I wonder what it tastes like so bad. I can't imagine. I don't know if it's actually like if you do a chemical test on ink, like that you write with, and ink from are they cephalopods? I don't know. I don't think they are. Are they cephalopods? I don't remember. Octopus, squid. If you do a chemical test on their ink versus like pen ink, is it the same composition? Because don't feel like pen ink would taste good, you know? In fact, I know it doesn't because I've eaten ink. Not on purpose, but like in general, I've had ink, accidentally. I've accidentally tasted it, like maybe chewing on a pen, something like that, And it tastes kind of like sharp. Ink tastes kind of like poison, you know? So I wonder if what octopus ink tastes like. Or is it something like gold flakes? You know how you watch all those old like, ooh, most expensive burger, most expensive pizza, like type of videos. And the reason it's expensive is because they use gold flakes and they use truffles. It's very boring, you know? But what I hear, I've never tried it myself. I can't speak for how it tastes. But what I hear is that gold flakes don't actually taste like anything. It's so strange. Like, well, I guess it's not that strange. I was gonna say it's so strange that we would eat gold, but gold is just a mineral. And we eat all kinds of minerals and stuff like salt or whatever. And I think rocks can taste good. I'm not gonna lie to you. And I know for a fact that a lot of animals will lick rocks and stuff like that, or like salt rocks or whatever for like to get their minerals and stuff. And I've done this before also, okay? Anyways, my point is that I'm supposed to be getting something. I left this room for a reason. I think it was to get another mop bucket. Let's just get one. Anyways, I'm saying this because eating gold actually isn't that strange if you consider how we eat minerals, but it's kind of dumb also. I don't know what I'm trying to say anymore. I just feel like if it doesn't taste like anything and it doesn't have any nutritional value, what is the point then? Like, what is the point then? I don't like stuff like that, you know? Okay? I'll be honest with you. I'm not in a good mood, so I'm not going to talk about anything I like today, probably. But like drinking, I just think drinking is the dumbest thing on the planet. I can't, like, if I had a choice, drinking would be illegal. And I'm talking about drinking alcohol. Do you know? I think it's so dumb. Now, this is coming from a person that's never been drunk, okay? But also, I have, addicts in my family, so I don't drink for a multitude of reasons. But like, I have tasted it, and it's disgusting. Tastes like gasoline. And the fact that people have to mix their drinks to make it taste regular, is so stupid to me. It literally is poison. The moment you drink it, it like rots your brain and kills all your insides. You could argue that sugar and soda and stuff does that too. Lots of stuff. But like I don't feel like there's not a lot of group like things that are edible. Like okay, like alcohol specifically does that and has no other purpose. Do you know? That's how I feel. I feel like that's also science. Science. I feel like you can definitely use it to clean wounds and like clean things in general, disinfect stuff, set things on fire. Just, I don't know why people drink it. I mean, I do know why. I'm not stupid, but I don't know why. That's how people would choose to die. It's interesting to me. And it's like one of those, it's like, okay, a lot of things are possible. I have a very big imagination. I'm going to make an argument. Okay, drinking not only harms you, right? Harms other people. A lot of people, DUIs, they hurt other people. Maybe they become violent drunks. They hurt you physically. Okay, trigger warning, sorry. I just think like how many times has eating too much candy ever done that? Like how often has a sugar rush caused somebody to hurt another person? Do you know what I mean? And the one scenario, I don't know, it's not one scenario. There, like I said, my imagination is absolutely wild. So I can definitely think of how sugar could potentially hurt. Let me see, wait, can I? How could eating too much sugar hurt another person? Okay, I got one scenario popped into my head right away. I'll just tell you it. Um, so you eat a ton of candy and you're addicted to candy. It's really bad for you. It's destroying your body, your teeth. Well, maybe you as a person are completely dependent on another individual, right? Maybe you're an adult, you're a child, probably an adult. Let's say you're an adult because I wouldn't blame children. Like you're a grown person, but you can't afford your own like dental stuff. And maybe the pain you cause someone else is like maybe your mom has to come now and pay for all your teeth. And because she did that, now your mom's bankrupt. And she now has no money. Now I know in certain countries, hello country. Listen, you came at the perfect time. I'm losing my mind right now. But I'm having a scenario right now where I'm comparing how how uh what am I saying? I'm trying to let people know my stance on drinking. I don't appreciate it. I don't support it. Okay? And I'm trying to say that drinking alcohol has no benefits. And it's one of the things that you can consume that can't just hurt you or hurt someone else too. And I tried to say, I'm about to sleep and watch a stream. Good. Go to night. Go to night. I'll say go to night. Go to sleep. Thank you. I don't know if you want to fall asleep to what I'm talking about right now. Kind of belligerent. But I appreciate you being here as always. I was just saying that what was I talking about? Oh, that like even if you're addicted to candy, it's not something that's known to hurt another person. If you're addicted to alcohol, yeah, absolutely. We have records. We have thousands of millions probably of cases where alcohol has been the main cause or a huge source of harm to you and another person. How many studies can we say about that with candy? Because people make that argument every time I don't know who I talk to. I don't talk to anyone. So my imaginary debaters in my head. No, I've had experiences talking to people. I don't ever try to convince somebody to not drink. I definitely care if people do that. But like my thing is I don't think you should do it at all. A lot of people make the argument that I'm not talking about extreme cases like addicts. I'm talking about people who think they drink casually and they normalize drinking casually. I'm going all over the place with what I'm talking about right now. Okay, hold on a second. You know what I'm saying? Who do it, they think it's a social thing. Um, I don't try to stop them. If somebody asks my opinion, I'm definitely gonna be honest. But like, I've grown up around people drinking since the crack of dawn. I've had friends who drank at very young ages, and I was just around. Do you know what I'm saying? I was always kind of like the designated driver even before I had my license. Like I was just there to make sure nobody died or and something bad happened. And my point is that I don't know what my point is anymore. I'm losing track of thoughts. I blah blah blah. Oh yeah. So like I've had my moments where I try to tell my friends like, hey, I don't know if this is good, I'll do. But people, like people really are mean to you. In my experience, I will say people have been mean to me just because I don't drink and I don't like it. And I have very good reasons to not like it. But it's like you try to take away their religion if you say, hey, maybe you shouldn't drink. Like people get really offended by that. So I stopped and now why drink alcohol? We could drink soda. It tastes so much better. And that's the thing. And that brings me back to my original point. People make the argument like, well, oh, it's so bad for you. Candy's bad for you. McDonald's is bad for you. They can kill you. Sure. Anything can kill you. Okay? You could probably breathe too hard and kill yourself. You know what I mean? Like, but when has drinking soda caused violence? Caused like DUIs, hitting somebody with your car, getting into a fight, uh, cheating on your spouse. You know what I'm saying? Like other people use alcohol as like oh yeah, oh I was drunk. Oh my god, that's why. So like there's another theory like you become who you really are when you drink. Maybe I don't know. I don't really understand it. I'm gonna be honest with you, why people act so differently when they've been drinking. I don't always believe that. I think sometimes people just do what they always wanted to do and they use drinking as an excuse. Anyways, when has drinking soda ever done that? I'm sure this world is big, it's vast, it's huge. I'm sure there's at least 10 instances I can confidently say where drinking soda has directly led to the harm of someone else. Absolutely. But like in that case, it probably wouldn't just be soda alone. Do you know? Maybe it's soda and a broken home or mental instability or I don't know. Like it's but alcohol, you could be a regular person. I don't like to say why I say regular person. You could be a typical however society wants to say, like the most typical societal person on the planet, like textbook, whatever. I'm not going to describe it. Picture in your mind what you think a typical person is on this planet. Okay? Just whatever. And you could still hurt someone because you got drunk. Do you know what I mean? No history of anything in your family, brain all, and great diet, but you just drink on the weekends. Maybe you just drink too much, and boom, I know this kind of ties into the movie. I would just spend like way too long talking about the last time I played this game, but it's my thing. It's like, you know what I'm saying? I think I made a good argument. I don't care if it's not connected enough for you. It makes sense to me. Soda, I feel like cannot on its own really cause the same kind of damage that alcohol can. I don't even know, like, it's just people convince themselves that stuff is okay because they want to do it. And that's it. And they don't actually really care who it hurts. And they don't care if it hurts themselves. They justify it for whatever reason. People pick their poisons, all right? I'm just like, I'm not a person that has a lot of vices. I'm gonna be honest. I really do not. It's an anomaly, all right? I'm not the, I am not the spokesperson for what's right in this world because I definitely do not follow a lot of societal norms. Absolutely do not. But I don't really have vices. And if I had one, I always say this to people, yeah, just to make them feel better. Because people, that's another thing. If you tell someone you don't drink, you don't smoke, they think automatically that you're trying to like be like, oh, I'm so magical. I'm better. Like, I don't think that at all. I don't not think that. I'm gonna be honest because like I said, I don't like drinking. So if I don't do something and somebody does something I don't like, I'm not gonna think that person is better than me. Does that make sense? I think that's just a human thing. But like I don't think it's holier than thou. I think that it's just like I think there's too much hypocrisy and danger that comes with alcohol. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Anyways, my point is like to make people feel better because that's what I like to do. I don't like making people feel be uncomfortable just because I'm being myself, but it does. I cannot help it, but I try to. I tell them, "Oh, my vice is anger." I tell people that because I do have legitimate anger problems. Um, so, but I don't really try to act on all my anger. I just try to be honest about it because it's a big issue for me. I mean, it's not a big issue like it is an issue, but I've gotten a lot better at my controlling my anger. My thing is like well, I don't want people to feel bad about themselves, because um some people are just not honest with themselves when they have problems. And I don't like to shame people for their choices in self-destruction because like I said, like I feel like definitely we all have something we do that we're not supposed to do that we're doing because we're hurting. And I just think that I don't I can't really believe that anybody who's super happy with themselves also drinks alcohol. I know. I can't believe that. I'm sorry. I cannot. But I also don't think there's anything wrong with not feeling 100% happy with yourself because, like, who is? It's really hard in living in this world. Anyways, how did I get on this subject? I don't remember. Anyways, my goal for this year and for the rest of my life, because I always have a goal in the back of my mind. I don't ever tell people my goals though, because like they're just for me, But I'll tell you because you're listening to me. You're watching this video in some format. You want to hear what I have to say, I'm sure. Um, I'm really, really trying to be honest. I consider myself super honest, but I actually am not because I hate hurting other people's feelings. I can't stress that enough. It's like it's devastating to me to hurt somebody's feelings. I'm gonna be honest. Um, I'm pretty good at hurting people's feelings. Because that's my defense mechanism when I'm mad, and I don't like it though. You know. I don't like hurting people, even if they deserve it. It just really rubs me the wrong way. I personally think like, like when you always have a choice in your actions, but people really like will try their best to like get under your skin, and it's really hard not to defend yourself. I feel like well, hopefully nobody ever has to. I don't feel like everybody has to defend themselves. I have to defend myself. I've had to defend myself, and like I don't like doing that because it always ends up with the other person really hurt, you know? And like even like I said, even if it's like it's right, it don't feel right. So how is it right? You know what I mean? Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so my goal is to be honest. Like share my opinions. Like share my opinions. Like I don't like drinking, I don't like smoking. I don't like being around people who drink and smoke. You know? I want to be able to talk about stuff like that without people being like, "Oh my God, blah blah." I mean, I can't control how other people act. I guess I should say I want to be able to talk about stuff like that without me feeling like I'm hurting somebody or without like getting mad. Okay, because like say I share my opinion, right? Someone's like, what, blah. And I'm just like, I've had this opinion since I was like 7. A lot of the things I think have been my thoughts for forever. So like when people try to convince me otherwise, it pisses me off. It makes me so angry. And like I said, I have anger problems and I don't always I don't respond always. I don't have a rational level of anger to like small things, like someone trying to change my mind. So long story short, too late. I really am trying this year to share my opinions, and then maybe someone tries to change my mind, and my goal is to not be angry, and also to not hurt that person in any way, and to not even think about hurting them. Do you know, like, I don't know, it's just so sad. Oh my, oh my gosh, my headphone's already dying? One of my headphones is dying. This shouldn't be. Well, I can only hear out of one ear. They are no, absolutely not. I do not have AirPods. I hate them. I think they're so ugly. Okay, I would never betray my people, my Android users. All right, my Google Pixel. I'm obsessed. All right, I do not like them. I have knockoff AirPods because a company sent them to me for free because I bought a pair of my pink ones that I always wear that I cannot find because my apartment is kind of in a disarray right now. I My pink ones are missing. A company that I bought the pink ones from sent me these for free, but they're not earpods, they're just like a knockoff brand. They think that this style is popular, they would just give them away. I think AirPods look like snot. Android users stay strong. Don't give up. Ever. Okay? iPod is a scam. People just buy a brand. Alright? Don't get me started. Don't get me out. I'm not going another rant. People buy what you want. It's really frustrating. I think they gave me free stuff because maybe I did a review or something. Maybe I reviewed them. I can't remember if I did that though. I think I must have though. Or no. When I registered my product, because I'm one of those, I register my stuff. They were like, "Oh, you're a lucky winner. You're a lucky winner." And so I was able to get free. I won those free headphones. Yeah, I actually prefer I do like my pink headphones, but I prefer I think over the ear headphones. It's just they get really hot. So I basically have done a lot of the upstairs. I think I was I'm not sure what I was doing with the mop, so I'm gonna go check. I'm pretty sure upstairs looks good though. Why did they do this to me? Oh, here it is. I just can't see it because it's covered in blood. Oh, okay, perfect. So I have some dirty buckets and some clean ones. So I think I was just kind of taking stuff back downstairs. So maybe I should clean some of this. Since, we're here, why not? Alright, that's dirty water. It's really dark in this elevator. you know. I should feel like I should add that. I don't have any sober friends, so like I'm used to that kind of socializing. I never feel like, I mean, like, I hurt my friends' feelings with my opinions, if anything. Um, I don't really, I not had friends that considered what I like to do as far as socializing goes. So I'm kind of distant with most people I grew up around. But like, I'm just saying, like, it's not like I completely don't, like, I don't just write people off for that, you know? Even like my partners, they all have done some form of like drinking or smoking or both, so it's like I'm not super like that strict. I'd like to be, but that's really like hard to find, and it's not a deal breaker. Although I feel like maybe it should be. No, I'm not. I'm too tired to care right now about anything I'm saying anymore. Okay. You know, I used to have a problem eating candy. I don't know if it was a big problem, but it was a problem for me. And I feel like I'm better now. I don't buy it, and I only eat fruit for sugar. I do have a chocolate cake in my fridge, but that's from my birthday. And it's still, oh, like, it's still there. My birthday was a while ago, but the cake is still there. It was a little cake, though. Like one of those mini ones that you get at the grocery store. I always get one for my birthday. I try to get one that's like kind of cute, but I also don't like to just get any cake because I only like chocolate cake. I do not like any other kind of cake. And this year, unfortunately, the chocolate options were kind of boring, but you know, it was really good cake. It's a little too rich though. You know, I'd like to have a bitter dessert, but still chocolate. I guess dark chocolate. I do like dark chocolate. And I especially like, I heard like, oh, it's good for your heart. I don't know how. I don't know what the studies are on that, but it's got my vote. Okay. So I'm just cleaning up some of the elevator. I'm not even going to bother cleaning there because I have to double check to see if... I can't believe I still have to clean up the tunnels. That's crazy. Okay, let's go downstairs real quick. I need to be careful. I have a perfectly beautiful, clean bucket that I do not want to spill. It's satisfying. I always liked Hoarders, the show, not actual hoarders. I personally think I was like absolutely have some and had some hoarder tendencies when I was younger, and still like kind of just like try to make sure that my collecting or whatever I'm doing doesn't get out of hand. Right now it's like crafts for me. I have a lot of crafts, so I just try to make sure I stay nice balance. My place definitely could use a little bit of organization. I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna be honest all the time. I do not have an eye for organization. I'm definitely like the organized chaos type, okay? I know where everything is in my apartment. Nobody else would be able to find anything in here, but I know where everything is, you know? Once I've seen something and touched something, then I feel like I am now bonded to that object, and I can find it at any time, except my headphones, because I did not do my normal thing with them. I had a lot going on when I was using my headphones. In fact, I shouldn't have used my headphones, but I had a guest, and I was trying to be polite, because when I wake up in the morning, I'm ready to go, you know? But like, some people sleep, they don't need to hear what I'm watching. You know, so I tried to go and do my headphones, which is not something that's not part of my routine, and now they're gone. They're in the abyss. But also I've got this new project going where I am selling vintage jewelry. You can see it soon. Eurythmic.com. Okay, with a K. Eurythmic with a K. Okay. But like, so I have got all this inventory, and that's also like just a new thing that I haven't fully organized yet. So that's also why I cannot find my headphones. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I'm not like a shelf kind of person where like I know where everything on the shelf is, and like I honestly I appreciate people like that, and one day I think I'd really like to meet one who could help me. You know, maybe hire a professional organizer, but not the kind. I don't want it to be like I feel like I have style. I don't like. Oh no! Oh thank God! I thought I was about to send my dirty buckets like up into like up a different level. What was I saying? I don't really like those Tupperware type of bit. Oh, wait. I think I forgot to do something. I don't like those Tupperware type of bins. And I'm getting mad thinking about what I forgot to do. I don't like Tupperware type of bins, and I don't like. I just don't want it to look boring, you know. I think you know what would be cool. Do you know? I don't know if I'm gonna say this word right, but apothecary, 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 apothecary. Do you know what I'm trying to say? The like, it's like medicine and like I think it's when you heal by aromatherapy. No, it's like those old like Eastern medicine type of places, right? Apothecary, where they have a bunch of jars of different herbs to heal you, and everything does something. They have these really great shelves, and they're like brown and like unique looking. You know, it's got a style. That's kind of like what I want from my organization. You know, not necessarily. Maybe it'd have to be like custom made, because you know I don't just have like tiny little jars. I have like kind of like bigger items and stuff like that, like yarn and things. But if it looked like that, like a apothecary cabinet, that would be really cool. I really like that kind of thing. I like dark woods. I like dark woods, but I like bright colors. You know? I would like to figure that out. I would like to have like dark cabinets somehow, but like bright everything else. Because I don't like dark homes, like places with bad lighting. I can't. It's super depressing. And it's not even just that. It's like makes my eyes. I feel like my eyes are constantly straining. Like I love a well lit room. What's it called? Natural lighting. I love it. My place, fantastic lighting. I love dark woods. I love bright colors. Yeah. I love natural lighting. Yeah, I was saying like my place has a lot of natural lighting, and it's really great. The only bad thing is during the summertime it becomes a greenhouse, absolutely, and it's really hot. It's not something that I enjoy. Why did I even bother cleaning when I have to walk back and forth like this? Sometimes I just like to mop because I feel like it helps with the glitching. But yeah, I do not like the heat. That's what I'm saying. I love the sun though. I do love sunbathing. But it's just like hot heat, like over excuse me. I coughed like right into the microphone. Excuse me. Over 78 degrees is too hot for me. It's disgusting. I'm not a fan. I don't have a limit for cold. I haven't met a cold weather that I didn't want. Coldest I think I got down to was 8 degrees. When I was in Utah. You know what I don't like though? I don't like the wind. I don't like the wind unless it's been a while since I've felt the wind. And also, I do like brisk. I think I've talked about this already. What is with me and the weather? just find it inspiring and kind of romantic, honestly. Kind of crazy, like something that we can't control. That, I mean, never mind. Like I said, we can't control the weather, but you know what I mean. As a regular everyday Joe, you kind of just don't know always what the weather will be unless you check the weather religiously. I don't. But like, it's kind of romantic because like maybe you wake up to rain. You didn't expect it, you know? Or like you're walking down the street and a cold chill like hits you. I think those things are magic. Those unexpected feelings, just from being alive on this planet. I do wonder what the weather's like on other planets. I really wish I could go. So badly. Alright, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why all that just happened to me just now. That was very frustrating. Here we are. I can't escape. I feel like how much blood is just all around me. I really want to mop it up to death. I've got to find a way. Alright, I need more mop buckets. Gosh, here comes me and my dirty feet. I do have some... Okay, so, okay. So, I'm gonna go... good, I got it before it dropped. Is that the trick? You get it before it plops down onto the ground and ruins your day? I'm gonna take just one mop bucket upstairs with me real quick. Because I just need to confirm that upstairs is done. And we don't have to go there anymore. I also did not forget that I absolutely dropped that badge for that one person on the ground. Okay, so I'm just gonna stamp my feet out. Hopefully. Okay. No dirty feet. Alright. I'm just gonna look around. Okay, so I definitely know that we did... I have to do these stairs. Right, for sure. Okay. Let me just check over here. Or... Okay, there's a water bucket already up here. Okay. Okay, so we do have some... Okay, good. We have some garbage that I need to get rid of. Every time I throw the mattress over, I feel like I'm going over with it. I still feel for that guy whose birthday it was. Rest in peace. 662. Kind of craving some spaghetti right now. It's been a while since I had some. I was just saying how much I enjoy the cold and I don't like the heat. I do like heating up when it's cold, and I do have a space heater. In fact, it's an emotional support space heater, and I turn it on when I don't feel good or feel sad, something like that. It's helped so much in my life, and I think it's because I don't have a cat. You know, I haven't had a cat in 7 years. Okay, can you imagine me now? Can you feel my pain? How can I possibly know true happiness? How have I lasted this long? I feel like I'm at the end of it. Like, I don't know how much longer I can go on without having a cat. You know, I really want one. I also have enjoyed not taking care of one and not cleaning litter boxes and feeding it. But I feel like I'm past that now and I can make the sacrifice to take care of another creature. I'd love to have some fish. I love to have a bird. I love canaries. I like the birds that sing to you. You know what I don't like? Cockatoos. The white ones. I don't like feathers. I realized that about myself. So maybe I can't have a bird. I don't like when feathers. I don't like when birds like they do that thing with their feathers. Like, it's disgusting. I know it's not, but I don't like the way it looks because I have trophophobia, and it triggers that in me. Okay, I hate it. So I don't know if canaries will like trigger me that much. I love canaries, so I don't know. But yeah, I love birds that sing. They have great voices. I'd love to have a whale, but I can't have one of those. So, okay, so I have cleaned up all upstairs, and I don't want to waste this perfectly beautiful, crisp, clean water. Okay. I was just saying how I was so tempted to, what's the word I'm looking for? Throw it over, and I knocked it over. So that was really not cool. Wow, why does he chuck the gun like that? I don't know if there's a gun upstairs and downstairs, so I want to take that one and maybe start incinerating the mattresses, because, hey, you know, they're all downstairs now. I wonder what will happen if I overuse that gun. Right, but this water wasn't even clean 100%? That's frustrating. Either way, it can't stay up here. Oh my gosh. Can I live? Please. This is crazy, man. Like... Alright, I just want to, like, not leave... I probably should, get the crates, too, because, you know, I don't think there's a crate place in here. So will I have to incinerate these? Because it's ridiculous. I will say, though, oh gosh, compared to other places, there's not as many crates here. Which is always good. I think that's the only crate. Okay. I don't trust myself, so I have to always double, triple check everything. It's fine. It's just a part of who I am. Okay, upstairs is clean. Yes, it is. Up. Trying to prolong my suffering, I see. That's fine. You can handle it. No, I didn't really look at the ceilings too much, but hopefully they'll be okay. Let me just scooch past you. Alright, so we are going to the second floor because we're gonna burn some stuff. We're gonna do a ton of mopping because, you know, the soot creates what does it create? It creates those like black spots that I have to mop, so we'll handle that. I'll just take this since it's... Oh, I'll just leave it here because there's at least now I'm gonna be right next to the water bucket dispenser, and it'll make my job easier as okay, oh no! I forgot the gun thing. Oh, perfect. See? God's listening to me right now. He knows what I need. Let me just get this over. Let me get also one of those big yellow bins, because we do have a few like loose leaf items. I think we have some guts and things and whatnot just thrown overboard. Okay, what am I doing with my life? Okay, I'm incinerating. What did I do with the laser beam thing that I saw? Here it is. Completion to my arms. Wonderful. Give me the first mattress and let's light them up. Now, can I incinerate? Whoa! Oh, it turns into this. Okay, so this doesn't help me. First of all, this looks gross. This doesn't help me. Because it's still an object I have to throw away. What? And it doesn't even fit. Oh, it doesn't even fit in this. Okay, so that's not something I can cheat my way out of. Good to know. We have to do that the long, hard way, which is so insufferable because I really want to finish this area today, but I don't know if I mentally can do that. Okay, let me not get too close. Let me get this. Not that. It's cool because mattresses are made out of like what? Whoa. Is this a good idea? Maybe this is not a good idea. I was hoping I'd like burn them in a pile. I mean, that's a lot of damage that I don't want to have to deal with. Like, look at all these mattresses. But yeah, mattresses are made of like polyester or cotton or whatever. So, let me be careful. Like, I'm setting this whole place on fire. And can I catch on fire like this? I've blown myself up already. This is such a mistake. But I feel like I'm in too deep. What else am I supposed to do? I know I don't have to do this, but I feel like I kind of have to. Like I said, oh, didn't I say I was going to try not to self-sabotage? I said that. And I feel like this is definitely not good, because now I have to unlock. But now I don't have to, I feel like, okay, I know I probably don't have to dispose of these mattresses. Over the incinerator. Oh no! Oh my gosh. Oh, I thought I was catching on fire. Oh no! I accidentally burned. Oh, this was dumb. I didn't realize I could burn the upstairs. Okay. I've made a mistake, but I only have 2 left, so I need to finish this. I need to finish this, okay. Come on. Oh, there's another one. I don't care. I did it. I did it. I really don't want to be the cause of my own issue. Oh no! Why are there so many mattresses here? Okay, maybe I just never finished this level. It's possible. You know, because I'm like a menace right now. I'm not gonna lie to you, it's making me feel good. We all need outlets, right? I didn't want it to be this way. I thought I was being smart. Just to show myself that not every idea is gonna work out the way you think. Why are there way more mattresses than I ever remember, though? Why'd that flame come right towards me like that? That's gotta be all the mattresses for sure. Alright. What's done is done. You can't take it back. Oh, they're gonna give me blood and guts. Is this my punishment? Mattresses, like, it's not like you can even... Like, who wants a used mattress anyways? If anything... Alright, here's something I don't know. I know that we have a landfill problem. I know that. But what I don't know is if incinerating things is good for the environment because of the smoke. And sometimes you burn things that are like, have chemicals, you know, not good for the atmosphere. So I wonder what's better long term. To burn everything or to let things sit. I don't know. You know? I would like to see a research paper on that. I would like somebody to conduct an experiment of some sort. So that I can know. Because I feel like if you just set stuff on fire, then it's gone. It's particles in the air. You know? I feel like that's kind of a good thing. Versus like having plastic in the ocean. And I guess, well, like, pollution in the air is probably like not good though for... I'm not thinking of humans because I don't care. I know that pollution isn't good for our lungs, but I'm assuming that it's probably not good for animals' lungs too, and therefore my idea is not a good idea. But you know, I'm just trying to think of the environment. Gosh. I might have to like actually take a break from this game next time because I've been playing it for so long. Only like 4 days, but in one like go, that's too many. I need to play a different game or I'm gonna lose my mind. That's just how my brain is. That's why I play so many games at once. That just dropped that intestine on the ground. Right. Anyways, I'm gonna put this where to the elevator. I just dropped. Did I just drop something? Oh, come on, dude. You're not even trying. Are these empty? Oh, one of them isn't. That's good. Look at all the soot like got over here too. I miss playing Unravel. I haven't played it in so long. I'm playing the sequel and it's, you know, it's got an interesting story. I barely did anything with that. Next time, I think what I'll do is like, since these games for me are very long, I'll just have to split them up. And that's okay. They'll just have to be like, I prioritize that because they're like some of my most watched videos on YouTube. But like, it's also good to balance. So like, maybe if it goes over 4 hours, I'll like play a different game and then just go back to it. You know? Versus like, what I try to do is play a good section so that I can upload to YouTube. This one has gone on for over 6 hours. This is gonna be for like 8 hours. Especially since I'm causing so much extra destruction that doesn't need to be caused. I wonder what the value of a Vader is. Alright, let's get those water buckets flowing. Can I find me a clean bucket of water? Like no clean buckets of water anywhere? It's so frustrating. I tried to stop myself and I couldn't. It's like, why can't I just have an even surface? I'm just trying to do my job. We really just need to get a hose, like power wash. Why are we mopping? You know? This isn't effective. Oh, you know what? I also remember I dropped a lantern over here. I think my mattress idea actually was not so bad. As long as I can remember to mop up the ceilings or whatever, the second floor, whatever I accidentally did up there, I think we have a good thing going for us. I think everything's gonna be okay. Man, look how far I've come from my first playthrough. Goodness. There are apartments that look like this. What? There's a mattress right here in my face? Did I forgot to... Did it? They're not generating again, are they? I will scream. They are! They're regenerating? There's no way I didn't get every mattress in here. I guarantee you. Somebody call the police. No, there's no way. Are they regenerating? Or did I forget to? Please. Tell me. There's no way. This game doesn't do stuff like that. I must have forgot it. Okay. Wow. That's a lot. That almost was my 13th reason. Alright, let's go. I just played this game, but that's fine. We're gonna do this for real. I'm not playing games. My strategy. I believe in myself. It's not counterproductive. It's not. It can't be. This was a good idea. See, when you strive for better than the best, when you strive for over 100%, then it leaves room for error, comfortable error, you know? Because like now, like say I missed something, because I decided to burn those mattresses, instead of like having 98%, I should have like 102, you know, if I make any mistakes. Because I'm trying to go the distance. Employee in the month, employee of the year, employee of the decade. That's actually a strategy that I try to use in my life anyways. Like I try to do the absolute best just so that I can mess up. Okay. Is this dirty? Okay. No, it is now completely dirty. Just to make sure I have everything on these ceilings. Oh, nice. I don't know, like, if my neighbor's home, but the pipes are going crazy right now. Oh, I think he is. My goodness. Start banging. I'm grateful to sleep tonight. So I'm feeling a little better. My anger's gone down a bit. I'm really grateful for that. I'm looking forward to sleeping because I'm looking forward to tomorrow. That's really good, you know? And just feel like I got some cool things going right now. And I'm excited to keep going at them. I'm excited to see how creative I'll be tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. I finished this dress that took me like 26 hours to finish. Like, because I'm crocheting so much slower. I wonder how long it would take me if I was fully operational. But I can only work on it about like 2 hours a day, maybe. Not even. But like, it's made out of scrap yarn. It's really cool. I hope it fits. I have to try it on tomorrow. And yeah, it's a new design based off an old design, which is one of my favorite things to do, is variations on a theme. I absolutely am obsessed with that. I got that concept from classical music. I forget whose song it is, but there's an artist. Could be Mozart. I don't know who it is. It's like a song called Variations on a Theme. And I think it's just a common thing you do in classical music where you're writing a piece, you got this one little ditty, maybe it's like a measure or two, and based on that, you create something else. And I just absolutely love that. I love that in every art form possible. I love it when musicians remix their own songs, or they have other people remix the song, and it's like 8 versions of one song, you know? I love when people sample music, so now you have the original, right? Okay, like how it goes like this. Like, say you have a song that samples a song. Did I talk about this already? I don't remember, it doesn't matter. But say you have a song that samples a song, and then you go see that song that was sampled, and maybe that song also samples something, or maybe it's the original. Either way, I love it, you know? I just love creating and creating and creating, and this constant like cycle of inspiration. Oh my goodness, that's not inspiring to me right now. You know, constant cycle of inspiration, and I love it especially when artists are inspired by other mediums and make it in their medium. I've had people do this with me, where people will be inspired by some of my designs, and then in their medium, they'll like make a version of it. Like how people draw my designs, you know, like graphic artists and stuff like that. They'll draw their characters, like their OCs, like original characters, right? Wearing my clothes. Like, that's so cool, you know? And what did I do something recently? There's this artist, she did my little like chippy character. Her name's Chrissy Frisbee. She contacted me because she wanted like a strawberry inspired top, and I made one, you know, just based on the references she gave me, and she really liked it that she bought it. She bought basically the rough draft of the top, which I really appreciated, and then she made a character wearing that top, you know. So I just love that, like this inspiration, like this circle of art. You know, I was gonna say circle of life, but you know what I'm saying. So that's basically a lot of my designs are inspired by themselves. You know, I could literally make so many things. Like, I could easily 10 pieces out of just one design, just because I could completely keep altering it and altering it and altering it, and it's like, it's never ending. Sometimes it's overwhelming, the thought, like all the ideas that I have in my head, but also I'm so grateful that my brain is like this. I actually do not experience writer's block ever, but I do get depressed, so then I just don't work. But like, I have the opposite problem of a writer's block, and I don't know if I will be alive long enough to fulfill all of my endeavors. It's just too many ideas sometimes. Sometimes I try to give them away. Because like, I want to see them come to be, and I can't. You know, it's just like, how am I going to do that right now when I'm doing this? Especially when it comes to my family. If anybody needs an idea, I got you. I'm just really good at that. I just want to put my brain to use, you know, for the rest of my life. It's got so many problems, but it's got so many blessings. And I really want to activate the parts that I thought might be annoying, maybe because of some deep-seated insecurity or mean people I grew up around who didn't like how I talked. But like, now I know it's not the truth. I know it's actually a gift that I'm able to talk about anything, or that I have so many ideas always, constantly. It's exhausting, but it's a blessing, and I want to use it for good. I want to give people inspiration so that they can fulfill their dreams, especially artists. Won't lie to you, but artists are kind of like my favorite people. And I'll tell you the truth. I think everybody's an artist. So everybody, you know, super amazing. I'm so impressed constantly by people, even though people annoyed me to death. I'm so impressed by them because, like, the people who make freeways, people who decided how long you should wait at a traffic stop before it turns a different color, or I don't know how it works. You know, people who build bridges, literally, I'm just talking about the same thing, architecture and engineering. You know what I'm saying? That's absolutely art. And what else is art that I really appreciate? People who work in, excuse me, the service industries, serving, waiting on people. That's an art. To have etiquette, to be polite, is a form of art. So many people who absolutely do not, they don't got that. They did not learn that. Oh man, it is jarring actually to me to see people who don't have manners, or who like who don't respect other people. As much as, like, I could have the worst day, and only on rare occasions will I snap at someone, but like it's super rare. Like I cannot stand when people take their bad days out on complete strangers, especially people who are just trying to do their job. You know, like, it's just unacceptable to me to be rude to those people. I've also been a service worker before. I've worked in the food and retail, and I can't say I loved it. Although I did love my first job, which was pizza, Little Caesars. You know, like, that was such a fun job. Amazing. But, like, definitely, if you haven't worked in the service industry, I think everybody should, at least once, because it helps you. I think, well, at least I like to think that it could help people learn to treat people with more respect, and, like, to appreciate what they're doing and stuff like that. But yeah, everybody's an artist. Everybody is creative. I hope I wake up early tomorrow. I hope I wake up early enough for me, and, like, just have a nice quiet day. I just need to be, like, kind of away from people right now. Not stream though. Not, I want to still stream. Just not kind of like other people on the planet like that are in the flesh that are near. I just like I don't want to use my phone, you know, like that. This is different. This is kind of a little bit more isolating in terms of communication. Like, I want to turn off my Wi-Fi on my phone and just, like, have a day to myself, but also still stream. And I gotta get these bodies up. I saw garbage over here. Probably because I threw it all down from wherever I was. Wow, I can't believe this is gonna go into a fifth play. I'm not gonna be able to finish this tonight because I'm getting beat. My brain getting tired. Oh, chill, chill. Alright, let me get some more garbage. See, I still think the match is burning. Good idea, but, you know, can't say it was a bad idea. We did what we had to do. Come on, careful, careful. I need to not put all of these buckets, like, in the walkway like that, though. Awesome. Maybe I'll just start loading some of these dirty buckets onto the elevator. Man, I cannot wait to mop down that basement with all the incinerator stuff. That's gonna be great. Still need to clean the stairs. Can't forget that. Oh, come on. Ugh. There's a really good song. Gosh, I can't remember the artist, but it's called Toe Games Made Her Giggle. It's a good song. It's an instrumental. Who sings? It's not who sings it. I forgot who made it. It's a good song. It just made me, those feet popping up in my face just made me think of that. I feel really grateful. Like, I'm so grateful, like, that I was able to manage my anger. And I'm just, like, ready for the next step. I feel grateful. Anger is really consuming. It's one of my biggest challenges in my life. And, every day I'm working on it. I feel blessed. I've learned so much in the last, 6 years about myself, and sometimes it doesn't feel real how much I've changed, especially when I think back to when I wasn't even aware that there was something in me. I wasn't aware in a real way. Always had kind of like a darkness, but like I thought it was like a phase, but it wasn't. I just let it, like, I kind of repressed a lot of my feelings, and then they all came out in my mid-20s, and I've been working on still finally expressing my anger, not letting it sit like that again, but also the level of it had to be altered quite a bit. It's like when you have repressed anger, it just comes out of nowhere. I never knew. Now I want to be angry because I want to get my feelings out so they don't sit. But I want to be angry in a healthy way. You know, I've said the same thing twice. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's always good to practice your emotion. And you know, they say anger is a secondary emotion. Usually my anger stems from fear and sadness. And I'm not sure if hatred is a feeling, but I definitely feel like I have issues with like that. Like, I don't like hating people, but sometimes I do. It makes me mad, and I don't want to feel that way. But you know what they say, only love can drive out hate, right? Or something? Love can drive out fear. And I believe that a whole bunch. So when I start to feel really bad about another person, you know, feeling great disdain, I try to do something I love. Create that bigger emotion to drown out the bad one. But I try to be mindful. You know, like, I don't want to say bad, but you know, happy. Try to be mindful of why I'm doing it. Like, I was upset. School and streaming. Today I walked to get Chinese food, like I said, because I was upset. I walked in the rain and it was so nice. And I just want to keep making those decisions while being honest, you know. So I honestly believe that more people need to tell people how they feel and how that person made them feel. You know, like contributed to their experience here on Earth. People can't make you choose your actions, but they can absolutely influence how you feel. I think we're all responsible for each other's feelings. I'll never not believe that. People think that, like, oh no, like, they say things like, you know, I'm not responsible if you're happy. It's true in the sense that we are responsible for our own individual happiness, but we are also responsible for each other as a people. And if one of those things was to make each other happy, why wouldn't we do that? Why would we not want to make someone else happy? Do you know? Obviously there's reasons, but I'm just saying, like, I'm off topic. I'm trying to say, like, I definitely feel like we can be a positive influence on someone. Or can I say positive and negative? You can be a challenging influence on someone, or a light one. Is that a better way of saying that? I'm not sure if I want to speak in positive and negatives, because I don't think challenges are negative. I don't think heaviness is negative. It's just difficult, you know? Is that a better way of saying it? I think everything is good for you, inherently. So that's my spirituality. It's kind of like, it's really hard to really believe that, but I do. And because I understand how much pain comes in this world. But I still feel like everything is for our highest good. We have to choose to see it that way before it can really be that way. It's kind of scary, but like, I think that's just faith. I think we're only scared because we're humans. I appreciate all my pain, is what I'm trying to say. I think it's a blessing that I can feel pain. Even more so that I can transmute it into something that could be beneficial for the world. Even something as, I don't want to say as simple. Art is amazing. Like art. Being an artist. Sometimes I make my best pieces when I'm upset. It used to really bother me when I was little. Talking like a teenager, young 20s, because I would be so upset that I'd make something I like when I'm upset, and then every time I experience it again, say it's a song because I write music, then I get so sad. I'm like, I remember that I wrote this when I was at my lowest point, you know, and it's something that sounds good, but it's just like, now I have to remember. And it used to really bother me. I didn't want to do that, but it's a gift, so I embrace it now. The best part of it is that a lot of the things that I created in my heaviest moments, other people really like, and they don't know where it came from. Like, they don't know what I had to go through to make that, you know. But whatever the outcome is, like, they really like it, and it's like, I just think that's what life is like supposed to be for me, maybe, and it motivates me to keep trying, I guess. I don't know how to say, like, when I'm feeling low, I just remember that I'm an artist, and I'll make something, because maybe I don't ever feel good in my life, you know? Maybe, I don't know. I have a lot of hard days, but when I make something from it, it makes somebody else feel something good. And that is enough for me. So I think, is that a clean bucket of water? We'll get some things cleaned up. I'm gonna do these last 2 buckets and then call it a day. But yeah, in conclusion, you know, I've had people tell me that I've inspired them, and that really makes me feel good about myself. I am still trying to live my life for myself because I've had issues not doing that and doing things just for other people. But I still very much, when I know I'm in a healthier place and a better balance, like, I believe my life is for other people. And like, I feel like we're all for each other, like, on this planet. We're not here just for us. Sometimes you have to be, you know, like I said, to keep the balance. You can't pour from an empty cup. You can't pour from an empty cup. I said it again. Cup. Cup. You can't pour from an empty cup. You know that popular quote? And I believe it. So I'm trying to fill myself up right now. I feel like it might take me a few years till I'm really, really solid again. For real this time. And I'm excited. I'm looking forward to that day where I don't hesitate to give, and like I feel more trusting of people again, because I kind of lost that along the way in my life based on some things that happened to me. But yes, I just woke up, kind of, not really. I woke up like, I don't know, 8 something, but I don't really talk and do things with other human beings till like noon. So brain might be a little off extra today. Also, I have not eaten breakfast. It's a deadly combination. Not a good combination. So I'm pretty sure the entire upstairs is cleaned. I have to still clean the tunnels. I've burnt all the mattresses. That's what I did. And so now I'm just gonna be mopping up this suit and things, like getting the rest of these random debris. And bring this closer to me. And hopefully that will wrap it up today. I'm trying to finish before the Niners play at 1 p.m. Man, I was thinking about cats last night. I do not have a cat. It's getting really bad for me. I'm even considering getting a dog. I'm just kidding. I actually do want a dog someday, maybe. I don't know. Because I like to be outside with dogs. That will help me go outside, honestly. But it's just too much work. Like, as much as I love having a pet, when I'm like, oh, I really miss having a pet, I'm not trying to, like, take care of nobody right now. You feed him before you go to school, but I wake up early for school, too, so no sleeping in for me. Oh, that's nice. As long as you're getting enough sleep, it's always good. Yeah, I mean, I met one dog in my life, rest in peace, Max, that I really, really, really liked because he was so chill. And, you know, like, he was like a lap dog. He would just, like, sit next to you. And the most annoying thing was that he smelled really bad. He was really old. But also, he would try to eat, like, literally anything you're eating. So, like, I don't like stuff like that. Like people be on your face when you're trying to eat and stuff. And, like, I'm the type of person, like, I'm not gonna sleep with a dog in my bed. I don't like that, you know? So, but I'll sleep with a cat. You know what I mean? I'm a cat person. And I just started liking dogs in the last, like, 6 years. So it's relatively new for me. It wasn't an automatic thing where I was like, oh, I mean, we had dogs growing up. Like, I had lots of dogs, but we didn't keep them long because we moved so often, unfortunately. You know, I mean, or whatever. But, like, yeah, we had a lot of cats, too. And, you know, we had cats that like, yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyways, I'm a cat person. I really feel like we're the same species. I'm definitely a house cat, if I had to describe myself. My personal style of living on this planet. Yeah. Alright. We're making progress already. Look at this. Huge bin full of junk. You know what? Like, I can think of, there's a lot of animals I wanted as pets. Like, I wanted a snake really bad. Canaries, I think I've talked about this already. Or I don't know who I was talking to. Myself, I don't know. But, I wanted an iguana. And, I like fish. But, you know, at the end of the day, then I just start to feel bad. Like, I feel like a cat is one thing. I feel like cats like to live with human beings. But I really, like, for me, when it comes to, like, having an animal, I want them to pick me. Do you know? Like, maybe I'm saving its life. Or, you know, it's lonely. I don't know. I don't like making an animal live with me. Do you know what I mean? It just feels some wrong. Oh, this... Oh, never mind. This is just a vent. It looks kind of shiny, though. Yeah, you get me. You get me. I only need your validation, Kennedy. Nobody else's. This is something I incinerated. I don't know what this was. A barrel. I tried to incinerate a barrel, and it didn't work out. I think I have to actually incinerate all the barrels because I haven't seen the spot. I don't think there's a spot to stack them actually. Oh my gosh, I didn't even clean the stairs yet. Oh, at all. Okay. That's fine. That's totally okay. Every time I see these boxes, man, like clockwork, I get so hungry. Of course, I didn't eat anything, but like, it was just another rainy day. I went and got some Chinese food. I've been really craving chow mein. Not really craving, but like, I miss it. I miss eating it. But then when I eat it, it's not as satisfying as it is in my memory. Like, it's kind of like whatever. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying. I feel like if you're watching this, just please don't. I'm already annoying myself. Okay, let me talk about something cool. What's something cool I could talk about? Well, my sister and I, we watched The Nun yesterday. And she had taken a long time to watch this movie. This is like my second or third time watching it. You know, we're big Conjuring universe fans. You know me. I like a horror movie or two. And it was cool. The acting is not so great. Some of the actors not so great. But it's like a good horror movie, you know, classic, scary, lots of scary. Not like every scare in that movie is real, you know, and it's very creepy. I love it. I love it so much. Like the whole Conjuring universe. Like, I don't wish I could live there, but like, it's cool. Do you know what I mean? I want more. I want more. I want everything to have like multiple movies, and I just want to know everything about those people. You know what I mean? They did a good job with that franchise. Which movie am I talking about? I was talking about The Nun. We just watched it yesterday. You forget? I feel like now that you've watched The Nun, you can watch anything now. Now you won't be scared of anything. Because I was like, you were really scared of that movie. You know? The idea of that movie. Yeah. Is there a movie I won't watch? I mean, there's a lot of movies I won't watch. Simply because I don't like the actors or I think it's dumb. Like, this is so dumb, right? I'm about to say. Like, there's this new movie. I'm not even a Tom Hanks hater. I don't hate that man. I don't trust him, but I don't know him. I watch his movies. He's okay. He's okay. I'm not thinking clearly right now, okay? And listen, a man called Otto, I can't stand movies like that. Those movies look so stupid. And probably because they're absolutely not relatable to me. They're not for me. You know, they didn't make that movie with me in mind. I can't say, I saw like one trailer twice, and every time I saw it, I hated it. I don't know if maybe it's like a, subverts my expectations. Maybe it's absolutely not what I think it's about. Maybe it's so amazing and I completely relate to it. But that's not the vibe I got. Like a grumpy old man who's like, oh, like, I don't care about that. I'm grumpy too. I don't like the word grumpy. I'm cranky, okay? But like, it just is so dumb. Like, or people who have to, movies where it's just like, oh, he's just an old man. He's set in his ways. Like, am I just saying the same thing twice? I don't care. I just don't care at all, like, about that. It is always like, listen, I'm not trying to get controversial right now, okay? But it's like, what I'm trying to say, I just lost my thought. Wow, that was crazy. I don't like blue and white movie covers about real life situations of people. Okay, do you care to elaborate for the good people, Kennedy? Uh, exactly what blue and white movie covers about real life situations of people? Are you talking about biopics? Like The Secret Life of Walter? Yes, yes, yes. Where it's centered around some fictional person, and it's like, oh, there's like there was an no, I mean literally. Is Walter Mitty a real person? I thought you were making up something. I don't know what you're talking about, but I know what you're saying. I feel like there's movies with any movie. Listen, I'm sorry if you're a big fan. Any movie with Steve Carell, I hate it. I don't want to watch it. Is that his name? The movie Steve Carell, right? He was the main guy in the Office show, the American one. He plays Michael Scott. Listen, I watched that when I first watched The Office. I'm going all over the place right now. Oh, it was so funny, hilarious. Second time watching it through, okay? Um, it's still hilarious, but Michael Scott is a degenerate. I hated him so much. I could barely get through it a second time around. I don't know how I ever tolerated his existence before. I cannot stand, like, oh, it's cute because it's ignorant. You're so ignorant, it's cute. The only show I've ever seen do it right, all right, so far, is Always Sunny. That's the only show I've seen where they are the most deplorable people, and it's actually funny. The Office, Michael Scott's character was insufferable for me. The second time I watched it, I could not handle him at all. And now, whenever I watch Steve Carell movies, I hope that's his name. I cannot stand him. I don't see the appeal. I want to though, because like he's just a person. I don't know him. I like to give people chances. I love when people can change my mind in a not by force. All right. Okay, let me change that. I do not love when people can change my mind. But I don't like to dislike people. That's what it is. So I always hope that I'll just stop disliking them. It makes me so I I get no joy out of not liking people. It is not fulfilling for me. So I really hope that one day I'm gonna watch a Steve Carell movie and I'm gonna appreciate it better. I'm gonna make that my goal this year. I'm gonna watch one. There's this one movie that was on Hulu that kind of looked interesting. It's like it was like advertised to death. I never watched it though. It's like the serial killer guy kidnaps his therapist or his psychiatrist. I don't know why Steve Carell's in it. I think it looks like one of those movies that takes place in just one room. I kind of like those movies. I've seen a couple of them because those movies are usually really good. Like because you have to be good. You have to keep the audience like focused. You're just in a room. Like obviously the classic 12 Angry Men, right? That's a great movie. But like there was another one I watched with Kennedy, who is my little sister, just in case people watching don't know. Oh yeah, Saw. Now Saw did jump from scene to scene, but yeah, it is mostly in one room. Great movie. Like the first Saw, the storytelling, the twist, fantastic. But okay, the movie we watched recently, kind of Kennedy, the one with Jake Gyllenhaal, where he's a call operator, 911 call operator, and it's just him. Do you remember? It's actually good, right? I was it good? We liked that. I'm pretty sure we did. Is it called The Guilty? Is it called The Guilty? I don't remember what it's called. Yes, it was good. It was pretty good, right? Yeah. I think we watched it on Netflix. I don't know if it's still on there if you guys want to check it out. But yeah, like I enjoy movies where it's just the character's face and they're showing different expressions, and every now and then someone else comes into the room and like, but you never leave the room. The Whale is like that also. The Whale, no spoilers because it just came out. Is this a spoiler? It takes place in one room. Okay? One environment, let's say. The Whale is so sad. Alright? I liked it though. Whenever I think about not liking it, it's because of this one character that was driving me crazy. But it's good. I didn't like this character for human reasons. But when you understand the character, it's okay. Like you have empathy for them, and so you don't hate them anymore. It's me talking for myself. All right. Anyways, The Whale is good. You should see it. Support Brendan Fraser at all costs. All right. He was great. Hope he gets an award or two. But yeah, yeah. I'm gonna try to watch that therapist Steve Carell movie, and try to like him. Try to forgive him for making me not like him. No. But yeah, I don't like those grumpy men movies. I'm tired of them. But at the same time, I feel like it's not fair for me to say that. I mean, obviously I can have my opinion, but I don't want to take that away from someone who really, like, they connect with those characters. Because I'm not the only person on this planet. You know what I mean? Like, just because it's not for me doesn't mean, like, it's not for anyone. And it shouldn't exist. I just don't want to see it in my trailers on those movies. I don't want to see those movies being advertised. I bet a lot of people feel that way, though, when they see certain stuff pop up on the screen. I think we're making great progress, honestly. I know that the downstairs is, like, the incinerator room is a nightmare. But, you know, it's not a big room. Not like these ones were. What? I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna leave it. These mattresses must be regenerating. I barbecued every single mattress. So that's crazy to me. And I don't want to waste my time continuing to do that obsessively. I don't think it's in my best interest to do that. I wish there was like a percentage so you could see how clean you're done. That would be cool. That would be cool. They do give us this little tool. I had it turned off in my settings, but then it was automatically on. Now I just keep it because who cares? But like, it's, wait, what am I doing here? I went the wrong way. This is, I think it's this. This is supposed to be like, show me where the dirt is. See, it's like, oh, there's dirt right there. There's dirt right there. You know, personally, it gives me anxiety. I don't like that. I don't like that's like one of the worst noises. Like those kinds of alarms that sound like sirens or air raids or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Like, oops, dropped a piece of garbage. I don't want to hear that. Maybe they made it sound cute, like a cuter noise. Can I tell you something that's really strange that I don't talk about because there's no reason for me to? There'd never be any context for me to ever give you this information. But whenever I choose a ringtone, and maybe I have told somebody this before, at least one person knows this. Whenever I choose a ringtone, I try to get it to sound like a ringtone that I've heard in a horror movie, okay? And I don't know if that makes any sense, but like, say you're watching like a 2000s horror movie, it's usually like when I'm picking out a ringtone, it's usually inspired by teen screams or like movies, blah, I don't know. Like, okay, for example, One Missed Call, right? It's got that, it's literally about calling you and like you're dying. It's like to tell you, what does it do? I don't know how many times I've actually seen One Missed Call, maybe twice, but like somebody calls you, right? Or whatever, or leave a voicemail and then they tell you you're gonna die or something. I don't know. But the ringtone, and this is a Japanese remake, so the ring is different in the Japanese version, and then in the American version, it's like whatever, you know? I like them both versions in both movies. I'm pretty sure they're different. I listened to it on YouTube one time. But like, I was like inspired by that. I like that creepy kind of like, it's not super creepy. It's like creepy, like soft, like inviting somehow is the best way I can describe it. Like creepy, mysterious, and alluring. Alluring is a good word. Yes. And so movies like that where, you know, people are being called or the phone, or like chain mail, right? Chain letter. You guys seen that horror movie where they all get chain letters like back in the day when they're like, if you don't send this to 10 people, you know, somebody on the ceiling is gonna look at you and kill you, something like that. Like they, like, you know, there's a movie like that. They get all these beeps and alerts for, you know, the messages and stuff. I just like that in horror movies. I don't know why. I don't know what that means about me as a person. But when I pick my, you know, my text message alert, I like it to like kind of have that like, maybe I'm in a horror movie. Not that I really want to be in one, but I definitely just like the nostalgic feeling of how those movies felt when I watched them. I think you know what it is. Let's really deeply psychoanalyze this. I think they just make me nostalgic for my youth, because when I watched horror movies, it was always when I was younger, you know, like a teenager, your early 20s, and also like it was the only times. I don't have a lot of experiences hanging out with people where I was having a good time, But if my friends and I ever came to the same conclusion to go to the movie at the same time, super rare. Okay, this is a rare event for me personally in my personal excuse me upbringing. Um, if we all ever gathered in unison to see a movie, it would be like a horror movie, like, you know, like The Grudge, The Ring. I saw all those in the theater. You know what I mean? And those are some of the funnest times ever. So I think my brain associates those noises now with good times, happy memories, you know? And that makes me, I feel kind of good about that. That's good for me. I need to know the science behind us liking simulators that are cool. Yes! You know what? That's a very good thought. Because are we being brainwashed? I don't dislike cleaning in my personal life, but maybe I feel like as humans, we do like a certain type of taking care of ourselves. And I think like the sounds and the, I don't know, the sights, it becomes kind of nostalgic. I was just talking about nostalgia, but you know, it comes like relaxing, like ASMR. For me, how I understand that I like ASMR in general, because some people don't like it, is because I experienced it as a child in situations where I was relaxed. And like that's how my brain connected. And I was like, oh, why do I like this? And I remembered like, okay, so like my mom was in college. She was in law school. Shout out to my mom. Amazing. When she had me and my brother. And she would like do her homework on our backs. Mine in particular. I don't know if my brother remembers this. But like, you know, think about like a book or like a clipboard and like the sound of her pen, like, and the way it felt. And I'd be like sleeping. And that was like so soothing for me. So now it's like, it's like, I don't know, when I hear sounds like that, I'm relaxed. It's like nice. And I feel like cleaning is kind of like that. Like maybe, I don't know. It feels good. It's so interesting you made that connection. Now I gotta think about myself. Do you like ASMR? Some people can't stand it. You know what? Like eating ASMR, like that's how I first found out about it, where people are, you know, they're eating on camera. I used to, when people were around me eating, I used to hate it. You know, it would drive me crazy. But since I started watching that, it doesn't bother me as much anymore. So I'm starting to like ASMR too, with sounds of like typing and writing with pencil. And I don't know why. Oh, I like those sounds too, typing and writing with pencil. And like I mean, I don't know. Like what is it? What does it even stand for? Auto something? What? Kennedy? You subscribed? Wait, oh, Pointless Girl. You gifted my little sister. I don't know if it's random, but thank you so much for the gifted sub. I think that's my first gifted sub ever. You all witnessed it. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Now she can use my emotes. Fun fact, I used to pay for my sister's subscription when I first started streaming so she could use them. We were just talking about ASMR and why is it so relaxing? I don't know. I have no idea. And the strangest thing is like, it literally, like the concept of ASMR came out of nowhere, I feel. Like all of a sudden it was a thing. And I wonder, why didn't we know about it before? That sounds dumb. I mean, of course we're always discovering things, but I feel like that was so universal. Like how could we not know? Maybe it just didn't have a name. But I feel like there wasn't a place for us to go and experience it on purpose until it even had a name. So I think that's really interesting. The only ASMR I don't like so far is when people are talking. If they're talking in a different language, then I like it. But if it's in English, I do not care. Like, I don't like it. It's distracting for me. And I don't want to hear what people are saying. And I don't know why. And I don't know what this says about me. But when it's in English, it sounds creepier to me. Maybe because I can understand what they're saying. Like, even though they're not saying anything that is creepy, it makes me feel uncomfortable. In a negative way. So, I don't know. Uncomfortable in a positive way. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I think is really awesome though? And I'll never knock this hustle ever. In fact, I'll never say, I don't like it. Like when people criticize people for how they make money. Do you know? Like, because you didn't do it? Because you're too embarrassed to do it? Like, why do people get mad when people make money for doing nothing? Do you know what I mean? Like, even people who are on TikTok dancing not good, I mean, maybe you like it. I don't care about that at all. I never be like, man, I hope they don't get paid. The only time I don't like stuff like that is when they're taking from other creators who are smaller than them, minorities, or anything like that. Like, I don't tolerate that. I don't like that at all. But if you're just doing your thing, you're not hurting anyone, you're not ripping anybody off, I hope you get paid. I hope you get paid for doing something you enjoy. You know, so like people who do ASMR and they talk and they make millions of dollars, I think that's amazing. And I also think it's like, I feel like it does help people. Like people who want to listen to that, it helps them. I know that when I'm listening to ASMR, it's like literally, it makes my brain feel good. And I always like my brain to feel good. Yeah, I don't get mad, I get chills. But like in an inspirational way, right? Right? Like you only hope that, I mean, there's a lot of things I hope I could do that doesn't take a lot of effort all the time, maybe, and I can still make a living. You know, I have a very lovely job where I get to crochet. I won't say it's not hard work though, but it is me sitting at home crocheting, and I'll never get tired of that, ever. Like, that is a blessing. But even less work, I'm open to it. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm not opposed to it at all. And people, I think people could be a bit more supportive of those kinds of things, because it's like, don't you want life to be easy sometimes? I mean, if you want your life to be hard, you absolutely can make it hard. Like, maybe have a very intense workout regimen. If you have a really like light job and you're missing that intensity, like go climb Mount Everest if you're able. Go do something like that. Oh, you found me from Twitter because of the dress? Oh, yeah, thank you so much. That means you're new, and I really appreciate that, because like you not only saw me on Twitter because of that dress, but you came to my Twitch and you followed me here. I'm really grateful. My Twitch is like my baby to me, you know? Like, it's the only place I really get on and talk. As much as I'm on social media, this is like where I really feel like I could be myself and just like chill and stuff like that. So I'm really grateful that you came to come check it out. That was the first, that dress was the first project I really finished in a long time of that size. It took a minute. Alright, maybe I'll take these down. Let me take a bucket of, I'm gonna take a bucket of water down to the incinerator and maybe start mopping down there. I'm not done up here. It's just that it's incredible, like incredibly messy down there. Oh, it's gonna be garbage. Oh, goodness. At least I caught it before it dropped. I'm learning how to do that because I keep making extra messes. Good stuff, good stuff. Hey, this is going better than I thought. I thought I'd be all lethargic, but my endorphins are kicking in. I'm starting to wake up a bit. Alright, let's go down. Are you kidding? I haven't had any accidents going down the elevator, but at least it didn't like knock over my water. Alright, I'm just gonna start burning these, what are these called? Barrels? Because I really don't think there's a place for them here. I hope I don't get marked down for that. You know, I'm a point pusher. I wasn't that way in school, but in this, absolutely. Give me 110%, please. If it's allowed, do it. No stacking ears. Oh, Lonely, welcome back. Hello. No stacking ears on this map? Perfect. Good to know. Oh my gosh. Am I alive? No, I'm not. I'm having consciousness though still. This is the second time I've blown myself up. Is it gonna restart? Explosive barrels, I was not paying attention to the labels. Am I in the... Yes. Let's see. A disappointing performance by one of your colleagues led to their death within this prison facility. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah. I did that before on the ice level where they had actual explosives, and I was like, oh, I didn't even think to myself that they would catch on fire, but they did, and it blew up, and it took me a while to realize that that's what happened. Well, rest in peace to me. been cloned. I'm back again. I gotta read the labels on those. Oh, wait. And who's this? Alright. I need to get to work. Is there a way to get to the basement from here? No? But, oh yeah, I was gonna let you know, Lonely, that, I took it upon myself to try to incinerate all the mattresses. And I don't know if they regenerate, but there's definitely at least one left. I know I didn't have to do that, but I had to, also. See what that would be like for me. Alright, let me... I mean, I guess I'll just take this down. Well, no, no, because the elevator is kind of messed up. I messed it up. I'm just gonna jump down. I don't want to make a bigger mess. Oh, you did that too the first time you played this one? You know, they need to pit... I mean, I know they pit labels, but maybe they should be like, hey, don't incinerate barrels with hazardous materials in them. I love that this is actually, like, reflective. That's really cool. Okay. I just need to get this out of the way. Let me just get the buckets first, because those are going to be my biggest. If those mess up. I'll just leave this there. Oh yeah, look at, there goes another one. Flammable. Alright, we'll just be careful, that's all. We learn from our mistakes. We move on. Wait, is this a dirty? Yeah, it's a dirty water. I did bring down one thing of clean water just to start cleaning this place up. I feel like this is the glitchiest place because there's so much bloody footprints. Why am I stuck? Come on. Oh! Rest in peace to me. I feel like this is the kind of company that even if you died, they'd want to, like, recycle your clothes. They'd be like, oh, make sure you remove the rubber gloves and shoes off of this, like, dismembered person who's been exploded. Oh my goodness. Do I need to mark myself as, like, somebody who's dead? Not entirely sure if it's still true on this map, since there are stacking areas, but all on other maps, you get points for barrels being upright regardless of whether they... Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been stacking barrels, but you know what I haven't checked, actually, is if they're actually, oops, facing upright. I like where the label is readable. I never checked that part. Did I read this one? This new lore? Man, I keep telling them, but they don't believe me. It was a dang Black Ops craft that flew over the other day. I've seen them before. Oh, I read this one. Alright. I guess now I can appreciate having two incinerators. Oh wait, I didn't look at that label. Okay, let me keep moving things. Oh my gosh. Did you hear that? That's so scary. I didn't even look at the label and it took so long to explode. This is stuck. I do not like this. It made you jump? My bad, my bad. It got me a little too. Okay. I'm just trying to be professional. What's this say? Classified or something? Class F? Class F? Alright, just making sure. I don't want no troubles. This gotta be like $1 trillion industry. I don't know. Okay. Oh, this is me! Look at my little scrub brush. This place had so many casualties. So the checkout is going to be very interesting. I'm gonna be brief when I fill those out. It's cool though. I love to see it slowly just get better. Man, I wish we could burn the barrels in every level. I hate doing that. That's not one of my favorite moments. Why do I keep getting stuck like right at this stairs? Let me check that out. My goodness. What is going on? Like, there's nothing that's stopping me. They must do that on purpose. They want you to lose. Lose. You can't really lose this. You know what I mean? They want you to mess up and never leave and keep cleaning the same thing over and over again. I really want to mop. Yeah, I was talking about ringtones, and I'm just thinking like having like an explosion ringtone. But there was one time I had a Godzilla ringtone that was like his infamous scream, his roar. That was one of my better ringtones, but not good to have out in public. I'm thinking of changing it again. There was something I heard recently that I wanted to change it to, but I can't remember what it was. It was very specific too, so I don't know how I don't remember. Some of these bloodstains. Oh my gosh, how do I keep losing count of oh no, this is already super dirty. Okay. Well, that's okay. I'm gonna start mopping down here just because I just need to. I'm pretty sure, like, I mean, I also need to mop the, see what is going on at this bottom stair? Maybe it's because I'm accidentally standing on the banister. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna try to throw away another one of these and run away. Okay, that wasn't very close. I don't think I got that in, but maybe it's touching the fire enough. Sorry. I'm just gonna move stuff out the way. I'm surprised, like, we're in the future. We don't have, like, some kind of, like, super strong vacuum. Like a crazy, like, intense hose. Something like that. Maybe we're not, like, the most prestigious cleaning company. We don't have the best, like, products. I mean, we do have a lot of employee deaths. And that cannot be good for business. I really want to know, like, what's the waiver we signed for this place? Can you imagine how janky they would make a vacuum in this game, though? Yes, I can imagine. You probably would do more harm than good. Like, they're useless. I gotta ask you, that broom has to be, like, a meme or something. It cannot be actually something I can use. I have never figured out how to use the broom, and they give you, like, 600 of them. Is it just like for show? Is it just a joke? Or is it like really like the best tool in the game and I'm missing out? It's pretty useless generally. Okay. That's what I thought. You know what I've tried to use with it? I've tried to, you know, mop with it. I've tried to sweep things to think like, oh, instead of picking up all the bullets, I'll try to like push them. But that isn't, it's not effective. It doesn't do anything. There's like one map where it can actually does something, but I won't spoil. Okay, okay. Well, I look forward to that then, because I don't see it. Oh wait, it's actually. Wait, it's. I've never seen it clean up anything. Are you kidding me? I've never seen it actually clean up anything. That's interesting. It got rid of some footprints. Oops. Grab this. Oh, yeah. Sure. I'll just walk into every wall. That's good. It's a mop with less scope. Okay. Less range. Please pick up the bucket. You got this. Man, morning shifts and working, when I worked like in food and retail, is the worst experience of my life. I can't tell you, like, I can't believe I just dropped those anyways. It literally sucks so much. I'm just remembering how that made me feel. I don't want to upset anybody who's still doing that. I just like I don't miss that in any capacity. Going to school either in the morning, it's torturous. I don't know why we have to do things. I feel like that is so dangerous anyways, that we're forced to wake up early to be functioning members of society is wrong. I've seen like other countries have policies where like, I don't know if they're policies, but you know, like you can nap at work, or you know the business shuts down so people can go home in the afternoon to like eat and relax and rest. They call it like, is it siesta in some countries? That's a great thing. But I think like work shouldn't even really start till like noon. But then it's kind of like, you know, at the same time, I don't know. I feel like if you like working in the morning, then you should work in the morning. And if you don't, you don't. I feel like when you're most productive is when they should hire you for, you know what I mean? Like when they should set your hours, whoever you work for. They should set them based on how productive you are at any time. But I guess like people don't want to do that because time is money and capitalism and all that. But I'm just saying I don't miss. I'm like having a hard time already this morning. I'm playing a video game. It's not comparable, but yeah, okay. Let me just get this last thing, and then I'm gonna start mopping because it sucks down here. Come on, please. I'm really trying to be careful because there's a ton of stuff in this. I gotta really like time these corners. There's a lot of stuff in this bin that I do not want to pick up again. Yes. All right. Great. I'm just gonna mop now, just to, you know, balance doing stuff I don't like with stuff I do like. That's really important. So I'm gonna get a bunch of water buckets, of course. I'm gonna get this dirty one too. Might as well take it down. Man, those papers, they fly. Alright. I have dirty footprints. I should have jumped around a bit, but it's okay. I tried to catch that! I would really do this job. Like, if I was on a team. I feel like it would be relaxing and like, you know, like slowly watching stuff get cleaner is kind of nice. So like, the only things I would be very like, I would just want to do the mopping, and that's it. So I don't know if I would be able to keep the job. I would be fired, but I would definitely try to do this job in real life. Oh, the smells! I didn't even, honestly, I totally forgot. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm not a super grossed out person with smells, I don't think. I think it depends for me. If I would be able to handle it, maybe if we had like some incense, a mask, open window, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. You know, I heard that scent is the weakest scent. So as long as you keep smelling, then it eventually goes away, just like that water did on my bucket. You be gagging all over the place. Yeah, you know, like, gagging makes me sick. If other people are gagging around me, like, it makes me ill. You know? I'm trying to think, what smell, like, really bothers me? Like, to the point where I need to leave. Oh, I'll tell you. I don't like cigarette smoke. I also don't like the smell of weed at all. So like that bothers me, and the smell of alcohol and the smell of obviously puke. It's not a great smell. It's specifically trigger warning if this is gonna bother you. Okay, but like throw up in a toilet combination, the smell of toilet water and vomit is not good for me. I don't like the smell of that. That is why, like, I personally prefer, I would rather have a headache than a stomach ache, you know? And I don't get a lot of stomach aches. I have an iron stomach, personally. But, like, yeah, I cannot. The times that I've experienced that in my life is the worst times of my life. So, yeah, if it smelled like that, then no. I also don't like the smell of rubber or burnt rubber. I don't like the smell of, like, plastic. I guess I couldn't do this job, honestly, because I don't even like the smell of cleaning products. It's too. I don't like the smell of stuff that smells like chemicals. It like hurts. Yeah, headaches over stomach aches for sure. Yes. Although I hear people get migraines bad enough that it makes them like nauseous. That sounds. I'm so sorry for those people. That is terrible. Because I mean, I've had like you know you get vertigo or whatever, like where you're like dizzy or something, and like I don't know what I'm even talking about. I'm not a doctor, but having a headache so bad that my eyes can't focus, and then I'm nauseous, and I've gotten sick like that. That is it sucks. It's a sucky feeling. But other than that, you know, maybe. I really want to start doing stuff like I want to get one of those trash pickers, you know, like the ones that are like you hold it, it's on a stick, and you pick up the garbage and you put it, you know, like in a bag. I want to get one of those. I wanted to get one of those for the longest time, but I especially really want to make that a goal also for me soon because I want to pick up garbage at the beach. I think that would be nice. They do stuff like that. Like they my community like organize stuff like that, but I don't want to do it with other people because I don't want to meet people. But I would like to do that in general. I think it would be nice. I wonder. I mean, I've got a good amount of buckets to start mopping downstairs. Yeah, you try to pick up litter when you're out and about. Same. It sucks. Like I feel like I'm not sure. Maybe I don't get out enough, but like more. I feel like more and more places are not even having trash cans nearby. I grew up in San Francisco for a little bit. That's where I'm from, and so like there's garbage cans everywhere. Last time I checked, I haven't been there in a while, but like well, there's like everywhere else I go to any city, and it takes like 100 years to find like a garbage can on the street. I don't know. I think they do it, and this is like, let me just start by saying, okay, hold on, let me put this here. People who experience homelessness, you know, I feel for them 1,000% because I have a brother who has had mental health issues that caused him to like live outside. And I don't like all the things that I've seen done to basically make it more difficult for them. There are things like I forget what they're called specifically, but there's literally certain construction that's done to make it like anti like sleepable or whatever for people to sleep there. And I think that getting rid of garbage cans on the street is one of those things because people who experience homelessness, they go, you know, to collect bottles or whatever, maybe find food, and I don't know, it's just like a part of the whole like acting like it's not a problem thing, trying to make it somebody else's problem by making them go somewhere else. Hostile architecture. Yeah, I think that's. Oh my gosh, yes, I think that's what it's called. Yes, like spikes under like bridges or like freeways and stuff like that, where people nobody's gonna go anyways. Usually, you know, it's like it's not like people want to live there. You know, although I mean there are, you know, there's always a case, but it's yeah. I think it's part of that whole planning. The same reason like we don't have fruit trees. And we like they only plant like male trees or something because female fruit trees like they say they're messier and they are, but you could hire people to clean them up. You know what I mean? Or take like whatever like we already pay taxes supposedly for the potholes or whatever we're paying taxes for. So I don't understand. I don't know. I mean, I do understand. I just think it sucks. And it also sucks because we gotta throw away garbage. And I can't find a garbage can on the street. Okay. Alright, maybe... Okay, wait. I won't take them all to the incinerator yet. Because I'm just gonna create footprints. Also, why won't this blood stain on the door come out? Do I need to close the door to clean that? Was I here before the aliens got here? Permanently stained? Once this is clean, I'm gonna feel so good. This game really, it does make me want to play Subnautica, but I think, man, it's only because, like, I'm saying that because it's a first person game. Not the same kind of vibe at all, but like, I mean, it does have a vibe to it. I like Subnautica. Well, from what I've seen it played. It's like, it's kind of like soothing, like the music and the atmosphere, but then just, I wonder how scared I would actually be though. I feel like I can't handle that. I can't handle dropping the buckets like that. But I think I could handle a monster popping up and eating me. Maybe what I like to do when I'm scared of something is confront it. So like, I'll just like try to go, maybe I'll try to go and like immediately find like a Leviathan. Because I need to see how I'll be eaten, how I'll be attacked. And then I feel like then my brain could handle it better. Okay? That theory doesn't always work, but I've tried it with spiders. Still work in progress. I personally, like, I have grown a lot in my fear of arachnids. I used to, like, be paralyzed and could not do anything. And I would try to kill them from, like, across the room. Like, throwing books, like, literally an entire book, like, across the room and hoping that I got it. Also, like, you know, asking people to get rid of them for me. I'm at the point now where I can kill them on my own. I prefer not to kill them. I don't like killing them. I don't, like, they're not doing anything, but I cannot live with them. So what I do is I tell them, I talk to them because I know they can hear me, okay? I tell them, like, they need to leave. That I don't know if their friends told them, but they can't stay here, alright? They can't stay here, or they can't be where I can see them. That's my rule for the spiders. And I feel like the spiders that live in my home, because I know they're here, alright? I feel like they respect that. But every now and then, some independent rogue comes out, shows himself. And I will tell you, 99% of the time I talk to spiders and ask them to leave, a little threateningly. I have to be assertive. They leave. They're gone. And and they're not gone for it, like, they never come back. I personally don't think I've seen the same spider twice. But like, they never come back. Now, every now and then they do. They try to make a home here. And then that's, I'm sorry. I can't look at you. I had to kill you. I can't pick them up. I'm not there yet where I can do that. I cannot see what they physically look like. Every time I say I'm gonna try and be nicer to spiders, they show up where they don't need to be on my toothbrush, in my cereal box. No, you see, I cannot handle that. I've had similar experiences recently where I feel like, okay, now I've reached this level where I can say, hey, go away, or, you know, I'm gonna kill you, something like that. Now they're touching me. I've had spiders in my bed uh way too many times, at least twice. I don't know what they're doing there. All right? Or like just like I think what is it like they try to go in your shadow? It's not even hot. Maybe I'm just making up stuff now, but like they will touch me and then they absolutely will die because it's a reflex. It's traumatizing for me. I don't like the way that feels at all. And I know they're not. I don't think they're gonna bite me, but I'm pretty sure I'm allergic to spiders. I'm allergic to most animal bug types. But yeah, it's a test. It's a test. It's like they're testing your patience. They're testing your growth in that area, and I'm trying to let them know I'm not where they think I am. I'm not about to have spiders as pets. I'm not there. I at one point I thought I could handle like even like every now and then I'll be like, oh, tarantulas, those aren't as scary as the little ones for whatever reason. But then when I look at them too long, it is. It is too scary. They're like, I feel like the only but oh come on. Are you kidding? This game is getting ridiculous. It knows I'm almost done. What was I saying? I was like, I feel like the only bugs I'm not afraid of are like ladybugs and butterflies. And that's it. Because eventually everything else is just going to creep me out just a little bit. But you know what? I think I'm not afraid of, oh, come on, of seafood. Seafood. I mean, like, ocean bugs. Some of them, yeah, some of them definitely. Like, what are those called? Isopods? Like the isopods, the sea ones. I'm not a big fan of looking at those. You don't mind moths. All right, I am still afraid of moths, and I know that they're blind, but they still creep me out. I wish they didn't, because they're just, they creep me out when they fly. No, I just don't like them. When I see them in books or something, I'm not as afraid of them, but when they're near me, I am still afraid of them. I don't know why. They're harmless. That's what I heard. I heard they're blind, and that's why they, like, fly the way they do. Like, kind of chaotically, and, like, I don't know if every species of moth is blind, but I heard that they are, and that's why they fly like that. You might want to fact check that. Okay. I don't want to give you the wrong information. My mom is afraid of butterflies. I think my brother is too. It's pretty cute. My mom is afraid of most flying things. She's not a fan of birds. I like birds, but I've mentioned this once. Like, I don't like. Oh, come on. This was because this red stripe was not getting like leaving. I don't like birds' feathers. I really like when they ruffle up their feathers. I don't like that. Birds are really fascinating. I was walking the other day and I saw a bird like hovering. Like it was really windy kind of day, and I was wondering, I think I've read somewhere that birds will like let the wind hold them to like give their wings a break. But this bird was doing it for a long time. It was just like floating, hovering by itself, and there was a tree near it too. So, but maybe it didn't want to land in the tree or whatever. But I don't know. It's really interesting that it's just. I mean, it's really fascinating. Like how many animals we have on this planet, and we're still constantly like. I just saw a video that said we discovered like 40. I don't know. Don't quote me. Like 40 new species of gecko, and they all live in the same area. Okay, I'm like, what? How is that? What does that mean? Also, like, are we the only human species? Because all the other human species were extinct? Like, how come? How come? Like, Homo sapien, right? Where's the rest? Like, there's no other kind of human? But there's, like, 72 kinds of, like, dolphins or something. You know what I mean? Like, why is only one of us? It's probably because we don't live in peace. Like, I feel like, as a species, like, we just want to eradicate everything around us. But I feel like other animals tolerate each other more and even, like, cohabitate or whatever. But we don't do that. Well, birds are really cool, but I never want to own one or anything. Yeah, I feel weird about that as well. I used to want to own a canary, but I can't because I feel like it's not supposed to be. You said, oh my gosh, yes. Neanderthals were similar but died off. Yeah, I heard that. I don't remember what I heard. I'm not gonna say anything because I don't even. I'm just talking and I don't know what I'm talking about. This is not as relaxing as I hoped. This one section. I'm being extra careful right now. Okay. All dirty. Now, I'm just gonna get more water buckets. I'm not gonna even bring anything over yet. Maybe this is bad. I mean, maybe it won't be that many footprints that I track back. Because, yeah, it can't be that many. Okay, cool. I mean, if I could just jump over with the water bucket that's full of water and knowing it wouldn't like spill would be great, but I know that's wishful thinking. I know you did not just tell me. Yes, Miss Kennedy. It is a mess down there. I'm doing my best. It isn't good enough. Okay, it's really not. Kennedy, I never wished you were here so bad that you could go and get me something to eat. Wow. That would be so cool. Listen, this is the last, like, really extremely messy area. And I'm trying. I thought I could finish this game today, but I don't know. Because its hunger is winning. Of course, I'll just come back. There were minor controlled explosions in the incinerator room. Yeah, exactly. See? You weren't here, Kennedy. There were some things that needed to be done. That I did. Oh, it's starting to rain harder. I wish you could hear it. I should go get a snack, but I don't really actually have any snacks. I have, like, food, you know? I wish I had, like, a snack. That'd be easier. I have some crackers, but I feel bad if I'm, like, chewing in your cousin's faces. Because I'll need to eat until completion, alright? That's how I eat, personally. Like, I have to eat till I'm full. Or I'm just gonna... I think it makes me angrier if I only eat a little bit. It's knowing I'm still hungry. Alright, let me get some more water buckets. Whew. Try to put a dent in this place. See all these footprints? Let me just try to jump them out like this. So they're, at least if they're just confined to one area. Most irritating feeling is being hungry after you eat a meal. Yes! That's literally not okay with me. Like, I do not like feeling hungry in general, but especially after I've already eaten. It's kind of a sad feeling. Not sad. I don't know what. Like, yeah, no. Especially if you bought the food. That's it's terrible. So, like, I mean, like, I'm not saying I do the best thing, but I definitely like to buy more than I think. Because I don't like being hungry. I don't. So I'll like eyes bigger than my stomach. I don't care. I won't waste food. But I love a leftover. I feel like I've been around people who don't eat leftovers, and I feel like that's my best compatibility. Like, you don't eat leftovers, but you have leftovers, and I exist to eat leftovers. So it's like a symbiotic relationship. It's really good for me. I like being able to eat good food twice. Maybe it's not the same quality, but I'm not picky. I'm not a gourmet. I like to eat, and I hope it tastes good. No! Yes, got it. Again? Twice in a row? Oh, come on! Man, I have leaky windows. Like, almost. They used to just leak, like, okay, this is annoying, this is not good. And now they started leaking like a faucet. Like, kind of scary, honestly. Because I'm thinking, like, my roof is gonna cave in or something, you know, because, I mean, the windows are close to the sea. I wish I could kick buckets in this, dude. Like, just chuck it away. Anyways, what am I saying? Yeah, I don't know. I wish that there's something we could do. I've already told my landlord about this. It's been like 2 years. And she's so nice, alright? She calls to remind me that she hasn't forgotten. And I really appreciate that. But, I mean, it doesn't rain a lot here, but we're having like some back-to-back cyclones or something like that, so it's kind of an issue. Kind of. Because that's my music room. That's where all my instruments are. And I can't really put them anywhere else. And like I said, it doesn't rain enough for me to justify moving them. But I feel like also your windows that you, like when you live in a place and you rent and you pay money and you live in California and rent is expensive, I feel like your windows shouldn't leak if you can help it. I feel like that shouldn't keep happening to me as well. That's back to back. I'm gonna call the police. I'm having a good day. I feel really good. I'm really happy. Subject to documentation. Haven't even started anything yet, but it's my day off from whatever I would do normally. I can do whatever I want on the weekends. That's my rule. And I feel like it's not even noon. It's 11:59. It's not even noon yet. There's still much day ahead. That's why I'm a morning person in the sense that I really enjoy waking up in the morning before everybody else where it's quiet. But like, I'm not a morning person in the sense that like, oh, I'm so awake. I love talking and being happy in the morning. I'm not like that at all. Like, I don't like talking, like I said, till like noon. But I definitely like to be awake at like, my ideal time to wake up is whenever the sun rises. But I've struggled to get back on that for years because I haven't even like, it only recently became a goal again because I kind of like was off on my own planet. I had my school alarm this morning and I woke up at 8. I'm so sorry. I specifically, I used to not do this. This is also new. I turn off my alarms now on the weekend to let my body wake up whenever it feels like. Maybe you can set them to turn off on a different day, you know, or whatever. How many times? They don't want me to leave. This place doesn't want me to leave. I am a real prisoner here. They keep giving me this garbage. In my ideal world, I would love to wake up when the sun rises and then go to sleep at like 3 or 4 in the morning and still get 8 hours somehow. I feel like I'll probably have to live on a different planet for that to really work. I need a planet with like 36-hour days or something. I used to hate sleeping because I used to be obsessed with getting stuff done. Wow, that was my life. What a plague. Now? Oh man, I really look forward to sleeping because I know the day is over. You know, I have a hard time. Something I'm still working on though is waking up because sometimes I don't want to, you know. I do not want to. And yeah. But lately, at least lately, today, and I think even yesterday, I actually woke up and I was so happy I just like that is so rare for me lately. Lately, I guess that's what I'm saying. I hate when I say the same word too many times. It's been a while since I felt that way, like actually happy to be conscious and excited to like interact and do things on this planet. I haven't left my house in a while. Well, since I think Monday, and I think like for some people that can be kind of shocking. For some people, I mean, I don't know who I talk to. I don't talk to anyone. But like, you know, people go to work and they go outside. I thought about going for a walk today. Maybe. I like walking in the rain. I love it. Maybe I'll do that. But it's football. There's 2 football games today that I want to watch. And one starts in an hour. And I don't know if I'm going to make it on time. Because I'm doing this. And this is nice. Oh yeah, you know what? I was talking about like not having vices the other day. Maybe football's my vice, because technically it's not great. The NFL. I'm talking about the NFL. It's not the best industry. It's problematic. It has had issues, and obviously a lot of the players have issues. And yeah, but it's my like I love it, and I'm not gonna stop watching it. I did boycott it though, back in the Colin Kaepernick days. I did. But I'm back now. How many rooms do you have left to clean? Kennedy. Well, let's think about it. Technically all of them, if we're being really honest, all of them have something that needs to be done in them. But my biggest like challenges right now are the incinerator room, which is full of blood, and the tunnels. And I think the staircase still has body parts in it. I don't want to talk about it. Yes. Yes, I need to burn all the barrels and crates. I need to get rid of all the dirty mop buckets. I have to double check any footprints. Right? It's a big job. Oh! Oh, that always scares me. I thought every last one of my buckets was gonna drop. Yeah, it's not a job for everybody. But for the tedious types, like myself, yes. See, I'll be tedious cleaning, and then I'll burn out, and I'll I don't know what I'm saying. It's like I'm gonna keep being the way I am, but it's just gonna take me a lot longer to do it than maybe another person, and that's fine with me. Because I like to be thorough. The only thing I say I'm not good at is organizing. I clean very well, but organizing, I don't have the eye. Kennedy, I want to see what your house looks like, because like you're a Libra moon and you already have style. You know, you have aesthetic. You know what, you can like put things together and it'll make sense. I feel like you'd probably be good at interior design. I feel like all Libra placements would be good at that. I don't not have that gene. I don't know how don't you do those. I don't have the feng shui. I know what I like. I know what I like. But oh, it's so hard to make it look right. Like, man, just like 2 years ago, I felt like I got my apartment to make sense to me visibly. There's a lot of stuff here. I won't call it a mess, but yes. Okay? Not dirty. Everything in my apartment has value. Alright? It's just maybe not like, it's not uniform. It's cluttercore for sure. You might be disappointed when you get here. Listen, no, I'll never be disappointed. Kennedy, are you crazy? Alright? I don't mean crazy in a dismissive way. I literally just ranted about that on Twitter today. I don't like when strangers call me crazy or like imply that a decision I made is crazy. Like, oh, this is so much money, it's crazy. I don't like stuff like that. But you're my baby sister, you know what I mean. But yeah, I feel like your first apartment, no pressure. Like, you know what I mean? Who cares what it looks like? You have your own place now. It's yours. I've seen people like really take that to heart. Like they'll make the living room the bedroom. That's interesting. Now those are my kind of people because, and I mentioned this recently. I don't like to design my home for other people. I definitely want people to come by and feel comfortable. That's my goal. I have a home I think is healing that people would feel relaxed to be in, but it's not like for that purpose. Like kitchen tables. I don't want one because why? I don't even like to eat sitting up like that. I don't like to eat at a table. I like to eat sitting down. And there's actually a lot of cultures that eat like that. And I think it's actually proven to be better for digestion. Um, I mean, obviously, if I go out to eat, I gotta eat at a table. I don't care. But it's harder to eat. It's really uncomfortable for me. And I don't like to be off the ground. I really don't. Like, I don't like beds that are lifted. I don't like under the beds. I like my whole entire lower half to be touching the ground. It just feels wrong if it's not like that. You said you love a lifted bed. Is do you have an under the bed? They scare me. So efficient. Oh yeah, for storage probably. I could imagine. I can't do it. You know what I also can't do? Storage above the bed. Like I can't have wall. You know, I have one. You probably can't see it, and it's fine. But there's like let me see if I can show you. Okay. Can you see it? Is it showing you? There's a wall thing I installed in my little seating area. And it's really nice. I don't really hang enough on there. But it's I can't have one over the bed because I have phobia of something dropping on my head and killing me in my sleep. I don't know if it's a phobia, but it's something I think about. Oh, you got a whole hangout under your bed? Wait, can you actually do you have enough space to hang out under your bed? Is it like one of those new modern? It's not new anymore, but it was when I was a teenager, where the bunk bed has no actual underbed under it. It's like the bed's on top, and then there's like you could have an office space down below, like a loft style, like that. You have a couch and a TV. Wait, under your bed? So is it like a loft style? Because I think that's cool. That is, see, that's nice. That's not what I meant. I would have a loft bed, but I wouldn't have a actual bed, like a bed, like a traditional like frame bed. Wait, I got that. I don't want something to grab my feet. Feeling. Yeah, since like, we have earthquakes in California. Um, and I've been in a couple of them, but only like the last like I moved to SoCal, and the earthquake here. I've had earthquakes when I lived in San Francisco too, but I've those are ones I like slept through. But here is like the first time I ever was like awake really during an earthquake, and it was terrifying, and I did not realize like how scared I am of earthquakes. That is so frightening. Like I do not like okay, my biggest fear, like for real, and not in, I don't even know what I'm talking about. But like I don't know if it's my biggest fear, but being crushed, being alive as like you're stuck underground or something. Do you know what I mean? Did we talk about this? Like cave-ins, right? But like you're in a building and you have an earthquake and the entire building like collapses on you, but you're alive and you have to wait for rescue. I don't want to be in that situation. I want to okay, like I hope I die in that scenario immediately, instantly. I do not want to be alive in that scenario because I think I would die anyways because I would have a terrible panic attack and like shock myself and like not be able to breathe or something. I don't know. I think like psychosomatic pain is real. You know, it's obviously it's in your head, but obviously it feels real to you. And I think that's like isn't that what like panic attacks are? Why you feel like you can't breathe? That would be me. I don't know if I could really keep my cool in that situation. I have an earthquake plan though. I have a I have a go bag if I'm in that situation or any situation. Man. But yeah, if there's an earthquake and I had something hanging on my wall above my bed, I'd be afraid it would fall out and like hit me in the head. And I gotta protect my brain. What's left of it. Oh, there's a piece of me. You don't have earthquakes where you're at. Oh, just tornadoes. That's interesting. Let me tell you something. Part of me has always wanted to go on one of those storm chasers. People who do that, they drive out there and they go look at them. I feel like I'm not sure if you can book that as like a experience, because I've swam with sharks, you know, like stuff like that. I skydived. I don't know if you can like actually go and see a natural disaster, but I would like to. I feel like a tornado would be so cool to see, but maybe it's really scary and I don't know, like maybe I'm in over my head with this thought, but it sounds really cool. But maybe because I watch too many movies, you know. I don't mean it sounds cool that it's a good thing that happens because it ruins people's lives, but the mother natureness of it all, I would like to see one. I would also like to see a cyclone or a hurricane. But apparently a cyclone is really just like a bad storm. I thought it was like a funneling kind of a thing. I'd also like to see a maelstrom. How do you say that word? Maelstrom? Maelstrom? I don't know. But like a whirlpool? A whirlpool? I would like to see one. I would also like to visit a volcano someday. I think that would be nice. Earthquakes though? I know volcanoes cause earthquakes, but I feel like if it's a volcano, it's okay. I don't know. Like, it's just so beautiful to me. One time, when I was really adventurous, I wanted to plan to go to, like, you know the Ring of Fire? It's like, I think it's all along the Pacific coast. I'm not actually sure. But it's like literally an outline of volcanoes on Earth called the Ring of Fire. And I wanted to visit the ones that I could accessibly visit. You know, just to see them. I wonder if the volcano in Yellowstone will ever erupt. I heard they say it's a super volcano. And that if it explodes, it'll do an extinction level event. And I think that's kind of exciting. For me. You'd be a part of history. You know? There are certain ways. Literally one of the first conversations I ever had playing this game was how I would like to die. Okay? And this was not one of them, but actually, I think I need to add it to the list. A volcano? If it was quick, though, because I don't want to burn alive. That sounds like it sucks. But a volcano? Lava? That's really epic. I saw a video the other day also saying that we don't know a lot about underwater volcanoes and how I think maybe one last year or something, semi-recently, like, oh, goodness. An underwater volcano, like, erupted, and it was so powerful that it, like, caused lots of stuff to happen. Yeah, like Pompeii immortalized ash forever in ash, yes. That was always, like, I think you can still visit Pompeii and see those people. I wonder if they're okay with that. I hope they are. You know? I mean, that's, wow. Because, like, wasn't it, like, instant? Like, all of a sudden you're just dead. And you're frozen doing what you were doing. I'm not sure how it was for them. This world is so fascinating. I like thinking about all the stuff we haven't discovered yet. Especially in the ocean. I really can't fathom it. Like, I just went whale watching for my birthday last month, and just like not being able to see into the water is like so surreal. It doesn't feel real to be on top of the ocean sometimes. To be in the ocean, It's just so I don't know how to process it. I feel like the ocean is space. Look at my foot. Ugh. The ocean is space, but with confirmed things that would eat you. That's a fact. That should be in the definition of what is the ocean. It's crazy how many things would eat us, but we don't even like taste good like that. From what I heard, like animals don't like want to eat us. They don't care about us, but they can. They can eat us, and we eat a lot of them. We eat a lot of animals. I feel like it's only fair if they eat us sometimes too. They definitely don't eat us as much as we eat them. And, you know, there's an imbalance there. Not to assume that whoever's watching this also eats animals. I do eat animals. I prefer seafood. That's my thing. Fish gotta do what fish gotta do. You know? Maybe they're just as curious as us. Like, when we were first eating things, we didn't know what they were gonna be like. I mean, we were eating, what, for survival, for instinct, and now we eat for a taste. How many things had to die to be eaten before we realized, like, what's the best animal for us? I wonder. Like the dodos. I'm so nostalgic for dodos, and I never even got to be around them. I have like just a fascination with that creature. When I see it, it's extremely hard for me to imagine it in real life. That bird looks like that and walked around is fascinating. You know what else? Like, okay, wait, there's a bird called the shoebill. I think that's what it's called. And it's a huge bird. And it's very, like, it very looks much prehistoric. And that is the closest thing I've seen to, like, what maybe a dodo vibe could be like. Wait, what's the American mastodon? Why does that word sound so familiar? Mastodon. You know what the first thing that popped into my head is Power Rangers. Because I don't know how, if you know Power Rangers. But then they have, like, dinosaur transformations. And one of them was, like, a mastodon. Oh, a mammoth. Now I know what you're saying. Yes, I love mammoths. Bastiodon the Pokemon. Is that the new generation, Kennedy? Not all of us have been able to keep up with the times. Not everybody has a Switch, Kennedy. I was just talking about you today on the internet. How you have a Switch and you have Breath of the Wild. I don't have that. I don't have that at all. I feel like you living in a better generation growing up. That's how it is supposed to be, though. The youth are supposed to benefit from whatever the generation that came before it did. Hopefully. That's the best we can hope for. So I'm so happy for you. Oh, you started Breath of the Wild but couldn't stick with it? What was it that made you stop playing? Oh, you get so overwhelmed with the open world games? They are very hard to complete. I love them for that reason. Because I get sad when things are over. But at the same time, also, you do want them to end eventually. That's the struggle I'm having with the ones I'm playing. I'm playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Haven't finished it. I am like 60 plus hours into that game, and I don't know exactly how far into the actual story I am. There's so much to do and see. How can I ever... I live there now. I am trying to find more games that are shorter, though. That's why I like point and click games, because they'll end. They won't take forever. Oh, I almost dropped this water. Yes, so much free will. Look at it. Doesn't this place start to look good, huh? Just be super liminal in one sitting. That was like 2.5 hours. What's that game like? Really trippy game? It sounds familiar. Is it like a puzzle game? Still, I feel so strange when I complete a game. It's as I'm so used to playing the really long like RPGs, like that take forever. It's so like I don't know how to express it yet. It's a puzzle game where you use like forced perspective to solve the puzzles. That's interesting. I don't know what forced perspective is, but I do love a puzzle game. I like to feel like a smart. I might need a flashlight down here. I definitely brought like a good amount of the water buckets down. This is great. You know what I'm gonna probably do? I'm not gonna do it yet, but semi soon. I'm probably gonna do two streams today. I did that before and it worked out really well. Except for the second stream was like at like 2 in the morning. It won't be that late for this one. Maybe it probably come back around like 8 or 10 p.m. PS standard time. Because I want to finish this game today. But I don't think I can today just because I started this game without eating. And that was kind of like dumb. I wasn't even thinking about that. I was like, oh, I just gotta finish this game. It's optical illusions to trick you into thinking things are different sizes than they are. Think the castles in Disneyland are the Hobbits and Lord of the Rings movies. Oh, that's cool. I kind of like stuff like that. I was just at Disneyland in October. And it was so great, except for how old I am now and tired. So walking and standing was not hitting. I think it wasn't my... I'm obviously not that old. It's just that it was like I'm a very sedentary creature in the sense that I don't move a lot when I work. My whole job is sitting down. So I haven't really been... I walk a lot, but not Disneyland walking. And, yeah. It was something else. It was fun, though. I hope the next time I go, I'm in better, like... I don't know, better shoes, better something. So that I can fully enjoy it. I thought... Man, that bucket got dirty so fast. Also, I really loved the new Star Wars area so much that they put zillions of dollars into that area. The rides and like the atmosphere, like it's a movie set. It's crazy. I mean, it's really amazing. And also the rides. There's 2 new rides, I guess, like the Disneyland for the Star Wars rides. I think they're so good. Like one of them is like being part of a almost spilled that. One of them is like being part of a movie. And the cast members, those are the best cast members I've seen because like I don't know, it was just like satisfying to see them being mean to people. It was nice. I loved it. So I'll just start throwing them away. Oh, I feel so good. This is so nice. This area was giving me the most like anxiety. Now it's finished-ish. It's not as bad. Okay, it's not as bad as it was. I just need to be a little careful. It was really terrible down here. Get my leg. Looks great. Yeah, Kennedy. No more, whatever you said. Look out, like, gosh. Footprints, man. They come back with a, woo. Almost dropped that. They come back with a vengeance. Ooh, those shadows kind of look like people. It's kind of creepy. You see them? get scared by shadows for sure. I think also because I'm nearsighted, a lot of stuff like is not like what I think it is, or like it's something I don't know what I'm saying. You know, like it's like my eyes play tricks on me. It's easy to think something is something when you can't really see it. I feel like, man, my footprints are making this place dirty again. I didn't mean to. It's not as bad as it was, but it's definitely like not what I wanted to happen. I love overcoming challenges. It's a great feeling. Very nice. Yeah, good job. I got an achievement, blood soaked. What does that mean? Usually you get achievements that are like, they say like, okay, run! Run! Oh my gosh, I'm stuck. Is it gonna blow up? They'll tell you like, oh, 1 out of 1,000. I think that's one's for tracking blood. Okay. Because they'll be like, oh, like you burned like 6,000 items or something like that. I don't think that one didn't have a numerical value. Alright, let me get some more. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna start cleaning the tunnels and stuff and whatever else I get my hands on. It's like, now it's at the point where, yeah, stuff still needs to be done, and I'm probably gonna track blood here and there, but it's not as much that it should be good. It should be okay. Shouldn't be so overwhelming. This was a feat. It's gonna be my longest YouTube upload. If you don't know, I post all my past gameplays onto YouTube, but I try to condense them down a bit so they're watchable. And this one, I've already started editing it, like putting the playthroughs together into like one, and it's gonna be interesting. A lot of talking, but you know, it should be a good time. This is like, yeah, this is like one of my most viewed things on my little baby channel, which I was surprised at first, but it's nice. Oh wait, blood soaked is for spilling 130 buckets. Wow, I'm so proud of myself. What an achievement. What a milestone. That would, yeah, I would not want to be working and feel soggy. That might be uncomfortable. Especially like, oh, like, oh, is this a clean bucket? Oh, miracle. I love putting your previous Viscera videos on in the background. Oh my gosh, that makes me really happy. Thank you. I hope I keep you company with my incessant thoughts that come out of nowhere. Yeah, that makes me really happy because like that's what I did before I started playing games online, like streaming or whatever. I watch other people do it and I love it, like especially when I'm crocheting or like cleaning. But sometimes, I mean, like I gotta watch if there's a story. I gotta see what's going on. This game fulfills a lot of my needs. Like, it's relaxing and it's kind of like grotesque, and I kind of like that. It's good when I'm doing chores and such. Yeah. Yeah. It's like I clean, you clean. We clean together. I want to play Unpacking also. It's a shorter game. I've heard it's like only like 3 hours. Or there's like maybe not that many levels or something like that. But it still is a cute game. I want to get it when it's on sale though. Oh wait, it's on your Unpacking's on your playlist too? Man, I wonder if that game will have more like, I don't know, DLCs or something, because you could do that forever. It'd be cool to like, I haven't played it or seen a lot of it, but I feel like it'd be cool to unpack in like different rooms and different types of rooms like around the world in different countries, like, because not everybody has the same kind of living situation. Alright. Okay. Just, I mean, that's an empty bucket. We'll just, we're just gonna put this somewhere else. I'm dreading what's in the tunnels. I know there's also tunnels upstairs that I haven't cleaned. I know there's still body parts in the stairwell, but it's probably, I know I was using that tunnel, one of the tunnels as like a pit for bodies, and I'm pretty sure that I got all those bodies. If not, I've got like definitely, I must have gotten like 90%. Let me just look down here. Oh, did I lie? Okay, that's actually really discouraging. I did not incinerate these people. They've just been sitting here. Okay, alright. I've seen a few videos now of people trying to store pots in the oven, which the game doesn't let you do, so I think different styles would be great for that. Oh, wow, that's super interesting. Because I don't store pots in my oven just because I don't really have a lot of pots. But yeah, like my I've seen people do that also. That's cool, like culturally. I guess some people wouldn't do that. I like those nuances to how people live. And what people would do automatically. That's pretty cute. We're so human. Alright. Every time. Alright, I'm gonna go check the tunnels out. I'm gonna start. I think I might start. I'm gonna definitely take a water bucket with me after I fill this one. Oh, I'll just put this to the side for now. But like, I'm gonna take and start mopping the tunnels as I also make my way to the body pit. This is an empty bucket. I did not even realize I was carrying it. I probably will need this too, actually, though, to grab any organs. You should know how organs are. Every time I play, I'm so excited to play more. Like, more games. Like, I have hoarded a lot of games on Steam. And not even, like, I think it's GOG and Epic Games. I have their things now, too, because they give away a lot of games for free. If y'all don't know, there's a Reddit called Free Game Findings, something like that. And they upload pretty consistently whenever there's free games. And during the holidays, there was, like, a ton. I think it was Epic in particular that was giving out a game like every day. I don't pick up every game because I'm not gonna, like, that's a waste for me to get a game I'm not gonna play, you know. But there was a lot I got that I forget sometimes. Like, I'm so Steam oriented that I forget that I have those other games that are not even on Steam. So my New Year's resolution is always play more games. Yes, yes. My goal is like definitely. I don't have a numerical, like oh, I want to beat 10 games, but I definitely want to play consistently enough that I'm always kind of playing a game at least once a week. I feel like I should be playing games. Life is short, and man, I want to play. Oh, you have a bunch of stuff. Yeah, like you always forget it's there. I need to make a master list of every game I have and where it's at. I didn't even know Steam had competitors. I thought it was Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, and those were the only places that you could like buy and play games. Like that. Not to mention my Steam wishlist being almost 300 games long. Yes. Yes. I keep finding things I feel like I'm gonna enjoy and I want to keep an eye on. It's a tough world. It's the same with movies. It's like, and shows. It's like, There's a lot I save on my list, multiple streaming platforms, and I really want to watch them all. I have like a order I watch stuff in. Um, it is a part of my life. And so I try to watch one thing a day, but then recently I'm just like stuck on this one show. It's a Turkish show. It is one of the best shows I've ever watched. It's called Resurrection Eternal. Okay? You can just type in Resurrection. It's, you know, it's in Turkish, but English subtitles. And it's so good. Okay, think Game of Thrones, but not as intense, but still very good. And I try to only watch like 2 episodes a day so that I can watch other stuff, and also so I don't binge it. But it's hard. It is tough to balance everything. I mean, I don't want to be negative about it because it's brought me so much joy. But like, I don't know. Yeah, balance is everything. Trying not to mass consume. Try to still leave my house every now and then. But I really love it. Like, they've been doing a great job creating stuff that doesn't suck. Like these other people. Is this a? Oh, I was gonna use this for garbage. Oh well. Well, let me just take out the paper because the paper sucks. Can I get the paper? And also reading. I just want to throw that out there. I do read. I don't read as much as I used to. But also because I used to collect books, but I don't collect books as much as I used to at all, actually. I'm trying to actually get rid of my books now so I can collect them again. But reading is great too. My thing is, like, it's not that there's new stuff to read, because there is. There's so much old stuff that hasn't been read yet, and that's what my fixation is. I love old books. I've had to check out the same book from the library for the 3rd time. Yes, because you can't finish it. Yes, I do that with everything I get from the library. I have to keep renewing it. I'll start strong and then slowly lose track of time. I feel like those checkout times should be longer, especially if your library isn't like a super active one. I use like Overdrive. I don't think Overdrive is still as active, but in Libby also to check out books from the library. Yeah, they are definitely more involved than a show. I used to have a book holder so that I could crochet while I read. Because that's like one of the main things that stops me from reading. Though I should make more effort. I feel like to sit down and like hold the book with my hands. Digital resources. I mean, yeah, those apps have kept me in the loop with reading. Make it kind of like, it's like a nice reminder to be like, if I'm going to be on my phone, at least I know that I have the option to read. Or the reminder like, hey, you like reading. Try it. You know? I think I need to incinerate this. Like, this cannot stay. It's disgusting in general, but it also does not look like good. I know this is not the clean. Oh, wait. Is this the clean bucket I just put like this? It's an accident waiting to happen. It's also hard to set these buckets down in the tunnel since it's not a flat surface. Yeah, I love non-fiction books the best. Those are my preference. I love to feel like I'm learning. When I was younger, I loved like was it YA? Loved it. I probably would still enjoy it now, but I don't know, I just haven't made the effort to read like fiction because I want to pretend that I'm getting something not pretend. I want to feel like I'm gonna get some knowledge that's gonna help me in the future. Oh, okay, wonderful. Thank you for letting me know that. It's disgusting. We'll have to incinerate them. In fact, is my little thing here? I thought it was down here with me. I'll have to get my gun. My laser. So gross. Imagine cleaning a cave. Wow. A dirt. I'm mopping dirt, basically. A dirt. I need to read more nonfiction books for sure. Is there a subject you like learning about? I'm big on history. I love history and like crime. Reading about them. Oh, you want to annotate books? Is that like taking notes as you read? Is that what that means? Let me move this. Whew. Yes, I like to do stuff like that too, and I think that's one of the reasons it takes me so long, because I like come across a topic, like say the book is about cheese, alright, and they're talking about like a specific type of cheese, but they only mention it a little bit. I want to learn more about that cheese, or if it's something like references an event, and like, but it's about something else. I want to know what that event is first before I keep reading, because I just want the full context. And so that's just like, I think I have open world in my life in the sense that it's really hard for me to finish things because I'm constantly adding things to learn about, to fill my head with. This world, this world is so huge. There's so much I want to know about it. I want to know everything that I can know in my lifetime. I want to finish things like something. I don't know. Maybe it's not about finishing. It's just about those small things you learn, those random things you share. Because it's overwhelming. I used to want to, I don't know. I can't finish my thought because I don't know what I'm saying. That's cool, you know. It's cool to talk to people who also like reading and gaming. I read in my games. I'll read anything that's on the screen that is in a language I can pronounce. That's like what I think like my thing is when I play is like I read aloud. I like to read whenever there's not spoken dialogue. I will read it. Especially for people who aren't looking at the screen. I do want to find a way to add captions to my stream also for people who are hard of hearing. I've seen other streamers do it. I have to look more into it. And I wonder if it would work for me since I talk so much and kind of, I don't know if it's super fast, but I wonder if it would be good. Alright, I'm just going to start bringing this with me just in case there's stuff like this. What is this cup even doing in the tunnels? I feel like I'm always just half reading stuff in games because I want to get back to the action. That's interesting. For me, it's like, I love the lore. I love the story. Hopefully the story is good. Good enough to keep reading. It's been a while since I've played I've been playing this I feel like forever. There's not a lot of reading in this. Ooh! Oh my goodness. Yeah, the glitching got so much better after cleaning up all 600,000 of my footprints. Okay, let's try to mop this tunnel. They're giving me a real challenge right now. I just had this most, gosh, something, deja vu, like, no, not deja vu, like a memory, like a, what's it called? I just unlocked a memory for myself. The sound that this mop bucket makes is from a game I used to play when I was little, and I think it was a PC game for kids. Was it a Barbie game? I just remember there being like a brush, like a soapy brush, and like you could see like the bubbles, and like you could just like scrub something, but it wasn't your hand. You couldn't see your hand. You could only see the brush. And I feel like, was it a horse I was cleaning? It was a game I really loved. Oh man, I wish I could remember it. Oh, I need to get around to watching your Harvey's New Eyes playthrough. Oh, you love that game? I loved playing that game. Definitely let me know if you watch it. That was one of the first like point click games I played in a while, and it was something else. It was really cool, and I never played the first one. I don't know if they're I know that they have the same characters, but I don't know if you have to play one to play the other. I think it's like Harvey's Breakout or something. Never played it, but yeah, Harvey's New Eyes was so much fun. Great music, also. There's no, like, I don't know if I'll ever be able to remember. The game I was just describing that I played when I was young, it's not specific enough where I feel like I can just Google that. I played the second one first, and then the first, which I think it was alright. So did you like the second one more than the first one? I might go and play the first one eventually. I feel like they're both pretty good. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna play the cat lady after I'm done with this level. I'm gonna start that one up. And, that should be interesting. I heard that game is about depression. So, I'm fascinated to play it. A lot of the point and click games that I've played have been, kind of saddish. It's like, I don't know how to describe it because I haven't looked at any playthroughs of this game. I bought it on a whim. Specifically, one, because it was called The Cat Lady. Two, because it was a point and click game and it looks kind of grim and dark, and I kind of like that. So, and then I found out that it was about depression, so I was like, okay, that's cool too. Now I'm a mental health advocate. It's like, I think it's about a lady who has depression. I don't know what it's about, but someone also told me that it was a trilogy, and so I went and bought the other games that they said are in it, and I can't remember what they're called. So, hopefully I like it. Hopefully it's great. I think it'll be fine. I put a poll on like every social media I had, and that game won. So people want to see that game, and I'm here to oblige. Yeah, it looks very moody. I kind of like that. Like I played I like when games don't have traditional color palettes that you're used to seeing, like games that are in black and white, or like some kind of like alternative form of art drawing. There was this game. Have you seen the Bad Dream games, like Bad Dream Fever, Bad Dream Coma? I played both of those games. I don't think I actually ever finished Fever, but they're like, it's like sketched out. It looks like little like kind of crude drawings, like you're playing on a sketch pad or something. It's really cool though. It's really unique. I loved that game. Yeah, but the cat lady, yeah, it looks very macabre. I'm excited. Oh, you think you've seen it in passing? Yeah, it's a really interesting one, very unique. I love indie games. I hope I can catch a few streams when you're playing Cat Lady. For sure, I hope so too. And if you miss any, I will put them on YouTube as well. And you can see how you like it. I know I don't have a set schedule. I probably won't ever have one. But I try to stream regularly. At least, my goal is always 3 times a week, at least. I do announce every time I go live on Twitter and my Instagram. It's the same name as Saru here, if you ever want to be in the know. I don't have a Discord yet. I'm not sure if I'll have a Discord, just because I have a lot of social media presence, and I don't want to overwhelm myself. But if I ever have like someone to help me manage it, then I probably will in the future. You don't get it? Yeah, I don't have one. I've never used it to like follow anybody else I watch. I do not understand it. I think it's like chatting, but I'm not really sure. It kind of reminds me of like AOL days, like really like the first things like that. It makes me feel like I'm 90 years old. Yes, that's how I feel too. It's a little much for me. And I consider myself pretty tech savvy, but I can't get it. Same with Pinterest. Honestly, when I first started like showing my art, I couldn't figure out Pinterest for the life of me. I still don't get it. I still do not know how to use that. I don't know how to navigate it. I don't know how to create boards. I don't, it's not for me. Okay. Just like this water is not for me. That was all my water buckets. Oh wait, no! Thank you, Jesus. I have one. Why did I say no? I meant yes. Alright. Okay. Gotta be kind of strategic where you place those so they don't fall over. I'm definitely gonna finish this game today. In my second sitting. Because I have to go soon. But definitely I'll come back later. I'll announce on Twitter and Instagram when I come back. And when I try to give 15 to 30 minutes notice. You can be blocked by people on Pinterest? That's wild. How? Oh, I didn't know it was like a social app like that where I know you can like maybe like and comment, but it doesn't seem like super interactive. Like I can't even on my phone, the most annoying thing, I cannot stand this. Reddit does it too, but not as bad as Pinterest. Like you try to go on just on the website, like on your phone, and it'll try to be like, oh, download our app. Be like, you gotta get the app. Like, but I feel like you should still have like a desktop version of your site for people who are on the go. Like, I don't have time to open an app just to see if I like a website. You know, it's too much. Or I just want to look at one thing. And Pinterest, I've had issues with Pinterest and copyright because people will steal my pictures of the stuff I make. I won't say steal, that sounds kind of dramatic. Some people do steal them, but not on Pinterest. It's usually other people who are just inspired and they want to like put it on their board for inspiration, which I don't mind, but they don't properly credit. They don't tag. And I don't feel like, I don't know if it's gotten better, but in the past it's like, it's been a huge issue to have like your photo up there and you're anonymous and nobody can find you because Pinterest didn't have like a proper crediting system. Yeah, the app is like a bad website. Like when you like if you actually go to download it, it's like desktop is okay. Not everybody needs to have an app. I personally like. I mean, wait, did I? Oh yeah, I think I ran out of water buckets now for real this time. I don't think everything needs an app. There's nothing wrong with just a website. It's okay. Look, it's not okay though that I'm dropping all these body pieces on the ground after I just mopped. Yeah, sorry. It's too much. You don't have the phone storage. Goodness. I'm gonna clean up some of this stairwell. Okay, so maybe, okay, there's another stairwell I think. That's pretty good. Alright. Alright, so I am attempting to finish this level. I know I have my work cut out for me, but now that I feel like most of the debris is gone, most of it, it's not as hard to maneuver. That was the hardest thing, was that this level was glitching so much. I feel like that's why it took like so long. So long. If you're watching this on YouTube, I have, and it's not 10 hours at least. I took a lot out. Not talking, probably not talking, but I took a lot of the where it was just like too frustrating to move through, like glitching areas out. I need to remember to also clean the areas that are really sooty, because there's some cells that actually need to be mopped. I might do the more tedious cleaning after. Where am I headed to today? I don't even know. I was cleaning the tunnels, so I might continue that. I don't think I got, goodness, I don't think I got very far into the tunnel. So yeah, I think I ran out of water, so I'll just bring a bunch of water again. That was going pretty well, I think. I can't believe that my commitment to this is kind of unreal, because I could have beaten like so many other games in 10 hours. So many games are like not that long, I feel like, but this is like one level. You really get your money's worth. You do. It doesn't pay for therapy though, for how many times you drop a water bucket, I can tell you that. But definitely, I mean, yeah, like, I got this game on sale with all the DLCs, so hey, I mean, I'm having a good time. Not sure how many water buckets to bring down, but definitely a good amount. I mean, I guess I can just start taking everything down, but that's just how I do things. I don't know. Okay, let me just try to be efficient. Like, I was cleaning up today. I was organizing all my jewelry and stuff, and I'm really trying to like be efficient. I do a lot of stuff that's counterproductive. It's almost like I do stuff so that I can redo it, because maybe I just enjoy the monotony of it all. I feel like I really make my life harder than it needs to be, and I'm trying to break that. Whoa, that scared me. I thought something was climbing out of the bucket. How did that even happen? How is this happening? What? First of all, this is so creepy. I hate it. I've never seen that happen. Like, it was so full that like, this is just like, that's not cool, man. It's because they know. They always do this. The AI, it can hear me. It knows that I trying to move on. It don't want me to play no other game. But I have to. I'm gonna come back, man. Chill out. Having the body parts explode like that, unnecessary. This is like disrespectful. I work too hard for this kind of nonsense. Look at that. And an arm fell out. Which one of these is empty? Well, thank God. That's really a good example of God. Close one door, open another door. You know what I mean? I was like, I had all those empty buckets because I spilled them, but it's because I was gonna need them because I was gonna spill another bucket. You see what I'm saying right now? I'm obviously gonna need this bucket. I'm obviously gonna need this bucket, or else that would not happen. Because I choose to believe in something greater than myself, and also, like, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Trying not to I'm talking myself off the ledge. Look at this, like the way, like, what? Maybe I should go from the other side, because pulling these out in this area has been a nightmare. I'm gonna leave a bad Yelp review on this prison. Not the prison itself, but my employers. They clearly don't care about the staff. Like, they obviously installed that for me, and they couldn't put it in a more convenient place. Like, they didn't know how many of these I need to go and grab. So inconvenient. We barely get good health care. Taking advantage of my like my need for this work. That's what people do all the time. I know people need jobs to feed their families. And some people are willing to do so many things. Wow, when they came up, the bugs, like, they really brought, like, the whole earth with them. Unless they built this prison right on top of their, like, farm or whatever. I'm not, what farm? Like, I'm thinking of an ant farm. Like an ant hill. Like, what is that called? Ant hill, right? Their nest? I don't like the word nest. They must have built this, though, like, really close by where they live, because, I don't know, just the shape of stuff. Some of it is physically not making sense to my brain. But I don't know. I don't know things like ants like that. I don't know about ants like that, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so... Alright, so this is the first floor. Or whatever. Like, this is, like... Alright, okay. Alright, so that's where that is? Okay. I'm gonna get one of those empty buckets and collect all this debris. No. Oh my goodness. One of my eyelashes is bothering me. Making me hard to see right now. Okay. Is this lore I haven't read? The men have little faith. They are all my brothers, and I am their father. Huh? I see the fear in their eyes and the doubts in their hearts. Yes, the walls and floors may be bulging from some unknown horror, but we still have God, and His plan is righteous. The men won't hear it. Panic has spread, and it is too late. God comes for us. Oh, very interesting. I was just talking about God. I wonder, was that a prisoner? Who wrote that? I mean, I'm sure, like, I feel like you would not have these kinds of cans. I already know that these are gonna pop out, but maybe? I just need to get these to the incinerator. Yeah, I can be careful. I can be delicate. You just gotta be patient. You know? Imagine if you had to clean at this pace, like, just so you wouldn't drop something out of a bucket. I got a lot of goals this year, I didn't realize. And one of them is to not do something twice. Okay? Training myself. Patience. That's what it is. Patient. Okay, so I think that circle is done. Very nice, very encouraging. Okay. This is almost dirty. And it got one last dip. I don't know. That's pretty dirty, but okay, let me see. Let me not. Let me just clean up my mop. Oh, it's not even dirty though. Okay. Okay, let me just. Oh, I forgot to bring one of those lasers guns down so I can clean up that like bug area thing. Look at me multitasking. Wow. I can't believe people speedrun these games. It's impressive. I slow run these games. Okay, yeah, I did have one more little wash for that bucket. Alright, I wanna get the laser gun. Because I'm gonna have to mop again in here. See if I can find it. There's multiple of them. See how good I am at just walking? Expert. Okay. Now, I need a laser. Love it. Picking this up is so satisfying, the sound it makes. Can you tell I play first-person games all the time? Okay. Great. Okay. Alright. Great. So hopefully... I'm not sure if there's... Okay, I think it's just... I don't know if there's an art to this. Burn it till it's gone. Very nice. I've got a collection of water buckets, so I'm gonna continue going in through the tunnels and trying to make some progress. I actually forgot there's about 32 bodies piled up in there that I forgot to incinerate. There's just a lot to do. And I'm just one janitor. One janitor who has a willingness to succeed beyond normal. I think that's what it is, actually. Okay. I mean, the tunnel design is pretty cool. It's kind of growing on me. I don't even feel claustrophobic. Can't say I could live here in the tunnel, but definitely can, like, appreciate it. I need to... How can I put this down? There's not, like, no flat surface. This flat? I can't really tell. It's flat enough, I guess. Look how I put that, like, literally on that little thing. That's kind of cute. I like the quiet. It's so nice. It's so relaxing. That's the kind of day I had. It was really nice. It was raining and it was quiet. I think I might start the cat lady tomorrow if I'm able. I'm gonna do it while I'm in good spirits, just in case I get depressed. Alright, all used up. I wonder what it would be like to be an ant. I feel like it could be really enjoyable to be an ant. You're never alone, and like you have a set like agenda, and you like work really hard with people. And I feel like food is really easy to find for ants. I feel like their food source is really vast because I feel like they eat anything that is food. You know? I don't know if there's something that an ant won't eat. Like, I mean, they're not roaches. I feel like I would never want to, like, no. Okay, but I feel like ants, I don't know what I'm saying. I gotta stop saying I don't know what I'm saying. It's true, though. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just speaking. I don't want to. I don't like to incinerate empty buckets. I just wish there was something in there. Because it feels like throwing away a plastic bag. If you know what I'm talking about. Like, I like to save all my bags for garbage later. And throwing away a plastic bag that is not ripped Or like, gosh, my eye is really bothering me. Throwing away a, yeah, I'm having too many thoughts at once. Throwing away a plastic bag that's not ripped or torn, it seems counterproductive. It seems like a waste, you know? And I feel like having these empty water buckets with nothing in them seems so wasteful. And it really bothers me to do that. Now, something else I feel like I should tell you. When I'm tired, my eyelashes, like, start to tickle me. I don't know what that is about. Right now, it's only one eye doing it. And I wonder if it's because, like, are my eyes closing on their own? Like, you know how you close your eyes? And they're, like, they're closed. But, like, what if, like, subconsciously or psychosomatically or whatever, my eyes are, like, partially closing because they want to go to bed? And, like, because they're partially closed, it's, like, allowing room for tickle. Like, your eyes are not supposed to be at that. Like, almost like squinting. I could have just said that. But it doesn't feel like squinting. Anyways, I don't know why, but that's what happens to my eyelashes. And I hate it. They feel really aggravated right now. Like someone is touching them and nobody is touching them. Unless... That would be really creepy, though. I would hope that nobody is touching my eyelash right now. I don't personally think that my apartment is haunted in any way. I bless my home. So, like, wherever I go, or, like, when I, move... What am I saying? When I move... No. Wherever I go, and then, like, if I get something from outside, or, like, a thrift store, I try to bless it. So that nobody else's energy is on it anymore. Or if there was, that they moved on. Like that. Oh, let me incinerate this before I have to mop it twice. I got that barrel's gonna catch on fire. Oof. I'm making a big mess. Gosh. I was trying not to get my feet dirty, but whatever, I guess. Man, you know what they really need? We need a really good fossil game. We need a paleontologist simulator. I would pay money for that. To be able to dig around in the fossils and, like, dust them off and scrape them out for hours. I would play that game indefinitely. And, like, the best part would be not knowing what fossils you're gonna find. I don't want to, like, I just love to be surprised, but not really. I love to be surprised in the scenario I'm describing right now. Like, I love the idea of a game where you're a paleontologist and you go to different places around the world, so it's kind of got an open world vibe, right? And you don't know what kind of fossils you're gonna find, but it's kind of like Subnautica, but you don't die. And also, you're not stranded or anything. It's like your job. It's Subnautica in the sense that you can, what's it called when you research something? You catalog it. It's like that. That's what I want. I want a game where you're a paleontologist. It's open world. You can go all over the world and find fossils. But you gotta, like, I want it to be real. Like, you're really digging them up and, like, scraping them and whatever, you know? Like that. And I also want, like, I want it to be varied. Like, sometimes you find just one part, you know? And you have to figure out, like, oh, is this a... I can't think of no dinosaur right now. I was about to say Skeletor. What's a dinosaur's name? Stegosaurus? Oh, this is a Stegosaurus. Gosh, I can't think it all right now. Oh my gosh. This is a Stegosaurus patella. I don't even know if they have patellas. You know what I mean? The kneecap. Is your patella even a bone? I think it is. Or is it cartilage that's floating? I think the patella is a bone. Anyways, but you know, like, it'd be cool to just find pieces of the dinosaur and then also to find whole dinosaurs. So, like, it would just be different like that. Oh man, this game, I wish it was real. I really just made my own, like, I don't know how to say. I really just described the perfect thing I ever thought of. Let me not laugh about carrying this stupid water bucket. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh my gosh. And then, so like, yeah, so like, you dig up all the bones. Sometimes you have to put them together, you know? And I feel like it could be a multiplayer game if you want to play with your friends to dig faster. I personally wouldn't do that because I like to do stuff by myself. But, and, you know, I just want the people to have options for this game I've just created. And then also, you also can like, oh, you can make money in the game. Oh! You can make money in the game from like selling the fossils to museums, you know, because I know that museums say that they get things donated to them. I don't really understand that. I really don't understand that because, okay, people discover stuff that's extremely valuable. Sometimes maybe you can't put a price on it, but I don't know, in our society you can price anything, but like, is donating to a museum. I'm saying this like it's probably like so well known, and I'm just now figuring this out for myself. So I don't know how. It's probably like the most like well known thing I'm about to say, but like maybe when you donate to a museum, it's like a tax write off. But they like the value is decided by maybe like an appraisal. Like maybe you find a Triceratops skull, right? Maybe it's worth $5 million. And so when you donate it to the museum for free, quote unquote, you can write off that you donated $5 million or something like that. I feel like that's a thing. But anyways, in my game, you would get paid money. It wouldn't be a tax write-off because that would be too complicated and ridiculous. But I don't know. Or maybe you wouldn't get money. Maybe you get medals. I think that would be fun too, to get like different shaped medals per museum. Or maybe you could just start your own museum. You wouldn't even have to donate them. You just have your own museum like that. Yeah. This game is really great. Somebody contact a developer and make my dreams come true. Like the fact, I need to look this up. I bought Ark. I hate Ark. I really wish I liked that game because it cost so much when I bought it. And it was really like unplayable. I don't know how it is now. I'm sure it's much better because I know they did a lot of updates. But when I first tried to play that game, it's like impossible because there's so many other people in the area, which I didn't realize like when I bought it, that it's like a game where other people are real around you. Oh my God. I'm not going to be real for long because I can't. You know, it's my fault for even trying to take it so deep within. Like, I don't need the mop bucket right next to me. I just need it nearby. I'm just being. I brought all these water buckets down here just to waste them. I'm doing the thing I didn't want to do. Anyways, Ark sucks because when I played, there's too many real people there, and they take up everywhere you could live. You know, like it's not even that they'll come kill you because I didn't even get to experience that. It's like there's nowhere to even start your first base as a newbie, and it sucks. Because I just wanted to catch a dinosaur at one time, and I couldn't even enjoy it. I can't even say I'll play that game ever. I have to, maybe. Gosh, I wish Steam would let you, like, I would refund for $2 if I could. You know? I wish you could refund it that game, like, in that whatever, like, I wish you could refund Steam games or give them away. Because I hate it and I don't want to play it again. And it sucks because I love dinosaurs. And that was like the closest I ever got to like really playing with dinosaurs and like having a great time. And it didn't work out for me. And now also, it just looks so stupid. I personally don't like the whole biomech, not biomech, but like the laser dinosaurs and stuff. Maybe there's a great story in there and I'm missing out. But I hate it. I don't want a laser dinosaur. I don't want a robot dinosaur. That's dumb. It's not that dumb when you think of Mechagodzilla, but when I want a real dinosaur game, you know, like, where can I put this at? Can I put this here? Okay, thank you. Yeah, like, I just want a real dinosaur game, or I want to be a paleontologist. But like, it's not asking for, man, okay, listen, if I become a millionaire, I'm gonna develop my own game. I don't need to really, like, I will hire a bunch of people who are good at that. Is that how it works? Because when you're a producer, people, rich people, celebrities, they're constantly producing TV shows and movies all the time. You see their names and you be like, whoa, that produced this, you know? It's because they have money. And sometimes maybe it's their friend and they want to support their friend, but a lot of the times I feel like it's their pet project and they want to see it brought to life, and they have enough money to do that. And I'm sure it's really expensive. I wonder if it's the same with video games. Can I produce a video game and like have people who know how to make games make my game if I have enough money? Because this is my new goal now in my entire life. This is my dream. I can't believe that I've never actually even looked it up. I'm gonna do that first before I become a millionaire. I'm gonna look it up and see if there's even a game like that. I'm sure if there is, it's not as good as what I'm describing. There's no way. But I won't say that because, I mean, you know, someone made the hypothetical game I might find later by researching. And I don't want to insult them, you know, because they made a game about dinosaurs, and that's really great. You know what other games would be really great for me? A game where you are a dinosaur, but it's like a cute game. And like, kind of like Land Before Time, but not really. Like, kind of, like, I haven't figured, that one's not coming to me as intuitively as the paleontologist game. That's really in my blood and my spirit to have that. Man, I can't wait to play games like Outer Worlds and No Man's Sky. I don't know a lot about them except for that you get to explore in space. Okay, because like one time I played Star Ocean 4. I think it was Star Ocean 4 or Star Ocean 3 till the end of time. Whichever one is till the end of time. That's what it's called. That was the first game I played that had a really fleshed out encyclopedia. Man, that was fantastic. I couldn't even play that game because I just wanted to read about every single thing. I really wish I had it again. But anyways, like, I feel like in that game, I didn't get far enough in it. Played it for like maybe a couple hours. I didn't really like the fighting style back then, but maybe my brain is different now. But, I wonder if, what do I wonder? Oh, if you can really go to different planets, because when I was playing the game, that's the vibe I was getting, is like you could just free travel to different planets, but I don't know if it was actually open world like that, or I just dreamt that it could be, like, strongly dreamt. I'm just gonna go get some more water buckets. But I wanna... though I gotta remember to be careful with throwing away these bombs, basically. Wow, how irresponsible of me to just throw away a flammable, like... Ah, get out of here! Oh my gosh. I died last time. It didn't explode. Okay. And what's this one? Corrosive. Oh yeah, no, we don't want that. Bro, I would be so fired. I would be arrested. They probably would think I was like... I don't know. Did the corrosive one explode? I didn't hear it. Maybe I should take some of these lanterns and things down too. Since we're not... there's no bin area, so I'm just burning all the bins. Trying to hustle. This is me. Look at me. I'm speed running. I actually cannot do that because I get motion sick. Like if I, like even when I first started playing this game, it would make me kind of woozy. Ooh. More than any game, I think this reminds me of Duke Nukem the most. Probably because that was like the #1 like first person shooter game I watched growing up. I didn't play it because I wasn't supposed to. because I was a child. That game is not for children. But I watched my dad play it. And, I don't know, maybe it's the aliens and the blood. Like, the way the blood is in that game. Kind of makes me think of this game. Or this game makes me think of that game. Oh, no! It's just another mess to clean up. Forget these are flammable. You know, oh, gosh. You know, I could, lock out whenever I want. Sometimes I forget that. I forgot that in 10 hours I didn't remember. I could have just gave up, you know? Or just been, like, satisfied with, like, a low grade. But that seems like a disservice to myself and those watching. Like, don't you want to see me do a great job? Don't we all want that? We have a shared goal, you and I. Okay. I really wish I could take a hammer or something to these, like, because it doesn't even, like, come on, it doesn't even look clean like how it should look. It looks really trashy in here. And I'm not even gonna try to use that sniff thing, that sniff tool. No way. I already know. I did something that I didn't see, and whatever. This place is way too complex to, like, have that tool give me anxiety so I can look around. For what? Oh! What was I thinking? Okay. I mean, you almost have to get, like, double the amount of buckets you think you need just to account for potential spills, man. I spill just cuz. You gotta treat it like it's hot water or something. Then you be extra careful so you don't spill on yourself and burn yourself. Oh, here it comes. Okay, I grabbed it and it still was dirty. That's so great. This thing is starting to give me PTSD. Like, it's making me really anxious because I'm like, oh no, it's gonna make a mess. I just cleaned up, you know? I don't want to live like that. I want to live in fear. Wonderful. This is like a water jug? Oh no. It only makes that noise if I hit it against something. How did this happen? Is this from the explosions? Oh, I wonder if every time I explode something, it like does this? Because this is not cool to me. Maybe I should close it when it's gonna blow up, but I don't know if that'll help. Footprint's been driving me crazy. I keep forgetting to mop it up. excited for tomorrow because it's Sunday and I don't, like, it's my day off. I don't have to do anything if I don't want to. And I'm really excited to, like, stay in bed. I kind of hope I don't, like, get out of bed tomorrow. I really don't want to. Unless to stream. But, like, I wonder about that. Like, I gotta make sure I check in on myself because I haven't been going outside. But technically, it's been really bad weather. Like, it's been, like, all, you know, raining a lot and whatever. Like, the California floods or whatever. Like, I like being at my house right now. I feel like I'm not super... I don't feel super like I'm dissociating. Because I've experienced that before. And it's scary. But I feel like I've been doing okay. Maybe it's because I've been streaming. Or maybe it's just because I talk a lot. But, yeah. I didn't go on a walk today. Like I said I might. But that's because I was doing other things. Like relaxing. I played Sudoku. And I watched football. And I organized my jewelry. And that's it, really. And I sold a dress that was like, that was really like a huge, big deal for me. I was really grateful. So I feel like it was a good day. It was a great day. And I can't wait to go to sleep. Oh, and I streamed today. And I'm streaming again twice. This is my second stream. Just so I can finally move on with my life. There's too many games in this world for me to play. And if I play them all like this, I'll be like 62 and have finished 10 games. That's okay though. Maybe that's for me. Maybe that's... Oh, look at me almost jump into the incinerator. Gosh, because there's from the explosions, I mean, pros and cons. Trying to be thorough, but then I'm just making a big mess behind the incinerator. I love really good sound design, and that this game actually has it for the most part, because you get far away from the incinerators and you can't hear them, you know, and that's really good. It creates like a realistic kind of world environment. Oh, I knew it. I mean, it makes me really angry. It makes me very angry. I'm not that angry. I feel like it's okay. Actually, it's not even a big deal at all. Maybe there's another way I can go through the tunnel that's smarter. But I haven't figured that out yet. I love how they give you multiple brooms. But you can only use one. These brooms remind me of like Dollar Tree brooms. In a like nostalgic way. They were always like yellow and green, I feel. You know what I kind of miss playing? That I totally forgot I was playing? World of Final Fantasy. That was a cute game. So mundane though. Like some of the side quests, absolutely ridiculous. It was cute though, but the dialogue was stupid. Sorry. Very like for kids though, so I appreciate that. That's like a very kid-friendly game. But I didn't even like the protagonists. Like they sucked. I liked Lan more than Rain. But like they both were like they sucked. So I loved all the nostalgia, Final Fantasy nostalgia though. Seeing all the characters again, and also I liked the monsters in that game also was really good, and the soundtrack was nice because there's a lot of Final Fantasy music. But the story, that's like a C- for me. That's a C- story for me. Okay, now where's that A+ place to place this bucket. I mean, goodness. Oh, that's not even enough. They know what they're doing. They want me to go crazy. Oh, these tunnels are way like. Okay. Let me not think about how big they are because I don't want to feel like it's daunting. I like feel like it's overwhelming or anything like that. I gotta be careful also. Like I can fall asleep, like doing anything, and still talking sometimes, and it's like it's funny, but it's also embarrassing because it will literally just be gibberish. It will not make any sense. No! Oh, I didn't finish. Gosh, it's gross. I didn't finish incinerating this. Wasting my time. Okay. Come on. I'll just like chucks the gun. Gosh. I mean, well, why do I have to clean a tunnel? I don't have to. I'm making myself, but like, you know what I mean? Let's say I had to. Why would I have to clean a tunnel? A dirt tunnel? You know, they're just gonna like nuke these places after I'm gone. At least I feel like they are. Maybe they're not for this one because I think they wanted to reuse it again to run more experiments. Because, I mean, I only picked up like 6 alien bodies maybe. There has got to be like probably like 60 billion of those. I mean, if they're anything like ants and termite species, they're those people, they're running numbers. Those people. You know what I mean? They there's like an arsenal of those. Oh, I just had a thought of Ants, the movie. People always compare it to A Bug's Life because I know obviously a lot of people don't like that movie, but I think it's in comparison to A Bug's Life. I remember liking that movie. I always liked that movie. I thought it was hilarious. I haven't seen it in a while though, but I remember I get kind of like chills when they go fight the termites and they're singing like the ants go marching one by one. That song, it's a good song. I gotta see who wrote that song. It's a good song. And who wrote that? Anyways, I always like that was pretty like intense scene where they all like die like that. And gosh, is there a flat place over here? Why do I always bring it this far in? Oof. The stress. It's stressful. But anyways. What was I saying? Oh, yes. There was a lot of ants in that scene, and I bet that these aliens, they have an army like that. And that's why they wanted me to clean this prison, so they can keep testing, because they know that the bugs will be back or something. I don't know. It's crazy the things that I say that I may never, oh, well, I know probably, like, I will never have an answer to. Like, all my theories for this game. Who's gonna answer them? There's no, like, there's no truth. You know what I mean? I'm literally just making up stuff in my head. So, like, it's kind of sad to me that, I'll never know if my theories are right. Because, yeah. Anyways. I bought another bucket just in case. But it's not like it matters when I can't even print it down on anything. I mean, literally, like, there's nothing. I just didn't want to get my feet dirty, that's all. I don't like the dark corners. Kind of creep me out. I'm just looking for a place I can drop this. And it'll be fine. Like, you can't give me one smooth piece of ground. That's the best I could do. I think my pile of bodies is up there. It's interesting. Who put these light bulbs in the tunnels? I highly doubt it was the, I was gonna say landlords. I highly doubt it was the bugs. But I shouldn't highly doubt that, because look at it. It's kind of like veinous. Veinous? Intravenous? That's not. Veinous. Veinous? I don't know if that's a word, but you know, it looks like it has veins. It could be alive, like that could be like something they create. Bugs do stuff like that all the time, like make stuff out of their spit or whatever. Like bees like vomit, that's like honey. And so that's, they probably can like make some kind of light source just from their own body parts. And that's pretty cool. Maybe they need like to see like we do. Haven't I been down? Oh, this is where my body pit is. I thought it was over there. Or do I have multiple ones? Oh, it kind of creeps me out. What's over here then? You know, just a bunch of organs. Let me move this before I have an accident. Look at these organs. Oh, I didn't? What the heck? I didn't take this away. Where did I come? Oh, that's interesting. So this tunnel comes out of a cell, okay. There's one upstairs like this too, I had never investigated. Gosh, my bloody feet. Oh goodness, I think I overstacked this. Okay, now I just have to remember where I came from. Yeah. Ooh, watch out for this other bucket, oh my gosh. Man, I wish there was a water station down here. I wish a lot of things, though. Like, why does it get stuck all of a sudden? Oh, crap, man. Alright, I'm gonna stop mopping for a second, even though I'm probably gonna... I just want to start getting those bodies. There's so many. I don't want to, like, retract my footprints, though. Oh, goodness. Alright, that's fine. There's more body parts I need to pick up that are, like, little. This is so devastating. This is devastating. I'm really tempted to just wrap it up any way I can. But then I'm like, Where's my integrity? How can I give up when I've gotten this far? You know? I really blame it on the lag. I think my stamina for this level would have been higher had it not been like excruciatingly difficult. I can't even talk. Excruciatingly difficult to get through for like 4 hours. Dang it. These intestines are so dumb. Why can't I just put this in the stupid bucket? I hate this. I hate this world. I did not even mean to do that. Like, why can't they at least make the bucket have some depth so that, like, this is so stupid. Alright, I'm gonna play it until I absolutely can't anymore, and we'll see what it looks like. We'll see what that looks like. I can't say, like, I definitely deserve 1000% on this level, but I don't think I can get it. It's just, it's me, or I can't even talk. It's me or my mental health. Or this game versus my mental health. Alright, I'm gonna just get the bodies. I mean, I need to mop more, but I need to get these bodies. There's so many. I don't even know, like, what is this? Like, I haven't even been over here? Gross. Disgusting. Another alien. Alright, I'm giving myself another, like, hour and a half-ish. That's all I got. Where is... I can't even find the way out to incinerate this thing. I'm just making a mess. I did not realize there's a whole section of tunnel. This is, like, they're not kidding. This map is larger than life. I don't even know if this alien number is accurate. The fact that I'm even trying to take notes, let me stop. Really? Because, like, this is something I would call my mom about. I'd be like, hey, I've been doing this for 100 years, and I've been doing it this way. I don't want to do it anymore, but I've been doing it for so long. And she'd be like, well, but if it doesn't make you happy, then, like, what's the point? Blah, or something. She'd say something insightful, basically. And I'd be like, you're right. And then I'd cry, because I'd be like, man, I feel like I'm giving up. And she's like, no, blah, blah, blah. Like, and I'd be like, wow, you know? So that's how I feel right now. Like, As much as I want to be the best ever in thoroughness, not in skill. Okay? Not in time management, for sure, in this case. I don't think I can get 100 and something %. Because I gotta go. I gotta, like, go on with I gotta move on. I gotta see what else is out there. All these games I keep buying and getting for free, too. I want to play them so bad, and I know they're not gonna be like this. And it's not even bad. It's just long. It's long. And it was a little wonky. And that combination is not the best for me. I'm giving myself a pep talk. I'm not a good quitter, I'll tell you. I'm a little, stubborn when it comes to stopping something. But remember we talked about this. It's one of my goals is to not do things twice. Or to do things that are counterproductive, and I feel like that's who I am in this game. And maybe that's not good. Look at this situation. I can't even destroy these properly. I'm about to set myself on fire on accident. This alien blood is like flammable. This is gross. This is so disgusting. It really makes me work. It's disgusting. Disgusting. Did that just like... I didn't even know you could like full on... What? What's even over here? Is this the upper level? Who are these people? Wait. Okay, wait. Please do not be more people. I mean, or people... Oh my gosh, are they? There's a badge right here. 107? Oh my gosh, I didn't even find these people? No. How big is this world? Is this the upstairs that I cleaned? Yes. So this is where this tunnel led. Was to these three prisoners. Wow. You three. Oh, I didn't even calculate you. What have I been doing? That's what I, like, how have I played for 10 hours and this is still my life? Okay, 093. Halved. Oh, it's just 2 people. I thought it was 3 because of the 3 pieces, but at least that's kind of a positive note. If there was one. I don't want to go upstairs and completely destroy it. Look at... I tend to do this, like, I think it kind of self-destructive, as you can see, like, when I'm ready to give up, it just looks like this. You see it? Do you see what I'm talking about? Like, all that hard work just for me to, like, still be... I realize that I can't win. I'm pulling my hair out. And now I'm lost. Who am I? Can't even open this door. Look at me waste my time again. Now I know. Now I know. Look at my body collection. Gross. Well, I'm so fearful of any future large maps. I cannot, it's just me. It's just me making everything difficult. I just have to accept that I can just play for little. I don't have to complete everything. I'm a completionist in my mind. I try my best. I want to see the whole game and everything, but like this is... Who am I? No. I'm losing my identity here. I really thought... Oh, where's the humans? Let me at least get there. This, what are you, 10 what? What are you, 107? Yeah. $107. I don't know. Oh, you have no calves? I don't know what that means, 107. Oh, what? I didn't mean to toss that. I just... Oh, wow. You can toss things by pressing E. I didn't know that. Cool. I'm getting lost. See, when you get lost, it's like, it's how you create these intense messes. Oh, scared me. Watch myself. I probably could. If I was like standing on. Alright. I'm pretty sure that's the last prisoner badge. So now I'm gonna just try to take as many bodies into the incinerator as possible. Whoever wants to come first can. I know this is hard for you. It's hard for me. You see my dilemma? First of all, it's very creepy. It's creeping me out. Second of all, I was gonna mop these whole tunnels and still end up having to clean them again. Oh gosh, left or right, I don't know. Because I've had to drag these corpses through and fro. To and fro. I'm kind of relieved now that I've accepted it with myself, because I'm the one who makes everything difficult. Now I feel like I can just play for fun. Because everybody has to have a bad day. Like, let's say I'm just having a bad day at work, and that's why I didn't do my best work this time. Now, that's not necessarily true, because I'm having a great time. Oh, where are the bodies? But that's what I'll tell my bosses. I'll be like, oh, I just wasn't feeling like myself. That's why I only got 67%. And they'd be like, oh, we understand. They wouldn't say that. Not this company. But if they were good bosses, they'd be like, oh, yeah, we understand. We always see you put in 100%. You know what people I can't stand? I cannot stand people who will be like, oh, you know, hey. It's like almost the opposite. They'll be like, you're always doing your very best. What happened here? I was like, are you kidding? So you can acknowledge that I'm always doing my best plus 10, and you're gonna question the one time I didn't? Like, people think that's helpful, but it's just like, that's actually creates a, I think, a toxic environment. Anyways, it's like kind of toxic to me. It's like, why can't I not now do 110%? It's one thing to be concerned, you know, when a pattern changes, but not like, I feel like you should have empathy. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, let people fail. Like, don't create perfectionists, and don't also encourage it. And I feel like by questioning why something isn't the best when it always is, it's just like, it's just letting people know, like, you can never mess up. We're gonna notice, you know? I've had experiences like that. I'm just like, can I make one mistake, please? You know, like, okay? Can I be a human being? That's what it is. Like, let me be a human. Sam. It's not that serious. It is that serious, okay? Because it's ingrained in me. Of course I want to do my best. I want to do the best possible. But no, I'm human. I want to mess up and be bad. Eartha Kitt said, she said, I want to be evil. I don't want to be evil, though. You should listen to that song, though. It's very cute. Okay, That's my era. I'm in my human era. Everybody's talking about what era they're in. I'm in my human era because like I've been in my like I don't even know what you want to call it. Like I don't want to call myself a robot, but I've been like whatever is above human. I've been working very hard. I've been very always doing everything I think I'm supposed to do. I'm a rule follower through and through. I'm like that. You know, I look rebellious or whatever. People think I am. And like kind of guess my tone, how I talk sometimes. But like, I'm actually a pretty good girl. So I can't lie to you. But yeah, I want to it's my midlife crisis. I want to do something exciting and like edgy. I'm gonna not finish this level. Watch. I'm gonna get a bad grade, or not the best grade. I won't say it will be bad, but yep. I'm gonna only do half a job. Who's gonna stop me? What are they gonna do? They're gonna write me up? Yeah. I started strong last year. I refunded my remaining custom orders because I didn't want to do them anymore. That was a huge deal for me because I basically lost money. And like, I never done anything like that where I just like, I don't want to work anymore. Listen, I'm super Capricorn, okay? But it was the best thing I ever did. Ever. I'm still paying for that decision. But I'd never been so relieved. Like, I feel so free. I still take customs, but now I can do it like completely on my terms. And like, I don't have to worry about like when stuff is due or anything, especially like with my recent wrist injuries and stuff. Like, I just like, it feels so good. I wish that you could understand or see an example of how it feels. It feels like something was taken out of my body, something toxic and bad, and now I feel so much lighter. And I'll never go back. It's good. I'm doing that. I'm being human. I'm also like just not being attached to stuff the same way. I feel really like positive. My subconscious is starting to come out. I can always tell when I'm telling you my innermost thoughts. Like, it feels good though. Like, it comes out when I'm sleeping. That's what happens when I if I fall asleep, then it like I can tell like, well, when I'm getting sleepy, you know, I'll start saying everything. But then also when I'm actually falling asleep, then it'll start to sound like gibberish. It won't make too much sense. It'll be multiple things happening at once in my dialogue. But so far it's just me talking from my true brain. My true brain. But it's nice. It's nice. You know. So yeah. No attachments and no pushing myself when it's not necessary. No trying to impress people with how much I can like go through. Like I just do like that, like, you know, being super strong or whatever all the time and being reliable and like keeping it together. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm gonna have a breakdown. I'm gonna lose it, but in a good way, in a chill way. I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be good. I'm excited. I'm excited because I feel like I can be for real and like still be successful. I feel like that is success. Just being yourself is the best thing you can do. And hopefully whoever you are as a person is a person who doesn't want to hurt other people or yourself. I feel like if you're inherently selfish or a hedonist, what I'm saying does not apply to you. I hope that you won't be yourself. I don't think those people should be here on this planet with us. I feel like it's a lower form of evolution to be that way. Because it's some kind of form of survival to only think for yourself. but I don't like that. I feel like you should always put yourself first in a healthy way. Love yourself, take care of yourself, but it's just so that we can help other people. Help yourself, and so we can help other people. I feel like humans are like ants. I think we would be at our best if we were, but not in the lacking individuality way. I think individuality is somewhat important, but the humanness, I think it should be so connecting that like the individuality isn't your ultimate goal. And I feel like that's a big problem maybe in America, where being an individual is the ultimate goal, and like it's kind of played out to me. Maybe because I've always been very much a unique person, so it doesn't like I don't have to strive to be different because I am. So I don't. It's not like at the front of my mind, I guess. Now I feel like what's really important is connecting. I say that as a person who doesn't like to hang out or talk to people, but I don't mean connecting in the superficial way, like just in your mind, pitting people at the front of your mind, knowing that what you're doing is for the greater good of all, versus, you know, just yourself or your immediate friends and family. Like, I think everybody matters, unfortunately. And it's weird to say, like, I don't like a lot of people. I have a hard time doing that, but I still feel like everybody matters. And I say unfortunately because I don't like a lot of people. But you know, they matter though. So like, doesn't matter if I don't like them. So I can respect that. I don't know. I don't know if that's how you use those words. Sometimes I'm not sure if I'm using words correctly, but it's what's happening. So yeah. Me, if anything, when I'm isolating, which is what I'm currently doing, that's my phase right now, it's so I can be stronger, to be more helpful to people. I'm not in that place yet mentally where I can be of help, because I thought I was the reverse. I was always too helpful. So now I have to like stop, take care of myself because I'm dying. Then I can come back better, with a better balance of give and take, things like that. It's very important. Balance is key, you know. It's a very subtle thing. The things I'm saying, like, it's very nuanced. It's not like, it's never all or nothing. I feel like that. Like, everything I'm saying goes into a balance. Community is important. Connection's important. Taking care of yourself is important. Putting yourself first is important. See, all those things are important, and you just have to find the right balance. And I don't think everybody's balance is the same either. I do wish we loved each other more as people. It hurts me, actually, when I think about it, how much we don't. And I say, like, oh, I don't like people, but that doesn't mean that I wouldn't love them. Like, trust me. I don't... Trust me, like, you know me. I don't like people, but I definitely can still love them. Like, I feel like I personally know that difference. And, I don't know, I just wish we took care of each other better. Oh my gosh, I hate seeing people hurting. And, like, in really challenging situations. Especially if I can relate. Oh my gosh. Where, can you please go in here, sir? I'm trying to have an important conversation right now with whoever is listening to this. But yes, where am I? Yes. But yeah, you know, what was I saying? What was I talking about? Balance. Balance is key. Oh, I was talking about, yeah, I just, like, wish we could love each other better. You know, the saddest thing, and this is why, like, listen, I always, okay, how do I say this? Let's just say it, say your truth. I'm saying my truth right now, okay? I just feel like the reason that we have traumas in this world, while we go through hard things, people always question, like, if God was real, why would children die? Why would there be disasters? It's for us. I really believe that. I really believe that what all the pain and suffering we go through is for us, so that we can really know what it means to like love another person and care. Because unfortunately, and maybe this is our flaw, like a lot of people cannot care about other people and their circumstances unless they've been through that situation. And some people are born with empathy. I'll be honest with you, I feel like I was one of those people. People are naturally just empathetic and they can feel a lot. And some people have to learn it out, like learn it in a way. I think that's kind of, I think there's some kind of like narcissism in that. The same way that people will only hang out with people who remind them of themselves sometimes, or who will validate them. I don't really like this idea that you have to go through pain to feel other people's pain, but I feel like that's just a human flaw. That's just like how we are, I guess, some of us. But yeah, I think pain actually is a huge catalyst for growth. I'm not the first person to say that. You know, it's just something I agree with, and it's for the better. If you really can transmute your pain or understand it, it can be very connecting. It's not just about being resilient either, it's about being compassionate. And like I said, I feel like you learn that through your own humanness first, by going through the pain, and then you can see other people's humanity. See, that's the thing. If I had just followed my intuition of wanting to give up, move on, if, you know, I wouldn't have wasted an hour or so, or whatever, like mopping these tunnels. I would have just been like, hey, you know what, Marissa? Let's call it a game. Let's call it a cool 12 hours. Let's stop. Who cares? Because look what I've done. This place is like worse than when I started. And there's no way I'm not mopping none of this up. Absolutely not. I'm gonna check if this is my last body, and we're clocking out. Going. We're leaving. I still have to fill up all those documents. I'm still gonna try to fill out the documents. It's like 100 people, 100 bodies right here. This is I can't even. This is an unspeakable place. They're gonna be like, we sent you there to clean. What happened? I'd be like, I happened. I quit. Okay, that's it. Might as well just walk out here, can I? Oh no. I can't jump up there. How dirty is my mop? Pretty dirty? Okay. Well, that's all she wrote, folks. I don't know what I'm doing. Is this upstairs? Downstairs? I messed up this whole place. But I did my best. I can't believe it. Those tunnels, they shouldn't even exist. Well, let me close the incinerator doors at least. Where are they? It's the least I can do. Dude, I can't even imagine what's the score gonna be. Cause I was here. This is gonna make me cry. For over 10 hours, and I feel like I didn't get much done. I really gotta know, like, what doing this much work. Let's see. I mean, but like, if it's not smart work, it's not, you know? I only have myself to blame. No, I blame the game. Okay, I'm leaving. Alright, I wish I could do more for my company. Alright, this was actually a national disaster. Horrifying, I'm afraid to sleep, I browned out. Yeah, does I browned out mean you pooped your pants? I'm almost there, horrifying. Ugh, I'm afraid to sleep is worse than horrifying? I'm gonna say horrifying. It was really bad, though. It was really bad. My method for this job, I tried to be as efficient as possible, but then suffered a nervous breakdown and had to adjust my strategy. Efficiency. Please tick the box that best describes. Okay, goodness. It was starting good. I mean, evenly, rashly is where I've left it. And I feel like I was acting kind of rash. Incident particulars. Oh, goodness. Aliens. Aliens and... I think that was it. Just some good old-fashioned... I mean, right? Just some good old-fashioned bug aliens. Nothing crazy. Any relevant info you wish to report? I tried to clean up as much as I could, but I don't know how y'all are going to repair all these holes and damaged floors. Alright, I saw like 11 aliens, potentially. Enter the estimate number of no guns here, no shells, no bullet holes. Please indicate the estimate of items incinerated. I'm gonna say like 1,000. I don't know. Probably not that many, huh? I'm not being dramatic. Okay. No pier. Oh my gosh, my union number. I should have this memorized. 5. Pretty sure it's a 5. Or is it a 6? 5931228 Come on, mouse. Don't mess with me. I'm gonna wait until I forget, huh? (5931228) That's me. Alright, deceased employees. 447. Decapitated, looks like head exploded. Okay, so decapitated. Because I don't think exploded is I mean crushed. His skull was crushed. Yeah. Gruesome. Is that oh, I don't know how to spell gruesome. Gruesome? Kinda? Oh, really bad. Oh, dignity shown? How did I do with the bodies? I didn't do a good job. I would say I was careless because I just threw them all in a pit. Most of them. Probably not the first ones, but definitely most of them. Alright, no relevant information for these. So there's like 100 of these to do. Okay, 2 of 3. Blood on head and abdomen. I don't know. That's what I wrote. Okay, I don't know how this man died. Can I just say other? Or can I say impact? I feel like that's... How do you... getting their cause of death is like the hardest. Same as above. Okay. I still look forward to seeing the other levels of this game. It's just too long. It was too long for me. Okay, I mean, without playing another game. That's my fault. It's because of the way I choose to do things. I'm still figuring stuff out. You know, I'm a newbie. I want to do a good job, though. $281. Calf's missing and dragged. Well, calf's missing isn't really a thing. Is that, what about, is that, would that be, maybe it's bitten. Maybe they're, I think their legs are bitten off by the pinchers of the bugs, just like the heads are crushed. So, well, that's a dragged for him. Please. Oh, so close to victory. Wow, they're so dead, sorry. Okay. I hope there's no word count for that thing. I did the best I could do for my brain. Let's clock off! Gosh. Oh my goodness. I can't believe myself. What was I thinking? I'm sad, but... Oh my gosh! Are you kidding me? It was that bad? Company has been liquidated? Status company shut down? Project conclusion. Wait, I've never had this reaction. That's how bad it was? How? I collected most of the stuff. Wait, you arrived at the worksite full of enthusiasm. Unfortunately, you used it to make a worse mess than when you started. I know, I did make a worse mess. Although it was a hell of a lot of fun, you're now facing disciplinary action, and there's even talk of the company shutting down. You're unusually optimistic. You decided to have fun with this free pass and go on a rampage, looting company supplies. You've already dodged several attempts to injure you in the corridors by hiding in the laboratory, so you decided instead to hightail it out of there. We're coming for you. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oops. I was so bad that I didn't even get a score. I don't even... Oh wait, that's not where my score... Oh yeah, that is... Yeah, no, yeah. Well, that can't be good. This is where my score is though. Negative 182%. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say to that. How did I do worse? I feel like, yes, the tunnels got really dirty, but I incinerated everything. No, I didn't. I incinerated all the bodies and turned in all the name tags and, you know, most of the aliens and stuff. So, like, how did it get that bad? It must be that, man, when you blow stuff up or when you have suit, that must be so bad. 182%. I mean, because, like, this was, like, 11 plus hours, 12 hours. So, like, if you're watching this, I don't know how you feel. I don't know how I feel. Part of me is kind of like, wow, like, impressed. But also, it's like, I mean, this is what was... It's really hard for me not to be rational. Because, like, how did I do 11, 12 hours and get the worst score I've ever seen in my life? Because it's like, well, I might as well not have even played that level. You know? But at the same time, it's like, well, did I have fun? Yeah, I had a lot of fun. So, is it really negative 182%? It's priceless, right? Experience? Okay, let's keep going. Wow, negative 182. Let's see. Report accuracy 49%. Death report accuracy 10%. That was pretty bad. That's pretty bad for me. Yeah, that's it. That's the only thing that they tell you about. Okay, well, okay, so I almost got my company shut down. That's fine. Let's just say, like I said, I was having a bad day, you know. Who is this? From Craig's Crag at sloshmail.com. Subject, I will make you suffer. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Scumbag, you will feel pain, you will be in agony, and then you will feel nothing. Thanks to your gosh dang incompetence, I've been retrenched. Now that I have lots of time on my hands, I will make it my personal mission to make you suffer in every way possible. You better watch your back. I will come down on you like an avenging angel with the fury of 1,000 suns. I look forward to pouncing upon you from the shadows like a sneaky shadow thing. I'll be waiting, and I hope you will be too. One jobless avenging angel. Okay, you lost your job because of me? Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Aerospace Sanitation Incorporated. Official. That I've seen some things, but never like this. I'm simply speechless. What could I possibly say? Not a few feet into the facility and I was filthy. The amount of filth on every surface beyond measure. I didn't dare check the whole facility. I left as quickly as I could, and I'm never going back ever. I would suggest firing these savages, but I fear we'll need all the help we can get to clean this up. I need to see my doctor again. They don't train you to handle something like that. Listen, it wasn't that bad. I'm not even gonna act like it was bad. It was definitely not negative 182% bad. It was not like that. Okay. Dear employee, your employee contract is hereby revoked. We will not bother firing you. You'll be joining everyone else in retrenchment as the company shuts down. I will make it my personal mission to ensure that every station in the galaxy knows not to hire you ever. I wish I could see your face, but now I too must find a new job, with this stain on my record no less. May you rot in the salt mines of Corum. Thank you and enjoy the bitter taste. Stuff like this doesn't bother me. Like, if I really did actually get a company shut down, I don't think I would care. Like, depends on the company, obviously, but like, all these death letters and whatever, these people getting mad at me, I don't care. I do not care. I do not get paid. Okay? I'm so frustrated. No, I'm fine. Well, you know, what's done is done. Apparently, you can crack the code. But, I mean, it could be anything. You know? Well, that's cool. But anyways, yeah. Well, that has been 12 hours or so of Viscera. I'm gonna chop it down if you're watching it on YouTube, so that you won't be in complete agony as you watch me play. Yeah, I did the worst ever, but you know, I had the best time doing the worst. And that's all I can say. Thanks for watching this. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a good life. Okay, goodbye.